I'm cracking up. Yeah, I didn't think that was funny, considering I've got fucking vultures over me and I'm creating them now because I want the beef. I don't expect Ryan to add to it. Your insults are okay. Leave out the fucking mental instability humor, okay, bub? Is it complicated? You're a pretty smart man. You get it? You see how I straighten people out, folks? That's an old man. That's old man brave, baby. I don't fuck around. Watch, Ryan will come up. He'll behave. Ryan's a successful, very successful, intelligent man. He'll come up here. He'll behave. That's the magnificence of the white culture.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the world. I guess I should say hello, world. Well, what we're watching is Be Brave and John after the crash out. So I'll get into what happened last night and what happened this morning, for that matter. But at some point, I'm hoping Ryan will be able to pry himself from Be Brave's clutches to look at a Sociology 101 class, something that I wanted him specifically to react to. And the title of it is Aftermath of the 2024 USA presidential election. So we will see. Yeah, CK, John got so pissed off last night, he booted me from his StreamYard. So he's the only one in the world with a StreamYard. And y'all forgive, there are no bells and whistles because I haven't set up StreamYard. I've got to load some stuff to it. But I committed to doing a show today, and I wanted to make sure it happened. So we'll go ahead and listen to a little bit of John and Be Brave, whatever. I'm being trashed. As a matter of fact, John came on Nightish's stream this morning, and he was trashing me and Bob and every damn body. John is the only sane black man in the United States right now. At least he obviously thinks that. So let's listen to a little bit of this show, of this travesty.
But the people that go on Bob's channel don't like Bob. You can hear them.
The people that go on Bob's channel don't like Bob. Well, why are they there?
On your channel, Bob, John. So where can he go? He's destroyed a lot. But what has he created? Where can he go now? What channel will he log on and go talk to where they will want him there? Not T. Maybe he can go to some of these women, T or Roz. But none of the men that he's been caping for, applauding Bob, the pilot, the CT, because he has a big channel. But neither of them either respect his opinion or want to hear his opinion. And that's where he finds himself.
Well, he's going to have to get his own channel up and running now because, so... Which will be fun. Hey, look, Stanley's been running his mouth about me for a month and a half, and I ain't said one damn word about him. But that motherfucker yesterday for 8 hours was on there just distorting every fucking thing I said, basically just like CT did. It's like, and it didn't bother me, but I'm going, and the title was,
Look, once again, my name shows up in a Be Brave channel. As much as people think Be Brave has gotten under my skin, I've gotten under his skin too. And just so everybody knows, I'm on my own. John Galt has ejected me from his hood. So hopefully I don't starve. Hopefully I don't wither away and die. But people have been telling me, one person in particular who I've known for quite some time has been going, hey, you know what? You probably need to break away. And folks have been telling John I was bringing down his channel. So now that I'm not on his channel anymore, let's see how well it goes. No, he's not driving analytics. Lupin, you missed a bunch of stuff last night. I basically got ejected from John Galt land. And he happens to be on Be Brave's channel. And they're trashing me and Bob and all kinds of people. And I'm going to wait a little bit for Ryan. If Ryan doesn't show up, I'll go ahead and review the Sociology 101 thing from Penn State, which is actually pretty good. But I just wanted to see, out of morbid curiosity,
Join my stream.
what they have to
And
say.
again, like he had nothing to talk about on his stream but you. He could have talked about anything in the world, anything on his mind. He didn't. But here he is, after having ended his stream, he comes over here. Look what I had to do to him to get rid of him. Do to niggas to get them to go away. Look, come on, man. They go away, man. They go away. Man. Look what I had to do to this nigga to go away. Look. Wait. Come on, nigga. Give me a soundboard. Mic check. 1, 2. What is it? Go away, motherfucker. Go away.
Yeah.
Go away. He'll be back.
John can't stand the heat.
It's the problem, I think. You know, I think.
No, hold on. You do understand that. You see this behavior by blacks, bro?
Yeah, I do. But this is what I was trying to say earlier. But nobody it's hard to get a word out.
Yeah, I mean these blacks are really amazing, bro.
And there's nothing towards Mr. Cross. There's nothing towards him. I don't agree with everything he say or none of that. It ain't about that. It's just about you can't.
You gotta talk like this. Oh, you want.
Yeah, well, bottom line is
do this shit over and over. Anyone see this? It was over and over for probably 30 minutes of me putting Stanley.
Yeah. What it was is I decided to end my stream because I've been going about 9 hours and go over to John's stream just to fuck with him. And seems like it worked. What's up, Joshua? How you doing? So anyway, that's what's happening in the world. So I'm going to go ahead. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and do what I want to do and hang out for a bit. I do want to talk about this. And I don't know if you all are familiar with this particular channel. It's called Soch 119. It's basically the sociologist that puts his Sociology 101 course online, teaches at Penn State. And I occasionally look at it when the topic's something that I'm interested in. And it's actually a guy named River of Hate, one of Hood Conservatives people who put me on to this. And it was a good find, a good recommendation from him. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll play it. And then I have a politics chat that I want to look at after that. It's going to be a bunch of history, sociology, and tomfoolery. But I'm kind of winging it, hoping that Ryan will show up. If he doesn't, we'll sally forth.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming.
And I believe that
realize you promised.
I believe they're talking to some Korean people visiting.
Okay. So I'm going to start. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, we did have an historic election. The lead up to the election, even the past 4 years, has been pretty historic and notable to most people in the U.S. and certainly in the world. So we're here to talk about that historic election, but I think our biggest takeaway, I think, is that this is probably not a 4-year cycle or an 8-year cycle. Thanks for that. A 4-year cycle or an 8-year cycle. We actually think that this is part of huge 50-year cycles. And so that makes it even more significant. And so there are a lot of factors that come into what made this election happen and what makes it unique. And we're going to talk about a few of those. And there's many, many other people talking about a lot of these factors as well. But we're going to do our best just to simplify what we see as some of the important pieces. So you want to take it from there?
Yeah, and we are not directly going to talk about Korea. That we are instead, we're going to tell you what we see happening in the United States. And so as we, at the end, when you have some questions, then we can answer questions about Korea and the implications for Korea, okay? Because we think it's really, it's just valuable to understand kind of what is happening.
And can I just say before we start, I just heard this statistic this afternoon. So a study from this battleground group that just basically been looking at polarization in the United States. And if you know anything about what's been happening, this is a scale that goes from 0 to 100, with 100 being we are close to a civil war, because that's what a lot of people have been talking about in the United States. And that number among Americans has been in the 70% type for percentage. So Americans are thinking we're like 70% are toward that civil war. Mm-hmm. As of today or yesterday, it's down to about 60%. Mm-hmm. So we're seeing some kind of calming effect is what people are saying in the United States at this moment after the election. So that's just interesting to think about as we go into the more polarizing aspects.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
that's good.
Just heard it today.
So here is this is, you know, just to frame something that does impact Korea. And in fact, it impacts the entire world. In the United States, this was the beginning of the Great Depression in the United States, okay? In which the economy just went downward for a long period of time. And the way we dealt with that is we invested a lot of government money into the entire society. So we built up so many parts of society: the roads, infrastructure, education, business, so many different things, okay?
Well, can I say, just to also frame what you're saying, you might wonder, why are we going back to 1933 when what a lot of people are seeing is that something about the election of this president, Donald Trump, and his previous election are showing us something about the character of Americans, or something about the temperature of the United States. It's people, and like something dark emerging, right? There's a lot of talk about that. And I think the point of going back is that what we're also starting to realize is many things that have been invisibly affecting the population, which is, and I think that's why you're saying you're going to talk about why we're here. So a lot of people are like, it's just the character of the Americans or the people who voted. And there's a lot more going on. And that's why we're starting in 1933.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so think about the government collects tax money from the people, and the government then invests that tax money into building society, not just letting private business do that, but the government grows, and it takes that tax money and it plays a direct role in building up society, okay? This is more of what we talk about is a socialist-oriented society, okay? A big, strong government. So, and all of that happened in the US. Well, we were also around the world in different ways, but this is how when the US grew really strong. In the early 1980s, there's this term called neoliberalism. And liberalism is about freedom. And what happened was the United States and the Western world, the European countries, turned toward a global free market and deregulation. So meaning that the governments backed out of, they no longer played a direct role. They played less of a direct role in building up society. And in fact, and In fact, they let businesses just go. They deregulated, so the government had very little, governments had less control over businesses, and businesses just went all around the world. And so what that meant was so many opportunities for the United States and for Western countries. People, they left those countries and they went other places. And what that means is that some people got rich by investing in other countries around the world, including Korea, including China, including Africa, including all over Asia. So whereas the automobiles that used to be made in the United States were not by American workers, were not made in the United States by American workers. They were made in Mexico, or they were made in China, or they were made some in Brazil, okay? So that means the world opened up. But what happened, but there's some things that happened. And so now we've reached the end of that expansion, okay? We can't go any further. It's like a rubber band. We pulled it really far, and now it's coming back. And Donald Trump represents the end of neoliberalism and moving back in this kind of direction, okay? Whereby this, you follow, okay? So we come back in a new direction. All right.
There's a lot more to say.
There's so much to
But this
say.
is why we're saying 50 years cycles, right? Because it's like, you see that something has changed in 2024 for this era.
So why don't you, can you explain that?
No, this is you.
Okay.
So, yeah, this is you. But I still want to keep saying that when we think about, we in the United States think about what has been happening in our political world, it's very gossipy and what would you say, like,
Yeah.
read a word.
We think it's about personalities, and it's not about personalities. It's about big issues.
But some people will say, this is just about racism. That's it. Like, this is not, not all people in the United States, not many actually are talking about this. Many, some are, but many are saying this is literally an election that's about racism, because you would never vote for Donald Trump if you weren't a racist, right? And a sexist and all of these other things. So I just want to say that we are talking about this
tell
in
me
the context
how that's wrong.
Of saying individual people are listening to candidates and they're going and they're casting their ballot. And a lot of us think that it's about character and not about any of this other stuff. And so this is what we in the United States are starting to.
Well, what can I say, Lupin? Dad tossed me out. But it's, all things happen for a reason. And I've been pushing John Galt's boundaries for months. I'm surprised it lasted this long. But bottom line is there were folks saying that, oh, well, Stanley's ruining the channel. Well, motherfucker, how can you ruin a channel that is full of fucking racists? Was I ruining it because, I try not to be a racist? Hey, it was good while it lasted. And, no hard feelings. I push the boundaries, but that's what I do. I test people's patience. And just ask my mother, God rest her soul. Yeah, I tested her patience all the time. But you know what? I'll survive. I have a channel, and StreamYard is not a John Galt entity. Maybe not. The thing is now I have to work harder. I might have to actually find my own videos, and I'm setting up StreamYard as we speak, and so some of the accoutrement I'm gonna have to go and recreate, but it's not rocket science. So we go. If you, yeah, well, Lupin, I'll survive. I wake up and heard them. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, let me tell you something. I may show a portion of John showed up on Nightish's channel this morning and got a rude awakening. People just weren't going to put up with his bullshit. And um I have no idea. Yeah, white quarterbacks are superior. That's a John thing. Basically, he talks about being able to step back in the pocket in the classic quarterback and all that bullshit. But so we go.
Uncover. And this doesn't say it's to the exclusion of any of those other causal pieces, but it's actually quite fascinating to see some of this.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is, my mind is just spinning. Look here. This is household wealth in the United States in 1989. So kind of toward the beginning of neoliberalism. You have $20 trillion of household wealth in the United States. And look at how it starts to grow. Oops. Okay, look at it grow. And look where it is today. Oh, $140 trillion.
Yeah, I saw him on Night.
Look how much wealth we've generated in the United States. But now,
yeah, I don't get it.
Represent, okay? The green, the latest green.
Dirty dude, I literally thought, and Jalen, what's his name? Jalen Hurts, went to Alabama. John's from Alabama. I honestly was stupid enough to think, well, you know what? Two black quarterbacks in the Super Bowl, one is going to win a Super Bowl. I thought that, John would change his mind, but John is John. What's up, Uncle Fatty? How you doing? Good to see you.
Green is the top 0.1% of the richest 0.1% of the population. Okay. And this is the richest this is the richest 1% of the population, okay? Then you have the next 10% and the richest 40% and the poorest 50%.
Speak radio,
that's exactly if you line up all Americans in a row and you cut that by the poorest American to the richest American, and it's a huge line, 100 miles long. And you cut it in half. And you take the poorest 50% of the people, and they are the yellow, and everybody else is on the other side. Okay? So go to the next slide. Okay. So here in the yellow, from here to here, this is how much wealth the wealthiest 10% of Americans have. They have that much wealth. All the way from here to here.
Interesting point.
You can look at the
Dirty dude. I'm gonna go and take a look at my son's birth certificate. Do they even put race on birth certificates now? Let me go have a look.
1% of the population has this much wealth. And look at the poorest 50% of the population. Can you see where they are down here in the yellow? So all of this wealth got created, but the poorest 50% of Americans got none of it. So you have all of these poor people. So neoliberalism.
Actually, you just have 50% of the population.
50%.
You're calling them poor people, but it's 50% of our half of the population.
Get very little. So all of this business, so this goes back, just to neoliberalism. We went all over the world and created enormous wealth. In the poorest people, 50% of Americans got almost none of it. Okay? So the question you have is, who are these people and what are they thinking?
It's one of the questions.
What's another question?
Well, it's not a question. It's actually one of the things that we're thinking about and that we're talking about is that the new administration coming in, this is no secret, this is nothing new, has realized that this half of the population is not getting attention. Not only is not getting attention, but is feeling the pain of this incredible amount of wealth generation, but not getting it, not benefiting from that wealth, right? So you have a lot of grievance if you have 50% of the population feeling like they're missing out on the American dream, right? And at the same time,
to be honest, I have no
there's
idea.
another cultural flow going on, which is
I really, I do need to do some kitchening, like cleaning up the kitchen, the dishes. But honestly, I don't really have any plans. Could be forever. Let's see here. 14 billionaires that are all white. 14 cabinet members. Yeah.
about culture and it's about the people of the United States. And it's saying that there's marginalized groups of people in the United States, right? Think racism, sexism, hetero or homophobia, all of these things that have been the conversation, but we have to not forget about. In fact, we have to bring into the center of our culture marginalized groups of people, right?
Can you explain marginalized to people who don't speak English?
I'm sorry. People who have been out of the center of wealth and power and representation, right? So people have thought of the United States as a white country, right? And so there's people that are of all different ethnic backgrounds who have not been a part of the American dream. They have not had as much wealth, they've not had as much opportunity, they've not had as much power, right? And so the conversation over these past 50 years in the United States has been very focused on racism, sexism, et cetera, right? And so
hold on, I'll find the video.
You have so you have marginalized people, right, from ethnic groups, racial groups, women, et cetera, who are saying, we need to get more
power.
We need more power. We need more wealth. We need to be accepted into the center of the culture. And yet, at the very same time, you have 50% of the population, many of them, which we'll show you, white people.
Half of them are white.
And they're also not getting the American dream in some different ways and some similar ways. And so there's something going on that people who are, our leaders are paying attention to these grievances, but certain groups, certain politicians, certain leaders are paying attention to the cultural grievances, like people who should also be in the center, not just white men, right? But then in the past 8 years, we've seen, in our case, the Republican Party start to pay attention without saying it to these people, right? To the people who wealth has left their towns because business has left and has gone to the other side of the world while making all of this money for the people at the top, right? So you have these clashing forces that are not being talked about together.
So when you think about the United States, you have to think about the richest people and the poorest people, because we have a lot of poor people. The United States, people have very different thoughts about many different things, and it depends on where you are here. And mostly you here in Korea, when you meet an American, you don't need these Americans down here because they can't afford to come to Korea. They're not thinking about Korea. They're
And you
not
also-
traveling.
And you also just don't even see them because we don't show this group of the half of the population to the world because they're not interesting. They're not, I mean, I say that sarcastically, right? It's just ordinary people, ordinary lives, struggling with their families and their 3 jobs, etc.
So,
Right.
so as business went out around the world for 40 years and made lots of wealth, so much wealth in the United States, that wealth ended up here on these very, very small numbers of very wealthy people again. And you have all these millions of people, got none of it. It's half the population, okay? So here. So Trump, a populist person, is someone who appeals to large numbers of people in the population. It's just like a K-pop idol or something. They start to get followers. And the more followers they have, the more people say, hey, wait, why are you following that person? Maybe I should pay attention to them. I should follow that person. And then more people follow. And then they start speaking to the followers. They start saying the things that the followers want them to say. And then more people follow them. And then they say more of what people want them to say, and more people follow them. And then they start to grow, and their reputation grows, and everything they do grows. So he is an economic populist because he's talking right here to these people. That's half the population, and they vote. And so this is what Dr. Lori is saying. Pay attention. It's really, really important.
And the way that started, I think, which I admit to being one of those people that was surprised, but 8 years ago, 12 years ago?
8 years ago.
8 years ago, was immigration into the United States. So some of you who are following this, you know this already, right? That Donald Trump just came into the president's office with this idea that we have a huge immigration problem. And that is why that 50% of you, or he's not saying the numbers, that's why you're all feeling the pain of economically, because immigrants are here and there's too many of them and they're taking your jobs. And so, whoa.
Yeah, and those people, the rich people, even though he's rich, even though he represents the rich, it doesn't matter because he's not speaking about what all the rich people have done. He's simply saying what you have lost. So he never says, oh, you missed out on all these opportunities, and it's because of these people.
And isn't that perfect, right? Because a president isn't going to only get elected by these people. They have to also get elected by these people, right? So we can use immigrants to show that there's something really wrong happening here economically, but it's just them. They're the problem and we can do something about it, right? But we don't have to talk about any of this. This just is because, we don't want to reveal that part of the problem. We're just going to reveal that, that part of the problem. So it's fascinating, really.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and it happens everywhere. Populism happens like this all over the world. Okay, here. Look at the GDP of China. Now look at when neoliberalism begins in the, gross domestic product, right? So, this is so small. And then look at it grow, right? In billions of US, thank you. And look at it, watch China take off, early 2000, and then almost catches up to the United States. So now we have a problem that we generated all of this wealth, okay? That's a lot of wealth. But so did China. Oh. So now, what do we do about that? And not only China, look at these countries here. World superpowers in 20, by the way, look where Korea is. Okay? This is done by this Ray Dalio recently. Now, look at the United States. This is total strength. And it's based on exports, trade, education, GDP, military strength, foreign reserves, how much money you have in reserve, growth projected. Well, what's the likelihood that you will keep growing? So the blue is total strength and the white is per capita strength. So this is just based on total strength here is the list. Look at the US. The US used to be, compared to these other countries, way, way, way down here. Okay? But now, neoliberalism has allowed all these countries to catch up in a different way. So you understand now there's a big competition. And the people down here are feeling that. Because the money that would have been theirs, the money that would be theirs, that would allow them to buy a big house and a new car.
It's a decent house.
Decent house.
Decent car, and pay their health care bills.
Pay and have a good pay. Now that money's going to people in China, the Eurozone, Germany, Japan, Korea. And some of the money's here in Korea. So your economies, so much growth, so much has happened in Korea in the past 40 and 50 years. But if we didn't have the kind of international growth that we had, much of that money would have been back in the United States, because the United States would have gotten, all these people in the US would have gotten wealthier.
So now imagine that you're a voter in the United States and you're not a political scientist, you're not following market trends, you're living your life, you're raising your family, you're going to school, you're doing whatever. And somebody comes and they say, I know what your pain is, right? As we just said, you're struggling, you shouldn't be struggling. The problem is actually two things. It's immigrants who you can see, and if you can't see them, we're going to show them to you. Immigrants are taking your jobs, they're taking our money, and China.
China.
And
we don't ever say Korea, by the way.
And no, it's China.
The free growth of the free market. 80% of Americans were white. And now it's down to less than 60%. So that means if you're white in the United States, and especially if you're here, let me just go back here for a second. I want to show you something. Especially if you're down here and you're white, imagine what you see. You see lots of people who are Asian, Hispanic, Black, Middle Eastern, Native American. You see lots of these people growing in numbers, and you're losing possibilities, but you're seeing the growth of these populations. So you naturally think, the fact that I'm losing must be related also to all of these people.
Wow.
The growth in these people. It must be what Lori said. It must be their problem. It's the immigrants. It's Chinese. It's these populations.
Uncle Fatty. Oh shit, that's a show
So I just
title.
wanted to give you some real numbers just so that you have some
That
of
is
those real
funny.
numbers to make sense.
Yeah.
Right? So just so you can see, 38 million people, individuals living in poverty. This is 2022, right?
And 38 million people. Korea has a population of 51 million. We have 38 million living in poverty in the US. So, think
This
about the
is
United
poverty
States.
too, not working class. This
Yeah.
is poverty.
People are really struggling.
So, and then, I don't know, you win the presidency. The point is, we're just trying to tell the story that there's a lot more going on than some of the conversation in the United States, which has been, and it's definitely changing. It's definitely shifting after this election. That this is really about character and things like racism and sexism. And certainly those things are in the mix for sure, right?
No, but if you think if you're experiencing a lack of possibilities, you're going, when you all graduate, those of you who are students, when you graduate from KU and you're looking for a job, and maybe some of you will have a more difficult time finding a job than other people. In the end, you will all find jobs. But when you have a difficult time finding a job, you're going to blame something or somebody. Like you have to, what's the problem here? Someone is to blame. The politicians, the owners of businesses, somebody is going to get blamed. And so there's a lot happening right here. This is what Lori is talking about. So the cultural populace.
And this, go ahead. I just want to say that one of the things that we've been fighting about in the United States, really, and that we have been dangerously separating ourselves, one group from another, is the idea that so this is from the left, who could possibly vote for the Republican Party right now? And there's certainly a lot of characters and a lot of disruption and a lot of chaos, right?
Yeah, not us. We're not asking that question, but many people do. Yeah.
And to the point that, we know our neighbors and friends will say, I'm not even talking to people who have a Donald Trump sign or who I even think voted for Donald Trump. I'm not talking to them. I can't talk to them. I'm afraid of them. This is really dangerous in a culture, right? To have half of the people be people that you think are insane or not even people you want to talk to, right? And so, but this question that many have been asking is, how could you possibly vote for Donald Trump, right? But when we tell this story about these economic pieces, you start to understand, you can ignore a lot of things about Donald Trump if you're thinking that this person or this party might have your better interests in mind economically, right? Or they've convinced you that that's possible. We don't know that.
No, that they do. They're a change. They're making a change. They're saying, listen, all these jobs that went overseas, now we're going to bring them back home. So all of the jobs that went to Mexico and then went to China or went to Korea or gone to North Africa or Europe, we're going to bring these jobs back home. We're going to go back to the economy like it used to be. And who didn't do well over the past 40 years, you're thinking, this makes a lot of sense. So we will put tariffs on China. We'll put tariffs on Korea. So if you want to sell a car in the United States, we're going to put a 15% or a 20% tariff on the car. And that's going to be more difficult for Korea, for Hyundai, for Korea to sell Hyundais and Kias, or to sell LG electronics or Samsung electronics and LG refrigerators and one thing after another. It's going to be more difficult. So if you're a poor American, that makes sense. Of course.
Even if you're not a poor American, it makes sense. And that's actually interesting, is what we know now after the election is that in every category that we're talking about, cultural category, ethnic group, and others, the Republican Party made gains, right? So typically we're talking about more Hispanic people, more Black people, more Asian people, more women. In every one of those categories, that they gained more votes. And so we're talking right now about one factor, right, which is poor people, but not just poor people. In all of these categories, they told a story that has been convincing to enough Americans that it's like, wait a minute, this isn't working anymore.
So including compared to when Donald Trump ran in 2016, and then Donald Trump ran in 2020, and now in 2024. More Korean Americans voted for him in 2024 because Korean Americans are thinking about Korea, but they're thinking about themselves. And they're watching, the same thing is happening to them as is happening to other people. So, you know, you can look at Korean Americans and say, well, yeah, they're really happy to see Hyundai Motor Company, for example, right, sell more cars around the world. And that makes them proud as a person who has their roots in Korea. But they're thinking about their lives. I have to bring a paycheck home, and I want to buy a house, and I want to buy a car, and I want to buy these things. So I have to think about myself. And so we're watching, you know, Donald Trump gains more votes in all of these populations, which is what Lori just said.
And I think we should pause here.
Yeah, I just want to.
No, I think we should.
Yeah.
We can come back to this if it.
Yeah.
But I think what we don't know because we're living this with everybody else. But it seems to me, and Sam, I don't know if you see this as well, but it seems that the reason that this is so historic is because what has, for the past 50 years, we'll say, defined the United States economically and culturally is changed. It has changed, and it is going to change the face of the United States, how we understand ourselves, how we define ourselves culturally, as Americans, as people of different heritages in the back, you know, in addition to that, it is going to be and it is a fascinating time. And it's also really, there's a lot of conflict and tension that's going to get, I don't know, worked out. Some of it's going to get worked out and some of it's going to get more intense. People will lose, people will win. But I think you're going to see a different United States. And I hope that it's mostly better, even though many people are thinking that may not be the case. But many are thinking it will be the case, 50-50. We've got a great split. But do you want to say a final thing?
No. I think
Awesome.
We can take some questions.
Yeah, just comments or questions.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your presentation. I have a question regarding trust in institutions, let's say FBA or CDC. It seems like that trust has shifted from top down to bottom up. So now that populists, for example, Joe Rogan and big podcasts.
Hold the mic closer.
Yeah, sorry. It seems like that trust has shifted from big institutions like CDC, FBA to, let's say, RFK, Trump, or Joe Rogan, for example. What do you think about that, and what do you think about the role of institutions in the future?
Well, the trust has been radically shifting in the US over time. So that so many more Americans don't trust anything. They don't trust institutions, they don't trust education.
Yeah, and this is rather interesting. I mean, a republic is essentially built on institutions, and this is actually the most troubling thing. We are in more trouble than people are. Well, I'm gonna be blunt. I think we're in more trouble than people are educated to realize. If you know what a republic is, and you've read Edmund Burke, then if you know, you know.
They don't trust healthcare.
And by the way, Donald Trump is a major contributor. And Steve Bannon kind of laid out the plan, flood the zone. We don't even trust Bureau of Labor statistics numbers anymore. And everything is in flux, and it's going to continue. I wonder if it can be, if Humpty Dumpty can be put together again. I'm not sure that it can.
Don't trust anybody or anything. And they definitely don't trust the legal system or politicians. I mean, it's not that they don't trust, but the levels of trust are declining. And that's true all over the world because of the internet. more and more people can get on the internet and see things that they can, that leads them to question all of these institutions. Okay. But in the United States, what we have are just the emergence of these big web personalities and media personalities that for some reason people increasingly put their trust into them, but it doesn't last because very quickly they move from one person like a Joe Rogan, let's say, and they move that trust to somebody else. And so it's also very destabilizing. It's very unstable because we don't know who Americans are going to trust at all. So, and this is an issue here in Korea, but not so much because you have much more trust. You think you don't. Like I talk to Koreans and Koreans will say, well, I don't really trust my politicians, but you do compared to many countries around the world, especially, the United States, a great deal of trust.
I think it's an interesting thing that institutions can be trusted to last because that's their job, right? However effective they are or authentic and trustworthy the individuals are running them is one thing, but you can trust them to outlast you and most of us. So, but I think what's interesting in the United States is that the Democratic Party, which has been the more of the critics of the institutions, right? The left has been more of the critics. Now, in this moment, we have much more activism on the right, on the conservative side. And so now you have Democrats or more liberal people actually defending the institutions, which is
defending the banks,
utterly fascinating.
and big business,
the rule of law and all of these things. And so I really do think that if we can hold it together, there's something better that will come next, right? But it's just about holding this tension where we are really seeing each other in such adversarial ways. So anyway, the institution question is fascinating, and who knows what's going to happen.
Okay, we won't answer the next question so long.
Yeah, we won't.
So we get as many as possible.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your speech. I'm student in Dongguk. I major in philosophy and real estate. So
Wait, what is it? Philosophy and
real estate.
Real estate.
Real estate.
oh, interesting.
That's
Okay.
a big area. And are there any other real estate students here?
Real estate.
Yeah.
Oh,
Couple.
okay.
All right.
Couple.
Yeah, we know each other.
Okay.
My thought is why Trump is won the election. That is, Trump suggests of identity of America. So, for example, Korea, we are not multicultural, multiracial country, and U.S. is big multicultural and multiracial, heterogeneous country. So it's a little bit.
Guys, I know this might be kind of dry, but to nerds like me, this is fascinating. So please bear with me.
Different cultural base, so people need some sense of belonging. So I'm the American, I'm the US people, so I think Trump suggests the idea of what is America. He usually say, make America great again. So that phrase make people feel I'm American, America is a great country, and some white supporter concentrated because of the strategy of Trump. So that is my opinion.
Okay. Do you?
And I just think that it's important what you're saying, because I think, and Sam just referred a minute ago to the internet as the reason for something. And I think all around the world, truly the web and the fact that we can communicate and also travel to each other but mostly communicate in real time, anywhere in the world, has been destabilizing to identity, for one, right? Like, what does it mean to be a person of this nation or that nation? And then all of the immigration refugees that have been in the presidency. The point is, moving around the world, there's a real feeling of like, who are we? and what is stable in the world, because things are changing so much. And so anyway, I do think that there is something that Trump's story is appealing to say, be Americans, right?
So also, with this neoliberalism comes globalization. So the United States, we've been teaching ourselves in the United States to, hey, think globally, like think inclusively, think about bringing in all of these other ways of seeing the world, our media, our advertising, everything is very, very, very multicultural. So in our universities, everything is about multiculturalism. So, when you see advertisements for Penn State University, every student is represented. You have an Asian student, and you have an African student, and you have an African American student, and you have a gay student, and you have a Mexican student. It's just everything. So this Make America Great is a way to somehow put the emphasis back on everything. But keep in mind here, I'm going to show you something. Many of these people here, they also voted for Trump because the United States is not like Korea. You really can be born in Korea, move to the United States, and live in the United States and become a citizen, and people will look at you and say, like, oh yeah, you're an American. Like, yeah, okay, sure, you're an American. You have your citizenship now, you're an American. They will look at you and they will see you as an American. In Korea, if I become Korean, it's still really difficult for Koreans, or like these two gentlemen right here, if they stay in Korea, and it will be difficult. Koreans in 30 years, they'll still be asking you, like, hey, do you like kimchi? Like, you could be here 30 years and you'll still wonder, well, wait, but are you Korean? Can you speak Korean? Do you like kimchi? Because Korea is a very monocultural society. But the United States is a multicultural society. And so it's just very different. So Make America Great Again doesn't mean make America white again. It means emphasize
And to some
America.
people it does.
To some people it does, but that's not really what it is. It's make America. It's like take some of the wealth that is being generated in all of these places and generate it back in the United States. Make America a much wealthier
Superpower again.
A superpower again. We're almost no longer a superpower. China is almost the world's superpower, and China will become the world's #1 economic superpower. It's only a matter of time. And Americans realize this. And so, for people, that's very... Okay, hang on, that was a long...
Yeah, remember how you said it was going to be a short answer?
All right, what's the next question?
Thank you for your lecture, and I'm majoring in political science and we're at state together. Yeah. So my question is, in the short term, it sounds very persuasive and informative for the world 50 people in America to vote for Donald Trump. But when we think in the long term, I think there's a possibility that America is likely to lose the control and power all around the whole world because he wants other countries to pay more. Yeah. So my question is, what do you guys think about the Donald Trump diplomacy policies, especially creating, supporting other nations and taking care of them, and what will happen during Donald Trump's term?
Well, we will. During this next 4 years,
I kind of understand that sentiment, Kelvin, but I think America right now is kind of shooting itself in the foot. So, yeah, 30 plus years. Um, but we'll see.
Trump administration will want to spend and definitely spend less money on foreign aid and helping other countries, for sure. We saw that in the first Donald Trump administration, and we will see it here. And of course, there are many people who are saying that's a bad idea because, we need more, we need to help more. But then what Donald Trump is going to say is, hey, you know who needs to spend more on foreign aid is China. And for some of these countries, we need to see. Now, of course, the Eurozone and Germany and Japan, they spend a lot on foreign aid to poor countries. But he's still going to say, they're still going to say, but we spend too much. And of course, China spends a lot, but China also has foreign aid that's tied to things, just like the United States had. So it's like, well, and what this means is this. I'm going to say this because I think this will have value, even though I'm going on. But it's like, we're spending money in Ukraine to fight Russia, to support Ukrainians. Okay, so let's say the administration and the government just came up with $130 billion, I think it was, to give to Ukraine. So you think, wow, that's a lot of money. But of that $130 billion, 125 of it is simply the US government giving it to US companies to make weapons to send to Ukraine. So we're not giving Ukraine something. And when we give money to Sudan, because Sudan is in a drought and in a food crisis right now, what we're doing is we're buying food and water from US farmers and we're sending it to Sudan on US ships. You see, so that's what China is doing. That's what everybody does. That's what Korea does when you have foreign aid.
And we don't know. We're going to find out, right? It's a very unstable time. And I think we're going to see not just Donald Trump, but he's got a lot of new people in positions of power that we're all just going to see. Some things are going to work and, certainly some things are not. And who knows?
First of all, thank you for the show. My major is biotechnology, and as we know, and as I think you might know, the Korean birth rate is getting lower, and our population is getting lower too. So, in my opinion, and I hope that we must go to more globalized or multicultural. But as you said, our Koreans are more conservative for other foreign peoples. So I wonder that the ways that American going to be a multicultural in more detail.
Wait, you wonder, say the last part again?
I wonder that the way that Americans being there's some open to the foreigners or they think about themselves as Americans. So either way in details, more details.
Can I say something to it? I don't know if this is going to be exactly what you're wanting to hear, but I'm really interested in Korea for the very reason that you're talking about, and because I've spent so much time in this multicultural world and thinking about how groups come together. And what I've been thinking is that I think one thing that we have not done in the United States, and I think could benefit Korea, is giving people who are not Korean born, who will come here to work and to support, the economic growth of Korea, giving them a path to citizenship, meaning not citizenship because you get a passport, but actually becoming Korean. And, it's hard to talk about that without it sounding like I'm not talking about the DNA of a person, but I'm talking about what makes somebody an American, what makes somebody a Korean. And in the United States, we know that it is not about your bloodline, right? And so I don't think we've done a good job of saying, yeah, you can have a passport, but it's not about a passport. It's about how can we bring you into the center of our culture? You may come from a very different culture, but what does it mean to be an American and how can you become one? And I think that's the challenge for Korea, that you can learn from our failures.
Yeah.
And I think that there's something to that, because nobody wants foreign people who don't live like them, think like them, act like them. But what if we made it a real goal and a real process to actually become Korean? And that means a lot of different things. But anyway, that's what I've been thinking about lately in terms of Korea and multiculturalism and lowering birth rates. So we'll see.
I think it's just, it's kind of what I said earlier, that it's happening here in Korea, right? There are more foreigners. There are more people who don't look like they have ancestors who are from Korea. And the more you see them, the more you get used to it, the fact that it's possible to not have ancestors who are Korean and still be Korean. But it just takes more time. And we have a lot of time.
And it's not just time.
It's
about
time,
integration.
but time is what that allows it to happen. Here, but if you look at these, I don't know, I must try to touch it with my. Yeah. Okay, so that's all right, another question. Do you have a microphone still? Okay.
So, Jerry, I'm sorry that my question maybe sound like short-lived. Why do some Americans tend to divide themselves into minority groups and then they fight for the privileges of the minority group to which they belong? Is the existence of minority groups is an ideological weapon?
Okay, so here.
Wow, that's such an intense question.
That's a really
very insightful.
So, okay, I'm going to take a stab. I'll try to do this. The United States, from very early, the origin of the nation has been built upon people from different parts of the world coming into the United States. And even all the Europeans who came into the United States, if we just go there, they were all from different parts of Europe. So they weren't white people. They were Hungarians and Italians and Danish and Swedish and French and English. They were all coming in, and we've been working out this minority issue forever. Who has the power? And how can the new group that comes in, who has less power, how can they get some of that power? So this minority idea has been really part of the growth of the US especially over the past 150, 200 years. So it's such a key piece.
And just both things are true, right? There's a need for people to live a decent life and to not feel that, many people minority groups will tell you, and this is true in any country, any culture. If you're a minority group, whatever that is, you won't feel like you are fully respected or fully integrated or fully recognized as a full person. Right. So there is an importance to groups kind of naming themselves and staying isolated in a way because they've been rejected in some ways from the larger culture. So that happens and that's necessary. And can it be used as a weapon? Yes, it can be. And so that's part of the human work of living, is trying to get power for yourself, right? So on one hand, it's like, take care of ourselves. We need to take care of ourselves because other people won't take care of us. And then some of those people will say, no, we demand power. And then you could talk about it as sort of using that as a weapon, right? So it's very fascinating insight. And something that always has to be addressed and dealt with. So what else?
Another question.
All right, one of you.
You have a
I
question?
just want to,
I don't really have a question, but
a comment.
about
I don't know. You're
a comment about the USA or
anything.
Yeah, what do you guys think about the USA? Where are you from, by the way?
we're both from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
Netherlands.
Okay, so it's quite a controversial topic, I would say, to talk about the US, maybe in the Netherlands.
Oh, really?
Oh, well, I think in the Netherlands, the main view on Americans is that they're like a trailer park.
Oh, Americans are-
I don't know if I could say it that way, but yeah.
Oh, that's so interesting. Wait, but can you explain that to everybody else, this trailer park idea?
Do you guys know rednecks?
No.
Okay, I don't know already.
We know that it's not,
Okay.
because we've had this conversation here before.
Yeah.
So just try to say, what is it that how you see that?
Well, in
Netherlands.
general, for me, it's a personal thing. If I think about the US, and a bit of an aspect, I believe that the US is becoming more and more of it portrays itself as a first world country, but I see it more and more as a third world country. Of course, in the way of healthcare, it's very much in front of the rest of the world with experimental treatments.
Hold it.
Okay. The military and industrial complex is, of course, far more advanced than the rest of the world. But I don't know. There's so much poverty, as we just mentioned. 50% in such a big country. It's like the American dream is world renowned. I believe a lot of people want to live in the US, but I think that it's been kind of degrading.
It's
degrading. I
degrading.
believe that if you would live in the US in the 1960s, 1970s, that would have been like the best time ever. I think there wouldn't be a better place in the world. But currently, I think, for me, if I'm speaking for myself, Europe is like the best place. Of course, I really
Europe is the best, it's not Korea, just saying.
Besides Korea, I'm really enjoying my time in Asia. But of course, there's a lot of cultural differences.
But I think what you're saying that's really interesting that I just want to emphasize is that the Dutch at least maybe lead the world in seeing the United States or people of the United States as degraded, and actually having a little more clarity about some of those graphs that we've been showing, which is just interesting, I think, to say, because certainly within the United States, that's a conversation. But anyway, I think that's very cool.
There's also a way. There's a word that I don't know what the word is, but it's like we're not very civilized.
Civilized.
Americans,
Well, the thing is, I do have to say that I'm kind of prejudiced.
Economic parts we were talking about with the history of
I like it when the
multiculturalism
stream
and
goes
race
out.
and all of those issues of minoritized groups. I think I'm seeing that those two, it's not just a simple backlash. It's just that we can't be talking about minoritized groups here and uplifting them.
Actually,
and over
they do in
here
Amsterdam,
have
at
all
least.
these other people who aren't necessarily in those groups who are doing poorly economically and not bring those things together. So it's a backlash, but I feel like it's more of a SOS, like a help, like we can't live like this anymore. And I wish that our population would be able to hear people on the other side meaningfully and respectfully, which I have some hope that we'll be able to do once things settle. But yeah, I mean, that's also a great insight.
because Donald Trump is saying stop being divisive. Stop dividing.
while being divisive
Yeah, he's
himself
being
every
divisive,
minute.
but still,
I mean, he's the most divisive human perhaps on the planet as part of his DNA. I think I was
Oh
gonna
my
say that.
Lord.
So yes, I think that
This
is
is funny.
though underneath
Hey.
paradoxically.
They better pray Donald Trump doesn't see this video. They're not going to have a job. This is funny.
What he's saying is like, can we stop with all the divides? But no, we can't stop, right? There's real things that fuel all of the needs of people, and certainly our leaders can't solve all that.
Yeah.
So anyway,
He's also the word, it's not trailer park, it's
like companies or farms. But I think like for the Americans, I think they'll think like that. Why should their tax be supported to the companies and farms and give it to them? Right. If the money were
My
not
Lord, what is she
actually
doing
given
in
to
that
them,
pocket?
then the government might actually give the money to the people that are poor, or like I said, the people who has poverty. So I think that's one of the reasons. Actually, the Joe Biden couldn't end the war, but the Trump says if he wins the race, he would finish the war in a second.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that?
well, I think you're speaking to what many people think. Just like what Sam described doesn't matter, because you think if you're giving $120 billion in weapons to this country, it's charity.
Yeah, that's
right?
right.
Yeah, so I think that is the experience, and it does feel like things are being taken away. And certainly, that chart that we have, the bottom 50% of the people are likely not benefiting from the arms sales, right? So Americans are, but not most Americans. So
the wealthy America.
Yeah.
She speaks with her hands with a vengeance. It's almost scary. Don't poke your eye out, ma'am.
The people who hold money in stocks, they all benefit. But most of these people, none of them own stocks.
And this is actually, I hope that the aftermath of this election, as it's revealing, and we have to look at a lot of different things and differently, is that I really hope that the Americans will they will face the class differences, right? Because we've gotten really focused on the minority differences between people, and we just conveniently do not look at class and wealth really explains so many things, or give real meaning to a lot of what's happening, and we just don't look at it. So I hope, because I think it would be healthy for us more people to look at it. I know you had a comment.
So I have a question about America only. So based on what you mentioned in the lecture and what you answered, the two things that Trump is economic populist, and the Donald Trump means like end of neoliberalism and regression to the New Deal. It sounds very convincing to the scale of the global trade, because the Trump's main pledge was always reshoring and protectionism. But like when we go back to the scale of the America only, the thing that the Trump is the regression New Deal, the strong governance, to me it sounds like it's very colliding with the traditional concept of Republican Party that we learned in the Korea to now. You know, like the freedom, the night and watch states, and Iraq and such things. So not in America, like none between the Republican and Democraticians are heading to the war, saying about the night and watch states. Like, are they like being similar?
The parties, are they becoming more similar? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I thought it's like
I think all the categories are changing, all the categories. And I think that's also healthy eventually, but right now it's just contradiction and paradox. Because yes, this exactly what if you didn't hear what he was saying is that aren't conservatives usually the ones that aren't really for the strong government, and aren't liberals the ones doing it? Yeah, that's what's happening, like with the institutions, that suddenly the Democrats have to defend institutions, and they would be typically critiquing them. So
Hey, Roz, how you doing?
things are shifting, which is why we think it's such a historic moment.
Well, fancy you show up. Good to see you, ma'am. I was, you know what? I actually had a joke for you, and I forgot it just that quick.
In the United States.
Yeah, so what's the lesson?
They aren't just uneducated and poor.
So I wanted to know that not just the retrieving the industry of distributed to the world, won't they be afraid of illegal immigrants from the outside of the country? That's the reason why they support Trump.
Some people,
yes,
some people just think that, many people have the idea that it's just a bad idea to have people living inside of your country who don't have legal papers. Very much the same in Korea. There are many people who come to Korea, including students, who come on student visas, and they stay, they don't leave. And maybe they just find a way to live here in Korea. And it's not really a good idea. You want to know who they are and where they're living, because if they have problems, you want to help them. If they, you want to know that if you're running the country. And so many people in the United States have the same idea. We have too many illegal people or undocumented people living inside of the country. It's just bad policy. Yeah.
But just to say, many people who voted for Donald Trump are also wealthy, educated people, which is what makes it so interesting, right? So there's it's at least bimodal. One more question? Yeah. Oh, one there and then one here. Two more questions.
I, at least, personally believe that immigrants who came to the United States, of course, by legal, became very powerful and one of the most important driving force for the country for more than a decade.
Centuries.
And, centuries.
I mean, we're all immigrants except for the native, right?
And I can even see that from the historical facts. So, and Donald Trump, who is saying that immigrants are just the bad side, and it's gonna raise the immigrant difficulty, even like legal parts. And I want to know your opinion on what's gonna happen in the future from this decision.
Well, they're going to try to create systems by which many people who do not have documentation are either have to get some kind of documentation or they have to go back home. They're going to do some of that for sure. But it's really difficult, just like here in Korea, how do you find out who's living here illegally? Like who overstayed their visa? Like where do you can't just go knock on doors. It's a lot of people. So it's a very difficult thing to do. And at the same time, all of these people are working. So they have jobs and people benefit from them, so it's going to be a very difficult process. Yeah.
And also, plenty of people that are immigrants, legal immigrants, or their families immigrated legally they voted for Donald Trump. They're connected. I mean, so it's such a complicated piece. It's hard to say anything in simplistic terms, but there will be plenty of people in the United States. The United States will continue to look like it looks, and we'll get browner, as we say.
All other Asian, Hispanic, Black, and poverty could be missing out when we're helping white poverty people personally.
Yeah, and so I think that it's important. I'm glad you said that we're not just talking about that we should just help white people, or anybody's talking about that. Just that they're a factor, right? And that when we often talk about the white population, we're often talking about the privilege of the white population, because of course we've seen the privilege and power, in particular, of white men, how we talk about it. People like you. So yeah, I think that when we're thinking about our culture and our country, we want to think about poor people when we're talking about what are the things that we need to do to help people in poverty, right? But it's just when you start talking, this election is forcing us to look at the United States and look at its people and I think, a fresh way. And I hope that is what happens next.
Awesome.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Hey, nothing like hippie nation. I actually highly recommend. Hold on one sec. I actually highly recommend this particular channel. It's taught out of Penn State. You know, by a bunch of hippies apparently, but it's good stuff. If you are just interested in, either I guess it's sort of funny about being about sociology. It's about everything and nothing. It's kind of a weird topic. I only get interested in it when they're talking about stuff that I'm interested in. They talk a lot about stuff that I'm not interested in as well.
Folks. Hey, folks.
And we're going to watch this a little bit later. I wanted to also take a look at this somewhere. Let's see, where did I put it? Oh, here we are. This, as a parting shot, I will not comment much. I'm going to let this video speak for itself.
Yeah, man, I'm not finna sit up here and defend on niggas I don't fuck with. Fuck pimps. Same thing with niggas be
hippiehaters.com.
Really? I don't give a fuck if he
I
didn't
like
do
hippies.
everything. That nigga's still a scumbag.
Hell yeah, burn him.
Yeah, I don't agree with that concept though. Where JP at right there. Like I do think, especially in terms of social media,
wait for it.
Definitely, men should be challenged. Now,
interesting.
I do think sometimes I'm guilty of it myself, of just taking it there, going a little over the top, pushing the envelope in that challenge. Like I can see where that can get contested, but the actual concept challenging other men intellectually on this platform, nah, man, we need that. We need to be pushed as much as possible to think better and want better. So I don't think there's nothing wrong with actually challenging men on the platform. I don't think that makes you gay. I disagree with that shit.
Yeah.
Come on in.
Wait for it.
Play, it's always a treat when players meet. Judge.
And Roz, I think you were there.
Hood conservative. What's going on with you?
Morning. What's good, everybody?
Everything is gravy. I heard you having that conversation with the Be Brave cat. What was that all about?
Do rich white people
his end of the world discussion about white folks ain't gonna choose black trash. Why is niggas black trash?
Well, that's how he describes certain segments of the community. Some black folk are trash. It is what it is.
Come on with that bullshit, Husband.
Listen, if you want to argue with Be Brave, you argue with Be Brave. Don't put me in to pick at Be Brave. That's some weird
No. I'm
standalone
just
stand-in
asking,
shit.
like, you had a discussion with him.
I did.
What was the point of your side of the discussion? Not Be Brave. Fuck him.
Well, the argument itself was, do rich white people actually care about poor white people? And I was telling him, no, they don't. That was the whole point of the discussion.
Interesting, Uncle Fatty. A
Do rich
retro.
care about
Never heard that term
poor
before.
black people?
That wasn't the discussion. I don't know why you're asking
Well, I'm
that.
not going to put y'all through
I'm just
much
trying to
of this,
understand it.
but
Do
there will
rich
be
white
a
people what?
surprise guest.
Do rich white people care about poor white people?
I don't think they do. They call them white trash. I think they don't give a fuck about them.
Well, that was the conversation we were having.
Okay.
Come on in.
Playing, it's always a treat when players meet.
I like this intro to new panel members.
Let's get this straight though. We got John up here right now. This is a fucking smoke show. I want smoke. It's just some motherfucking smoke. Let's get to that. Wasn't nobody more crushed and hurt than about Be Brave. I guess what he lost his show on Chaotic Channel, so John wanted to attack niggas. So what's happening with you this morning, John?
Nigga, you can't. Why you tell lies? Why do you do that?
You was over there. You damn near cussed me out behind that white boy. That racist Hunter S. Thomas wannabe ass motherfucker. Fuck him. He'll be okay. His white, you say.
And by the way, it's not Hunter S. Thomas. It's Hunter S. Thompson. I meant to tell Nightish that. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. The Curse of Lono. Motherfucker, when I was in high school, Hunter S. Thompson was awesome.
Hey, you said white people is going to be okay because they got all the money and us niggas is fucked up. So why is you concerned about him? He'll always be all right.
Oh, hold on. Let's go one thing at a time. You said
One thing at a time, yeah.
I almost cussed you out, but I didn't. Right?
I got called the hard R.
I call a lot of people hard R. That's not nothing new. Right? and I said I'm very loose with my
You was
words.
crying a little bit though.
Bro.
I don't never want to see a nigga thighs crying about a white man. You had your thighs out crying about that white boy.
Wow. If you're gonna do that, bro, I'll just leave.
Hey, Fatty, Uncle Fatty, I motherfucking used to like make thermoses of margaritas. Hunter S. Thompson, to like a 80s high school boy. This dude, thermoses of motherfucking margaritas for travel. Hunter S. Thompson was hilarious.
No, don't leave. Stay right here. We gonna stay right here.
Because if you're gonna cast aspersions on me, you know that.
You know what, Kelvin? I may have to go back and rewatch that movie. Hunter S. Thompson was a crazy god.
Nigga begging me for a place to live. Let's be honest. I had a 60-year-old fucking nigga begging me for a place to live. I had a poor black trash. I heard you don't allow that word on this channel. I heard you don't allow. I heard you don't allow the black trash, but I showed it to you. I rubbed your face in poor black trash, and I think that's what you niggas are really disturbed about, right? Because I rubbed your fucking face in. Because unlike CT, I ain't got to use no clips and nobody else's content. I ain't got to talk about Dr. Umar, nigga. I got dope of black people. I've been dealing with blacks all my life. I profile how they live on my channel, and nigga, if you want to come. And goddamn,
that's funny, dude. That is funny, Uncle Pat.
I put my clips up. And you tell me what you ain't seeing is black trash on steroids. I showed you yesterday the way a 60-year-old nigga like Stanley Cross was behaving on my channel, and I said, blacks like this create.
Whoa! What did you say about Stanley?
If you let me finish, if you stop being a nigger and cut me off, I know you're if you let me just finish, right? If you watch Stanley's behavior yesterday on the StreamYard that I paid for, and the way he behaved, when I've been more than gracious,
it was inevitable, Ross.
To be on my channel and stream. A lot of shit he said I don't even agree with. I let him out there for over a year. I paid for that motherfucking StreamYard, right? And you look at the behavior.
And this was my mistake. Now, John literally, someone said in the chat earlier that that I was on John Galt's plantation. Look, it's not like I didn't offer to pay half the StreamYard bill or part of the StreamYard bill. When we first started, it was Portia, HB, me, and John. I would be willing to split the bill 4 ways. John paid for it. Maybe he paid for a year. I don't know. But it's not like I was a renter or motherfucker. I have money. John literally gets off on his people he like rents rooms out to. He literally acts like a plantation owner.
He exhibited as a 6-year-old man. That is what is holding blacks back. 6-year-old nigga acting like a 20-year-old nigga. You saw that YN, that 60-year-old fucking YN.
No, that's me.
Nigga, I got motherfuckers from Algeria, sex offenders here in America, paying their rent in the same fucking house that a 60-year-old American boy can't fucking make hate, nigga. And so you don't want to hear about poor black trash nigga, but I show it every day, and it's hard for you niggas to take it. I understand.
Yeah, exactly.
But I wasn't crying. I wasn't no ways near crying, nigga. I ain't got nothing to cry about, nigga. I got a place to live, food to eat, bitches to fuck.
Bitches to fuck.
You take this shit back now, because I wasn't crying.
Wait a minute. Let me understand this properly. You think
because you know I wasn't fucking crying, and I didn't curse you out or disrespect you on it. If I called you a hard ER, I use that word liberally. I call myself that nigga.
So here's the thing. Here's what I said yesterday. I said I'll accept it. I called myself the hard ER. Then I asked you, are you one?
Yeah, I said, hey, I am that.
See, this is the weird thing. I literally grew up in Savannah, Georgia. 2 black parents. My mother from Savannah, my father from South Georgia, small town in South Georgia. The N-word was rarely used. I don't call myself that N-word. It's not a point of pride. It's a word that, remains a pejorative in my mind. So I think these anti-black blacks like John literally are kind of twisted. And if you know John's background, he's a very educated guy. But if you know his background, he is literally his way of being is explainable. But unfortunately, his pathology is now mythologized and on public display.
Nigga,
cool. But let's not say I made anything up. Let's not say I made anything up. You had on short shorts.
What the fuck is I'm in my fucking house?
1 second, sir. I was quiet while you talk. It's my turn now. Let's have a discussion. Nigga, you had on.
You go to sleep.
Let me know when it's my turn. I'm gonna let you rock out. Let me know when it's my turn.
But look, all you got is to criticize my fucking shorts. Okay?
No. Just let me know when it's my turn. That's okay. You had on short shorts crying about be brave. A nigga with a fucking Hunter S. Atomic look and a blue mask on like he's Zorro or some shit. Let that white man go in flames. You don't have to fight so hard for him. Now, if you were talking about yourself, I could understand. But Be Brave is going to be perfectly okay in that fucking shed he live in with all them shotguns. Ain't nothing going to happen to him. Just if CT don't want him no more, you can take him and put a fire Stanley and let Be Brave be there. I don't know why you were so affected by that.
I wasn't affected at all, but I did find it.
Well, what did Stan do other than say "fuck that white boy"?
Well, again, if you watch from last night, you will see it. Watch from last night, you'll see for yourself. See, this is what you're saying. You niggas want to look away at your bad behavior. And you tell me what kind of fucking 60-year-old nigger acts like that. And I would tell you, I got another 60-year-old nigger in my house acts the same fucking way. One got education and he served in the white man's army. But they still
the white man's army.
That's why blacks can't build shit. Nigga, you niggers don't want to look in the mirror and ask yourself this question. And I told when I was crashing out of crying, as you love to say, motherfucker, I said, hey, and all you lack of self-awareness niggers need to ask yourself this question. Why did CT give John Galt and Be Brave the keys to his
That's
channel,
funny.
and he didn't give dumbass niggas like American Man, Ben, Stanley, and all these other motherfucking empty vessel niggers that all they can do is try to chase white women by chasing money. They want to transcend race because they don't like the ugly black bitches that they're with, right?
Oh my
That's Stanley,
God.
that's Bob. That's a lot of these niggas, right? But they can't be honest. Nigga, just to be listen,
Can't be honest,
I say,
motherfucker.
black bitches,
You can't
they
be
never
honest.
I date them though, right? I date them though. These fucking niggas with you, they stop talking about black women while they laid up with white women. And then the thing that's crazy as a motherfucker is that they don't want a white woman that has slept with another lowly ass nigga like themselves. They think they just some unicorn nigga that their black dick is the only one that should have been inside a white woman. That's the only way they take a white woman. If she tells them, I ain't never fucked another lowly ass nigga like yourself. You the first lowly ass nigga I'm gonna fuck. And that's the only way they'll take her. Bob admitted it. So that's why I tell you, these fucking niggers got mental illness. It's mental illness.
Oh my God.
I know you said, oh my God, this all you got, nigga. It's exaltations and oh my God, you can exalt.
I've talked to you before, bro. Like you're the pathetic fool who go and find African women and try to
I'm not gonna cut you, John. I'm not gonna cut you off. Everything you say is golden. I'm clipping the fuck out of this motherfucker. This content right here,
motherfucker. You are just giving me show title after show title this morning, Uncle Fatty. The great replacement theory is strong with this one. That is funny.
This content. God damn it. Every day, nigga. That's because I got it. I don't have to fucking go out on YouTube or Twitter and find it, nigga. I can profile the blacks that live in my houses, nigga. I rub your black ass faces in shit that the blacks let out every day. I air your dirty laundry, nigga, like Bill Cosby said. Right? That's why I don't have to back down.
Though, bro. You don't rent to black American people, remember?
I do rent the blacks. That's what I'm saying. I get to see their fucking black behavior in spades.
No, bro, no. But the last time you had this conversation with me, you told me you don't rent to black American people.
Fucking stupid nigga. When I just had a fucking fundraiser for yesterday.
Hey, calm down.
Now you shut up then. You calm me down. I just had a fundraiser. They can't shut the fuck up. These niggas just they're some stupid motherfuckers, mentally ill motherfuckers. That's what they are. I rented Black America's Hell. Like, nigga, I did a fundraiser 2 days ago for a 60-year-old broke down ass nigga.
Okay, that's great. But yeah, I talked to you on Q Butter channel.
Yeah,
you came over on Q Butter channel and you talking that silly shit.
Yeah, that's right. I came over on Cuba. One time I came over on Cuba. I said, hey, man, I'm about to put out a black bitch. You talk about you love these black bitches. Why don't you come over here and help fundraise black bitch? But you didn't do it.
No, because ain't nobody finna give you no money, bro. If you remember, you had a white bitch sitting in your office that day, bro.
You ain't giving it to me.
In there, bro.
You ain't giving it to me, nigga. You keeping it a black bitch in a house somewhere. Otherwise, you keeping Trump from rounding these niggers up because he rounding up your black homeless nigga. I got video after video on my stream of your black homeless nigga out on the street, bent over, fucked up on fentanyl, homeless, ain't got no jobs, nigga. And please tell me, right? Am I lying about anything, nigga? Is this AI?
I have videos of myself out feeding those people. I don't know why you would need to ridicule them.
Hey, I'm glad you're fucking acknowledging that they exist. I am glad you're acknowledging that this poor black trash exists. Thank you for acknowledging it. Thank you very much. I needed that. I'm glad you
Yeah, but that don't take away from, but don't take away from a person's character because they might not have no money or something, bro. That don't make them bad people.
Nigga, the character is that you black motherfuckers will make us celebrate a holiday for a nigga like Martin Luther King, and then on your Martin Luther Jr. avenues all over America is drug addicts, crackheads, crime.
It's not a John.
Always,
This isn't a performance,
America,
Kelvin.
get lost in Martin King,
This is
fuck up.
John.
Nigga, you no shame having motherfuckers making people celebrate a low life nigga, and you can't even keep one fucking street clean in the neighborhood, nigga. I got too much.
So you got this much issues with your issue with Dr. King? You got issue with Dr. King?
My mom's blocking clean. Fucking nigga. Fuck all you niggas. Right? All you niggas ain't shit. You stupid niggas. You don't even understand the way of the world. You talking about be brave, nigga. I talk to Be Brave on the phone, bro. I'm telling you, you niggas don't know what you don't know.
Who is Be Brave, Knightish? Who is Be Brave?
An old white man.
Oh, no.
You got 60-year-old niggas. Who is these niggas that you can't shut up? You got 60-year-old niggas starting streams talking 8 hours about a poor old white man. That's how low down you are. You can't even talk about
You said a poor old white man?
White, that's what he calls himself. But I think I'm gonna give you a little hint, nigga. I want to give you something right now, some real dirt, something that even Brave ain't gonna tell you. But I'm gonna tell you, if he get mad at me, fuck it. Brave played y'all niggas. He really did.
Hey, bro, that man probably participated in all type of Jim Crow activity, bro. You ain't got no business defending that shit. Let that old ass white man go about his way, fam.
That's what I'm telling the niggas. But the niggas won't listen. They keep making streams and mad about him. But what they don't understand,
Jesus Christ, this is depravity.
Behind the scene, low key.
It sounds like you playing you, bro. It sounds like you over here swinging for him, bro. Chill out.
I don't have any anger. I didn't even mention Be Brave. I've been going off on by blacks, nigga, because that's what you need to focus on. Is blacks. Your dirty, ugly ass black women. Focus on them.
Jesus
your time
Christ.
Was your mother? Are you like? Do you describe your mother that way, my brother?
Spend your time getting the wigs off your black women head.
This is Be Brave on screen right now.
Wow. Drop me for $20, nigga. Drop me for $20. You prove my time. I'm gone, nigga. I should have left before he sent the $20. Then you'd have got nothing, but at least you got $20.
No, this is a smoke show. Don't run. You had to give me opportunity to drop you. Damn it. I want to be able to play this clip and then drop you.
Look, I other than showing the video, I don't really have comment. I think John explained himself. So, by the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure that you support the channel. There's the crawl at the bottom of the screen. Support the show by Cash App, Show Ideas. There's my email address. Show titles are much appreciated. If it makes me laugh, it could be a show title. So there we go. And so we go. So Trump lands in Alaska for summit with Putin, says he wants ceasefire today. And what happened was what I thought would happen. Donald Trump leaves Vladimir Putin summit without a deal in hand. You know what? Trump is Putin's toy. And Donald Trump, I don't even know what's going on here. All I know is Putin is toying with our dear leader. And apparently there's not a goddamn thing Trump can do about it. Let's watch this.
Mr. President, that was very profound, and I will say
very profound, Mr.
We
President.
had a very productive meeting. There were many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll of course call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who
This
come here,
motherfucker looks
Scott,
tired.
John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job.
Putin wore this motherfucker's ass out. It's like, I'm not doing it, Donald. Look at this tired looking motherfucker, literally leaving with nothing. Donald Trump leads Vladimir Putin summit. It's not even a Trump summit. It's a Vladimir Putin summit. This is hilarious. Dude. This motherfucker left with no deal. And look at this picture here. Wait, hold it. Let me go back. I'm sorry. What? I want to go back. Look at Donald Trump. Oh, excuse me. Donald Trump's shoulders are slumped like Charlie Brown after Lucy pulls the football away. Yeah, okay. And here is John doing the same shit on B. Bray's panel now.
That's the dependence of blacks on whites. He says, well, all of us depend on the government. But
Blacks are dependent on whites,
bro,
y'all.
the government, there'll be very few black people working. There's a large number of blacks that are working only for the government. You got to understand that and understand your place in the world. I live in DC. I see it probably more acutely than you see it anywhere else.
Well, I lived in Baltimore for 2 years, and Baltimore, I tell you, Baltimore is like one of the crappiest cities, like in the United States. But here's the thing about.
See, this is what the John Galts of the world. This is why the anti-black blacks are poison to the black community. Knowing our place in the world, what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking racist? Our place in the world is our place in the world, and it might be president of the United States. It might be a janitor in a high school somewhere. Our place in the world is where our intellect and abilities allow us to be. And of course, there has to be some stick-to-itiveness. There has to be some gumption, as my mother used to say. Our place in the world is wherever we have the ability and the will to be. Okay, dependent on whites in 2025 is motherfucking plantation. John is on the Candyland plantation, and he thinks it's where every N-word ought to be. John is limited. And I'm gonna be honest. Hey T, how you doing? John, I feel for John's kids, to be honest, and I won't go farther than that. They're gonna be. I hope they have good baby mamas. I hope their baby mamas are actually good women, because they're gonna have to shield these kids from some of this toxicity. What's up, Angry Snowman? Good to see you. So we're going to go to something boring here, but I'm going to do it because this is my favorite female historian.
All right, let me get into some of your questions. I'm going to jump into things today. Really interesting week that we have had here. Let me start with a bunch of questions and try and pull them together.
Politics chat with my favorite
Hey, folks. Sorry I'm an hour late and more than that. Honestly, I guess a half an hour late. I just finished an interview with California Governor Gavin Newsom, and not surprisingly, because of the things that are going on in his state today, he was running late. And then it just is what it is when you're dealing with somebody who's on the fly. So sorry about that, about pushing us back here. I'm laughing a little bit because somebody just posted that they're from Washington, Illinois. And there aren't many places that I have not heard of in this country. I don't think I've ever heard of Washington, Illinois. I'm going to go look that up. Bellingham, Washington, Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Hey, Deirdre, I'm glad you were there. It was pretty cool, wasn't it? St. Pete, Florida, Columbus, Ohio. I love Columbus. Duluth, Minnesota. Okay, we're all getting here, and today is Thursday, so we don't usually have as many people on Thursday anyway, so we probably have enough to go ahead. Okay, so let me get to some of your questions, and let me start actually with what Governor Newsom did today. Governor Newsom is Gavin Newsom. He is the Democratic governor of California, and there's a backstory here, like there always is in American history. So Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans are pretty clearly very concerned that they're going to lose the midterms in 2026. If they lose the midterms and the Democrats regain control of the House of Representatives, it means that basically Trump can't get away with stuff anymore. And the real issue there is that right now the Republicans only have control of the House of Representatives because they have gerrymandered a number of states. And what gerrymandering means is that people in power draw the districts of their states in such a way that they either pack all of their opponents into one district so that they can have control of the other districts, or they crack their opponents into a number of.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to show this right after I was talking about the Putin summit. It's not the Trump summit. This is an Instagram that made me fucking laugh. Let me see if I can. Oh, excuse me. Blow this up. He is Putin's puppy, but this picture, it says it all. I probably should have. Oops, probably should have shown it first. Look at this shit. Oh man. So let's get back to my favorite female historian.
Number of districts, so they can't win them. And gerrymandering actually started in the early republic. It was started by a man named Elbridge Gerry, spelled Gerry, but we know it as gerrymandering, and both parties have always done it. But in 2010, the Republicans made a real effort to take over a number of purple state houses and then to redistrict them based on the 2010 census. And the census under the US Constitution is redone every 10 years. So what they did was in 2010, they took purple states, and I always look at North Carolina in this because North Carolina is about as close to 50-50 as you can get. And they redistricted it in such a way that the Republicans got a lot more seats than they had earned with votes. And you can see this in a ton of states, but especially in the fact that there are more people from those states, from those gerrymandered states in Congress than were, and in their state houses, than the voters actually elected. So that happens, and it's really happened since 2010. And now at the same time, on the heels of that, a number of Democratic dominated states went ahead and said, we're going to get rid of all this, partisan gerrymandering, and we're going to have independent, citizen-led commissions divide up the states, which is truthfully the way it should be done. I mean, it was a good innovation. But what's happened is that now that Trump recognizes that he is going to lose the 2026 elections even in the voting the way it is now, let alone in a free and fair vote, because we're also facing voter suppression. He went to Texas and he said to the governor of Texas that he wanted Texas to redistrict the state of Texas now, in 2025 before the 2026 elections. Now, a mid-cycle, a mid-decade redistricting is extraordinarily rare. It's happened before in Texas in 2003 when they redistricted under Tom DeLay, and that, in fact, is the year that the Republicans took control of Texas for the first time in a gazillion years. That's not the scientific term, but in a long time. And they've made it so that Democrats could never win again in Texas. So it has happened in Texas before, but it's really unusual. And the idea here is simply to rig the state. And Trump has said that quite openly. He said, I want 5 more seats, out of Texas. And we are entitled to them. Even though that's not what voters voted for in Texas, and so on and so forth. So there's been a real problem, because after that, the Republicans began to look at Indiana, Ohio, Florida, which I don't think they can make that happen because of the Florida Constitution. Maybe I'm wrong. Lord knows they're blowing through everything, all sorts of rules here. But so Texas, Florida, Indiana, Ohio, and one other that is escaping me right now because I'm tired. And with the idea that they would just gerrymander those so extraordinarily that regardless of how the voters voted, the Republicans would keep the House of
Hey, Mo
Representatives.
Loves, how you doing?
Now, what do you do about that? The answer to it that Gavin Newsom has come up with is to call a special election on November 4th of this year, when there were municipal elections already underway, to ask the citizens in California to hold redistricting themselves in 25, 26. I'm sorry, 25 and 26. So this year, before this year and the next election. I'm sorry, I don't really do numbers. I do try. Temporary is the point here. To redistrict the state to get 5 new Democratic seats to neutralize Texas. And the trick to this is that they will only do it if Texas does it. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to threaten Texas to say, it's not worth it to you because we're going to go ahead and do the same thing. And they are asking for a national citizen-led nonpartisan redistricting effort, which the Democrats have supported all along, and the Republicans don't want any part of because their real advantage is in gerrymandering. So it's a really interesting way to sort of say, hey, we're not going to let you keep breaking the rules. We have the power in these big states that really aren't represented anywhere near the way they should be in our national system. We have the power in these big states to say, if you do that, we're going to push back. And it was a really interesting moment for a number of reasons. First of all, because it is
here for the tea. Thank you so much. I frankly love you all. I'm a little bit much to handle. I'm a little dry. I'm a little nerdy, but it's people like you and Mo Love, and Dirty Dude and Lupin Reigen. Look, and Kelvin. We can't forget our YN Kelvin and Uncle Fatty. Funny thing. If I only have 20 people in a chat, those are 20 people I want to talk to. Those are 20 people that rock with me. I don't necessarily need a huge platform. It's something I like to do. So it is nice to support the show. I appreciate supporting the show. There are many ways to support the show. And giving me a show title, making me laugh with a comment in the chat that is going to be a show title, that's a thrill. There's some motherfuckers who are funny in this chat. And give me a good one-liner, you're supporting the show. So, again, thank you here for the tea. And by the way, CKJ3, and Lupin Reiging are the supporters. This show is brought to you by Lupin and CKJ3. They there's some inspiring people that I get to talk to in this chat. And it's funny. I talked to a subscriber this morning on the phone, and I rarely do that. And this is a guy who is literally retired military. He keeps up with stuff, and he said, "Hey, Stan, you know what? Some of the things you bring up, I didn't know. Your perspective on things, he may not agree with my perspective, but I've loved news. I've loved politics. I've loved current events literally since I was in 7th and 8th grade. I used to watch William F. Buckley on PBS as an 8th grader. And so this is what's kind of natural to me. It is literally what I'm interested in. And not everybody's interested in this stuff. And I understand that. But the people who are, people who actually think, people who actually enjoy knowing stuff, few and far between in our America. But you all are appreciated more than you know.
Mechanical way to try and stop the extreme partisanship that MAGA Republicans are trying to force through. But because Newsom appears to have, remember he was for a while, and I've sort of lost track of the
Dirty
months,
dude,
but he was sort of
Dirty dude, I have known you probably longer than anyone in this chat. And motherfucker, you are a brother. You are like just a really salt to the earth guy, motherfucker. One day I'm gonna come up to West Virginia. You won't believe this, but my father's side of the family has West Virginia roots, which I just found out about a year ago. So you are salt to the earth, my friend, and a new sponsor of the Saturday show.
Seeing up to the radical right podcasters and so on, and got a lot of pushback for that, for the things that he that he seemed to be sort of trying to skate closer to the what do you call them? The bro podcasters. I'm sorry, it's been a really long day. I wasn't home when this morning started, but the pushback he got. And I suspect watching other leaders like J.B. Pritzker in Illinois really taking on the Republicans and Americans demanding that the Democrats.
Here is something interesting. Someone told me yesterday that Trump is likely to, interfere with Chicago. And I don't really understand, because Chicago is violent as hell, but it's actually gotten somewhat better. What is going to be interesting, if I had to pick a Democratic nominee for president today, it would be Pritzker. And if Trump goes after Chicago and loses, Pritzker's going to be the Democratic nominee. Pritzker is he is pretty impressive. I want to see Trump go after Chicago, and I want to see how Pritzker reacts. If Pritzker wins, and Trump may not do it, but if he does and Pritzker winds up prevailing, you're possibly looking at the next president of the United States. So, this is me kind of projecting. Probably this scenario probably won't happen. But I can see Pritzker winning against a Donald Trump. Pritzker's a billionaire, by the way.
Stand up and take on the Republicans has made him jump out in front and to really defend the small d democratic principles of the country really vociferously in that speech today that he gave before before his press conference. And so that was interesting, but also interesting was the way that he did it. So if you've been watching him, you know that he has begun essentially to imitate Trump online, which has been remarkably effective. It's not something that I saw coming because it's so over the top. He writes in all, his team writes in all caps. They imitate Trump's grandiose language. So Trump will say, your best president ever. And Gavin Newsom says something like your most handsome governor ever, or whatever. But he's picking up a lot of traction with those. But then crucially, he did a couple of other things that I thought were really interesting in this moment, because, I like to compare where we are with the past.
Yeah, that's a
and
good
one
point,
of the
Uncle
things we see in
Fatty. You
moments
said
where,
it better than I could.
The American people stepped up to protect democracy was their insistence that leaders had to push back. And the leaders who do push back get a lot of positive reinforcement for that. And so when they get positive reinforcement, then more people do it. So I've written and talked about Anson Burlingame in 1856, who was the first Northerner, he's a representative from Massachusetts, to stand up and say, we're going to fight. After the South had been bullying everybody. And
by the way, I'm kind of a latecomer to having a historical lens to look at American politics through. I probably didn't come to appreciate history, the way I do today. Maybe it was 10 years ago. I find looking at today's politics through a historical lens really useful in the way that nothing is new under the sun. The history rhymes sort of perspective. So, this is why I insist on it. This is why I have favorite historians. I find it really useful in in political analysis.
They'd beaten a senator almost to death on the floor of the Senate and so on. And all the Whigs were like, no, we don't want to make anybody mad. Anson Burlingame, who was a junior representative from Massachusetts, stood up and said, that's it. We're going to fight. And nobody now remembers Anson Burlingame. He was very popular at the time. We still have 3 towns in America named for him. If you're from a Burlingame, you probably know this story. But the point is that when people saw how popular Burlingame got in popular culture, they began to imitate him. And you saw the rise of different ways to push back. So anyway, one of the things that Newsom did in that pushback that I thought was really important was he defended the principles of American democracy that he thinks are important. He talked about multiculturalism. He talked about how important that is for economic development. And crucially, he defended his state. Because one of the things that I don't know if it's jumped out to you, but it's really jumped out to me is the degree to which MAGA really attacks America and talks about how terrible America is. Trump led the way, of course, with his American Carnage speech and with his 2016 campaign when he talked about how terrible America was. But, I don't know about you, I'm really tired of hearing about it. That America the United States of America has always had issues, as every country does, because people are going to people. You're never going to get it 100% right. But we do a lot of stuff right. And certainly, I have extraordinary pride in our states where I feel like our people are really well represented. I know I've said to you before, I've always wanted to do a series of letters on state history because lots of people forget how incredibly important their states are and the things that their forebears in those states have done. And I don't like seeing people crap on that. I think it's fine to say we need to work on this, that this is wrong or whatever. But I loved that Newsom defended California and said, hey, stop crapping on my state. And he did make the point. When I talked to him, I said, I noticed this. And he said, people talk about Trump derangement syndrome. What about California derangement syndrome? I'm really tired of hearing about how
let's
terrible
address this very good question. Yes. Okay, dude. Different ideas um, having different perspectives, if you are selling a product to in America, you might have to market it differently to a Korean community or a Somali community. Yes, economic development, marketing. Come on, you're an economist, Kelvin. You was it a rhetorical question?
Yes, when we have the fourth biggest economy in the world, we have as many people as 21 states. And he goes through this whole list. You can hear it. He obviously he's the governor. He had it on the top of his head. I don't. But I thought that
I
rhetorical
agree, Kelvin.
hey,
History's up
back
there with
off
STEM.
on telling us how
Liberal
terrible we
arts
are. We're
are up
actually
there
pretty
with
good
STEM. You
at a
gotta
lot of
have a
stuff. That's,
balanced
again, never to
education.
say that democracy is perfect. The whole point is it's not. But I thought that was a really important moment. And you asked about
God
that, and
damn
that's
it.
what he is
I'm
talking
gonna have to
about
use this as
there.
a show
And
title
that
too.
that was I think an important moment in the in what's happening lately. I spent more time on that than I expected to. So so I'll try and be quicker on this. So I don't know. Somebody has something here, and I don't see what it was. All right, so I will keep on going here. You asked about this debate that is what Trump is doing a distraction from the Epstein files, or is it the rise of fascism in America, or the arrival? It's not even the rise anymore, it's the arrival. And I would really love for people to stop saying that those are binaries. It's either a distraction or it's or it's fascism or an attempt at authoritarianism. So I'm always a jerk on this one, because fascism actually has some hallmarks, economic hallmarks, that authoritarian governments do not. They really don't matter probably to anybody but me and a very few people who study the economy. But so I tend to call it authoritarianism where we are now, rather than fascism. For you and me, it doesn't make any difference, but this is just, I kind of try and keep lanes in my head. And so when I don't say the word fascism, it's not because I don't think it's here. It's because what we're seeing to me is authoritarianism, not fascism, although it like I say, it doesn't matter to people like you and me. We're still at the wrong end of it. There's never a good end of it. I don't mean it that way, but I'm just explaining my terminology there. All right. This to me is like the age-old debate about, do we have real problems with the rise of the right wing in America because of racism or because of classism? Is it class or race? I mean, historians, there's literally an entire library of books about, is it race or class? And being a Libra over here, it's both. I mean, one of the things that in the United States of America is that race is often a stand-in for class and vice versa. And so you can't really ever disentangle them. And the reason I say that is because is what Trump is doing a distraction from the Epstein files? 100%. Yes, he's throwing everything he possibly can at the wall. But does that mean it's not authoritarianism? No, it's authoritarianism. So just don't get dragged into that fight. Yes, it's a distraction, but it is also an attempt to demonstrate in the streets that Trump and the MAGA Republicans have power over the rest of us. So one of the things you saw today in California was that Trump sent ICE agents in to arrest people outside of where Gavin Newsom was speaking. You're seeing ICE agents and Border Patrol in California. Let me tell you a little bit more about ICE versus Border Patrol in a minute too. But you're seeing it in Washington, D.C. You're seeing federal troops hurting U.S. citizens in evident violation of the Posse Comitatus Act that I spoke about the other day. Now, in court, the Trump administration is insisting that they're not doing anything that is not allowed under the Posse Comitatus Act. The reality is that we're seeing something different on the streets, and they're trying to argue that that's not what's happening. But those two things, distraction versus fascism, are the same thing. If they can distract Americans, they will do it in any possible way they can. At the same time, they are trying to accustom Americans to seeing armed police, masked police without their names on them on the streets. They're trying to get people to adjust to the idea that it is okay for their neighbors to be swept up into unmarked vans and to be held for, for weeks at the very least in detention in places we don't know where they are. That's bonkers. I mean, it's one of those things that's happening, but take a deep breath and think about the United States of America and recognize that our government is grabbing people off the streets who at worst have committed misdemeanors, which is, if you overstay a visa or if you are an undocumented immigrant, it is not a felony. They're taking, and some of those people
Yeah,
were turned into.
that's what so many people are not understanding. The first time offense of being here without a status is literally not even a misdemeanor. It's some sort of administrative law thing. The second time, it's a felony. These folks talking about illegals, that's kind of a blanket term. If you cross the American border illegally and you get caught, it's literally like an administrative thing. Second time, felony. People just, it's been politicized to the point of misinformation.
Documented immigrants by the sudden decisions of the Trump administration about policies that Biden had put in place.
Yes.
They're taking those people off the streets and they are disappearing them into detention facilities, often without any recourse, without due process, without them being able to contact their families or their lawyers. And this is not okay under any circumstances. It is really interesting, though, that those people who insisted that they needed to be armed to fight back against a government doing something like this, or if you remember Jade Helm, this was a big argument on the part of the radical right, are wildly silent now that it is actually happening. Which suggests that what they were really interested in was power and was taking power over the government rather than making sure the government couldn't have power over them. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole now because we got other stuff to do. But it's a really interesting point that I will come back to both in my writing and in these videos. By the way, I don't know if the people who watch me here know that I write about American politics every night. And if you want to read those letters, you can go to the website where they sit. It does not have a paywall. It's called Letters from an American. Or you can subscribe to have it sent to your email. They are free. Don't put in your credit card, or you can read me on Facebook. Because sometimes I get questions on here that I've answered the night before, and I think, do they know?
Look, Letters from an American, I subscribe to it and I pay for it. That's how much I value. This woman is the top earner on Substack. Literally, she makes like $1 million or $2 million a year just by writing. She is literally, she may be emeritus by now, but she's a professor, history professor at Boston University, I think. Top writer at Substack, a historian. So, this kind of goes back in two directions. My father was always like, and I agree with him, if you're talented, he used to say you could major in shitology, but if you're good, if you're talented, you will at a minimum earn a living. So there we go.
Know that they can read this too. You can read them, and like I say, they're free. Because what I'm really doing.
By the way,
is informing people.
By the way, she is married. I don't know whether she's a divorcee or whether her husband died. I can't remember, but she is currently married.
Because I think and
you'll love this.
Very unsettling not to understand.
Her husband is a waterman. She's from Maine, lives in Maine, and her husband is a working guy. He's a fisherman of some sort. He's a waterman. So there you go, Calvin.
what is happening in the world. Personally and emotionally unsettling if your government's doing stuff and you don't understand it. So that's part of why I do it. But I'm also trying to keep a record of this moment for the future. That's really the eye I have when I write, is if you are a graduate student in 150 years, what do you need to know about August 14th in the United States of America? So it's not like a journal of this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. It is an attempt to put as much as I can into 1,200 words. I like 800. Sometimes I've been going to 1,500, which is way too long. But it's just kind of an attempt to take a snapshot of the country on a specific day, so that there's a record for people, and it's in my voice. So as a historian, you will know, if you read diaries, you know somebody's voice, and you will know, for example, that you don't come to me to learn about baseball scores. So just that's what that is. It isn't like a newspaper or something. It's just a way to look at what's happening in the world right now. And my bias is in favor of small d democracy. I'm a historian, so I look at the trends that either help or hinder American democracy, and that means that I have a different, I have a sort of a different relationship with politicians or with the intelligence community or the State Department or whatever, because I'm interested not necessarily in getting their message out so much as I am in the ways American democracy is developing or not.
PhDs in economics
that was
actually
my
work.
commercial moment, I guess. I didn't mean
That's
to
a
put that
new
in
one.
there. All right. So the other questions you asked about were things like what's going on with this talk tomorrow in Alaska with Vladimir Putin, between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. And this is a really interesting thing in a lot of ways. So one of the things that, I'm not urging you to do this because you might find it really stressful. I know I do. But if you are listening and watching Trump right now, these days, he's coming apart at the seams. And he spoke today about his meeting with Putin. And, as Buddy would say, he doesn't know if he's a foot or horseback. And one of the things he said is that he thinks it was a power move on Trump's part, to get Putin to come to the US. And I just don't know if he's making that up or if he doesn't truly understand what is going on. But what Trump did by inviting Putin to the United States was there were multiple aspects of that were eye-popping. And one of them is that Vladimir Putin is under indictment by the International Criminal Court for war crimes. He's been stealing Ukrainian children. And the United States is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court, but we tend to support its decisions. And that's sort of its own rabbit hole. But inviting Vladimir Putin to the United States of America, to American soil, when he is under indictment from the International Criminal Court, is it's a statement that we are supporting Putin over the international community, first of all. But then there is also the fact that Putin's project has always been to reestablish the greater Russian imperial project, take in the lands that it lost over its history. Well, Alaska used to be a Russian territory. America acquired it. The United States of America acquired it in 1867, largely because William Henry.
I actually made a joke day before yesterday that it wouldn't have surprised me if Trump had signed over Africa to secure a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. So she's kind of covering some ground that I thought about.
Seward, who was the Secretary of State at that point, wanted desperately to get the ports around what are now Vancouver. And he was hoping that there would be a pincher movement between Alaska and the United States of America, the lower 48, to go ahead and get enough settlers in there to grab those harbors, which is one of the reasons that Canada gets its own autonomy, so that it can push back against its aggressive southern neighbor in 1860 from that land exchange in 1867, the Alaska Purchase, which was also known as Seward's Folly. Anyway, by welcoming Putin to Alaska, Trump has really put air under the wings, wind under the wings of those Putin loyalists who want to reclaim Alaska. And they're talking about it as, this is great. We're getting there. We're getting land, we're getting a foothold again in Alaska. There is also the fact that which I've never talked about before, but is really important. Climate change, as you know, is melting the polar ice. And one of the things that is doing is it is opening up the Arctic for resource extraction. And that's something that Vladimir Putin wants in on in a really big way. All the countries do, but Vladimir Putin desperately does. And you have seen these stories about whether or not Trump is going to talk about Russia having access to resource development in Alaska. That's just a story that's been noised around. But what people are really pulling there is this attempt of a lot of countries, but certainly Russia, to stake out a claim in the Arctic, which is something else that by doing this, Trump has done. So if that's the larger picture here, the specifics of this are that, once again, distraction, fascism, alignment with authoritarian governments. Trump announced that this was going to be the deal. There's going to be this great deal that Russia's negotiators had agreed to give up territory, and Ukraine would give up territory, and this was all going to be ducky. But then it turned out that Trump's special envoy, a man named Steve Witkoff, who was a real estate guy who is not a trained negotiator and who doesn't speak Russian. And by the way, you don't just wake up one day and become a negotiator, and you don't wake up one day and become a diplomat. I mean, literally, you go to school for years and you work your way up through the system for years to learn how to do this. I couldn't do this, walk out and negotiate. I mean, I couldn't do it at all. It's not my personality in any number of ways. But this idea that you can simply slot people into these positions without any training because they're the best people is being disproven right and left here in this administration. But Witkoff apparently misunderstood the terms that Putin had suggested. And it turned out that what Putin was suggesting is what he's been suggesting since 2016, that Trump should look the other way while he takes over at least most of 4 of the eastern oblasts, which are kind of like the regions of Ukraine, and that Ukraine can't join NATO. I mean, he's got all these demands. He invaded Ukraine, so in 2014, and then again in 2022. And so what has happened is he's also increased attacks on Ukraine since Trump took office, and after the agreement to this meeting, he really has been bombarding Ukraine. So what he's really doing, it looks like, is further humiliating Donald Trump. So now the administration is backing off and saying, oh, it's just a listening session and we don't know what's going to happen. But the larger story here is that, once again, Trump is failing at this, and this matters, is failing at this negotiation, and this idea is going to stop the war. And this matters a lot in a couple ways. The one that I want to focus on today, though, is that Trump is, as I said, falling apart. And one of the things that you're seeing is, as reality is catching up to him, that in fact, he can't just say he's going to end a war, which, by the way, he and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt keep saying, oh, he's solved. Now they're up to 7 wars he's ended, which is just, I'm trying to come up with something that isn't an expletive. Oh, I used it today on social media. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He hasn't solved any wars. I mean, that's just nuts, right? So they're finding in a number of ways that they can't, that all of his boasting, all of his mythological ideas are falling apart when reality hits them. So you have that coming up. You also have the fact that today a new report from the Bureau of Labor, the Department. I'm sorry, I'm really tired. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, that's not what they're called, but the people who do the labor statistics came out today with their look at the producer price index for July. and that's sort of the wholesale prices. It's kind of, it comes about a month before the consumers will see stuff. And in that PPI, that producer price index, inflation went up by 0.9%. So it's almost a full percentage point between June and July, which suggests that those tariffs are right there. And as you know, one of the ways that Trump is trying to combat this and combat these statistics is to get rid of the person who collects the statistics and put in that woman's place a man who simply doesn't understand the economy, but who also says, you know, we don't really need these statistics. We shouldn't be doing these statistics except every quarter. And of course, nobody's ever going to trust those statistics again, which means that it's going to be really difficult for both businesses, but also for the Federal Reserve to have any clue of what they should do with interest rates, because the Federal Reserve is really sort of clumsy. It's got a.
This is actually my point about republics. And we're kind of a democratic republic, or, you know, we're kind of a hybrid, but republics depend on institutions. And the erosion of trust in institutions literally is a foundational crack that is happening. And Donald Trump and MAGA are literally chipping away at trust in institutions. Foundational American folks.
It can only adjust things with, you know, a machete rather than with a scalpel. And one of its few ways to adjust things is by adjusting interest rates, which is what people look for to determine whether or not they should be investing in, you know, new plants, new people, and so on. Well, they need those statistics. The Fed needs those statistics to know whether the economy is really hot or whether it's cooling down, and they should lower interest rates. So this idea that in fact, the producer price index is heating up at the rate it's heating up suggests that the Fed may not lower interest rates as Trump has been pressuring them to do, because that would heat up the economy more. We get even more inflation. So the stock market dropped today pretty dramatically. I haven't seen it for a couple of hours. Maybe it's bounced back, but that's people saying, oh crap, we're not going to be able to borrow money to invest in stuff. So Trump is watching this stuff sort of, you know, he was going to save the economy. He was going to stop a war. He was going to do this. He was going to do that. And what he's seeing is his numbers tank in popularity, in plummeting, and real problems with the economy falling apart, you know, just a lot of stuff happening. And so what he's doing really interestingly is he seems to be trying to recreate the 1980s, when he could act, and he could act like, you know, that he could be on a stage and he could tell, you know, he could just perform. And that's why I thought it was so interesting that yesterday he announced that he personally was going to MC the Kennedy Center honors when they are held usually they're held in October. I don't know if he's going to change that or not, but there just seems to be this focus on turning the White House into into a form of Mar-a-Lago, and adding on to it and putting gold everywhere, and now getting back on stage, which I suspect has something to do with his mental state. You know, this attempt to sort of create a cocoon around him that makes him comfortable in a world that is increasingly uncomfortable. So that, I think.
Hey, I suspect Melania is going to come out at the Kennedy Center honors and goes, let them, and she will go, let them eat cake.
I've run out of time here. I feel like there are more things that I should have said today, but as I say, it's been quite a day in many different ways. And I will leave you once again on a note of hope, as I usually try to do. I thought that you know, it's important to remember always that American politics and American democracy is a moving target. That is, people are starting now to talk about presidential candidates in 2028. And make no mistake, Gavin Newsom wants to be president. He wants to be the Democratic nominee. It is possible to support what he has done and what he is doing and still not want him to be your nominee. There is, I think, an unfortunate tendency in American politics, largely because of a publishing trend that began in 1960, to think that looked at a presidential campaign as being one of many, many years and many, many decisions, and everybody feels like they got to have the backroom deal. To look at our politics as being all about presidential elections. And I would urge people to look at them in the way that we did before 1960 and this huge book that came out that you've seen so many books since imitate, that this is normal American politics. You're going to see jockeying. You're going to see people trying to undercut each other. You're going to see, Newsom doing something big. I would lay money, and we might have already seen it. You're going to see J.B. Pritzker do something pretty quick too, because those two are pretty much in a head-to-head. We're both interested in being nominated. But you're also going to see other people doing stuff as well. That's good. That's okay. You don't have to agree with any of these people at this point. You don't have to agree with them until the day you walk into the ballot box, although you walk into the polling booth, although I hope you actually decide earlier than that. They are responding to us at this point. The reason that somebody like Gavin Newsom would decide to come out this strongly is because he got such negative pushback for starting to cozy up the other way. So if you are interested in watching your politicians respond to your concerns about democracy, you have proof in front of you today that your voices mattered, that you speaking up and saying, what the hell are you doing, cozying up over there and making the kinds of statements that he was making. You watched him today start to speak up for those people who are defending American democracy. He's just one man, and he's not the only one doing it. I want to be very clear. There were a lot of people on the stage behind him, and I always list off all these people who are speaking up. There are a lot of them. But this is because you are speaking up. And the other piece of that is that it's not just about state politicians. It's not just about national politicians. It's about local politicians too. Because one of the things that you can do by affecting your school board, for example, or your town meeting, or especially if you live in fairly large towns, sometimes local regulations look pretty good to somebody in a different town, and they start to base their regulations on your regulations. Good ideas spread. We got the progressive era in the early 20th century because of the state of Wisconsin, largely. Wisconsin didn't invent progressive ideas, but Wisconsin looked at what was happening around it, and they said, hey, if we brought together business people and scientists, social scientists, as well as in the STEM professions, they didn't call it STEM then, along with government people. And we talked about what would be best for our citizens. We would create a laboratory here for a government that would do the best for the most people. Actually, interestingly enough, that was the Republican Party and the Farmer Labor Party that did that at the time. But they did that and created a laboratory of democracy that was powerful enough that people like Theodore Roosevelt literally looked to it when he became president. He said, we need to use the Wisconsin model. And again, state history. If you're from Wisconsin, it was such a huge deal when Republican Scott Walker became governor and stripped from the University of Wisconsin mission statement the idea that it would train citizens in Wisconsin, because and change that to we're going to educate people for jobs or something. I don't remember the exact language, but because they had recognized that the role of government was to do the most good for the most people, and that there were ways to find out how to do that. And that involved looking at experts, seeing what they had to say. That involved talking to labor. It involved talking to employers to see what they needed, and it involved talking to to legislators to see how they could make that happen. And that, I think, at the end of the day, is what legislators really do. You look at governors in states that are really trying to govern. You don't hear a lot about governors often because they're legislating, they're working stuff out. They're saying, hey, what do these people need? What do these people need? And if they disagree, how do we solve that? And that idea of people being part of those discussions in your states, in your towns, is not just about getting your way. It's about making sure that people understand the perspectives of each other. And this is on my mind because you may or may not know I care deeply about our public lands. And one of the alliances that I would like to see is for sports people, sportsmen, they're called, they're women as well, who hunt and fish, to make common cause with those people like me who are trying to protect the public lands. Because my parents ran a hunting and fishing magazine and always said that the best people for conservation were those people who were actually using the land to hunt and fish. To me, that's a no-brainer of an alliance. And to push back against the sale of our public lands to private interests who want to drill on them, ranch on them, or turn them into billionaire housing, to monopolize the land through their own control of it. So that idea of being involved at the local level and at the state level in things that you care about, that's what's making people like Gavin Newsom or J.B. Pritzker or Andy Beshear or Josh Shapiro, those governors stand up and I'm sorry, I'm Gretchen Whitmer and Kathy Hochul and Janet Mills here in Maine, stand up and do what the people want them to do. And I think you have just seen with Governor Newsom that your voice matters. And the more of us who speak up, the more likely we are to make sure that we preserve, defend, and expand American democracy. All right, I'm gonna go home. I'm tired. Thank you for being here, and let's get out there and do this.
You know what? Actually, facts do not care about your feelings. Well, you know what? I was about to go there. Good for you. You knew where I was going. You are a good woman. I'm actually going to take a beer run soon. So I'm not sure how I'm going to handle this live. I actually can end it and restart it. I might do that. But let us see where we go next. Actually, you know what? I am just going to bore you all. Now that I don't have to care. Now that I don't have to care about what John Galt's people think. I get to do what I want. I am off the John Galt plantation. I don't have to look at my channel as a business. It's not a business, folks. It is a pleasure. And I am so happy to see Ms. Questions to Ponder. To ponder here. I can treat her like I want to.
And something of an instruction for all of you who care about the Democrats winning in the midterms next year. I want to share with you a lesson in resistance history from the rise of the Republic. About when a radical group of Congress members seized their chance to actually do something, to not just
that is so funny.
to transform the country.
I wouldn't think of it like that. But that's a good way to
I'm an
put it,
American scholar
CK.
of resistance history at the University of Southern Denmark and the author of A Resistance History of the United States. The radical Republicans might be the most important resistance story most Americans never hear. Someone on my team, though, didn't want me to focus on them because he argued that they weren't resistance, not in thorough sense, the sense that I use, but they were. They were insurgents who had no business holding power in the First Republic. And when the Civil War cracked that system open, they climbed inside. But they had only a brief window and they knew it. That's why their story belongs in resistance history. They show what it means to seize a moment when abusive authority is knocked off its pillar and to drive the stake as deep as you can before it gets back up. And the numbers illustrate the point. Okay, in the 36th Congress at the beginning of the Civil War in 1860, the House had 238 seats. Republicans had 116 of them. The Democrats, mostly from the Southern enslaver states, had 83, and the rest are scattered among other parties. The radical Republicans, those folks had been arguing for structural change to end slavery. They were just a minority faction inside the Republican caucus. Thaddeus Stevens, people like that, were tolerated, but on the margins. They could give speeches, but no one had to listen to them. And Lincoln wanted nothing to do with them, which was okay for them because they hated him too. His priority was reunion, not equality. Then, and this is crucial, the war broke the Republic. The Constitution as the framers built it, with its balance of sections, its 3/5 clause, the practical dependence on continued compromise between free and enslaved slaver states, stopped functioning. 11 states were gone. Their seats, empty. Quorum requirements, supermajorities, even the normal arithmetic of passing amendments all shifted under the pressure of the war. The very structure of the First Republic was suspended. That's the only reason the radicals could act at all. Under the framers' design, they never would have had the votes. With the South locked out, they suddenly did. They knew they were governing in a constitutional blind spot, though. A republic cracked open, its rules bent by necessity. And Congress made those bends explicit. When the 13th and 14th Amendments were proposed, the 2/3 requirement was calculated only from the sitting members. But that's not what the Constitution says. Article 5, take a look. 2/3 of both houses, not 2/3 of both houses present. That was how the radicals could marshal the votes to amend the Constitution. They bent the rules. Under the terms of the enslavers' republic, they never would have cleared the bar. Never. The war suspended those rules, and the radicals understood that suspension as their only chance. And they made the suspension binding. For the first time in American history, ratification itself was made a condition of representation. Every ex-Confederate state had to ratify the 14th Amendment before reclaiming its seats in Congress. And later, the 4 holdout states, Virginia, Mississippi, Texas, and Georgia, they had to ratify the 15th Amendment to come back. No other amendments in American history were passed that way, with the lower threshold for adoption by Congress and ratification turned into the price of readmission. That is how the most important constitutional changes in U.S. history were secured, not by the rules of the First Republic, but because the radicals broke them. For those of you interested in amending the Constitution, keep that in mind. And they went on breaking those rules. When Johnson vetoed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which was the radicals' first try at establishing citizenship for Black people, Johnson declared that Black people didn't deserve citizenship and it discriminated against the white race, his words. The House radicals forced an override, the first time in American history that Congress had broken a president's veto on a major law. But radicals knew legislation was fragile. It can be repealed or overridden by the next Congress. Easy. The pendulum swings back, they keep saying. That's why John Bingham drafted the 14th Amendment, to lock all that down. They weren't planned. Birthright citizenship, equal protection, due process. For the first time stating that equality before the law, regardless of race, is a fundamental right of all American citizens. And they tied it to power, taking advantage of the broken republic. No southern state could reclaim its seats without ratifying it. That was resistance inside the system, made possible only by the lockout of their enemies.
Thank you, Uncle Fatty.
Johnson, of course, he fought back, bastard. He even campaigned in the former Confederate states against the 14th Amendment. One violation of the Tenure of Office Act later, and the House impeached him. Thaddeus Stevens was carried into the chamber in his final days to cast his vote, but the Senate, the bastards, fell short by 1. But impeachment itself showed the refusal of abusive authority. The radicals would use every weapon to keep the abusive order from reconstituting itself, to keep it from getting back up. But they knew the clock was running. White supremacist violence surged in the South. The white nationalists were coming back. The courts began to narrow the victories brought by the war, shutting down any access by Black men to the political process. Even the radical Reconstruction move was necessary by the radicals to ensure that the reconstruction of the Republic would be on their terms. Because moderates and conservatives, they wanted to reconcile. Can't we all just get along? Haven't you had enough of conflicts? The radicals said, hell no. 80 years of slavery, 700,000 dead in the Civil War, that it all better mean something. So they forced the 15th Amendment, a shield, their last grasp for structural change. Without clear constitutional protections of voting rights for Black men, every other gain, emancipation, civil rights, citizenship, would collapse as soon as the South was receded. And they were going to be receded. So the radicals bent the structure again to make it happen. In 1869, Congress proposed the amendment knowing it would never pass once the Southern members were back. So they tied ratification to readmission again. Southern states still under military reconstruction could not reclaim their seats without first ratifying the 15th Amendment. And that maneuver turned the mechanics of the rebellion against the old regime. If they wanted back in, it would have to accept the amendment that would, in theory, arm Black citizens with the vote. Fine, don't want to do that? Then you don't get their full representation. It was the last structural shield the radicals could force through before the door closed, and it closed hard. By July 1870, every ex-Confederate state was back in Congress. By the 44th Congress in 1875, only 14 years after the war began, the House had grown to 293 seats, but the Democrats had swung into a huge majority, 182 seats, almost 100 more than it had 14 years before. To add insult, the Southern delegations came back even stronger because of the apportionment that fully counted free Black people even as they were violently excluded from political life. In just 14 years, the abusive order of the First Republic was back, and maybe worse than ever. So the radicals' window had slammed shut. They'd really had only about 5 years, 1865 or about 1870. That's the story. The radical Republicans had no business in power under the Republic the framers built. They only mattered because the war that John Brown started had broke it. With the South locked out, the Constitution bent under necessity, and resistance slipped right inside. And they knew the opening was brief, so they hammered through the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments while they could. Don't like the process? Too bad. You should have won the war. And then it was over. That's why they belong in a resistance history of the United States. That's a lesson from the rise of the Republic. And they showed the principle. When abusive authority is destabilized, you seize the rupture. You drive the stake as deep as you can because the window always closes and you never get that chance twice. Should have happened after January 6th, 2021. So what's the plan for January 2027? Goes to the radical Republicans would like a word.
Remember, in the end, nobody wins unless everybody wins. Come! What time?
Yeah, this guy's actually really interesting, and I kind of discovered him by accident on Substack. Examining resistance history, that's kind of his specialty, and he's also a public historian, which is the people who kind of curate places like Mount Vernon and Monticello. He worked at Williamsburg. Very interesting and not very lucrative. But anyway, history is fascinating, and I'm kind of glad I didn't become a fan of American history, at least to the extent I am now in college. It would have turned me into a lawyer. And I've also thought about doing law school as a 60-year-old. Since I have an empty nest, why not? But I don't know that, I don't know that I want to go back and do school. So, but I thought about it. Probably won't do it. Maybe I won't do it. So let's see what we got here. And I'm literally at some point gonna run to the beer store and come back and just hang out. So let's see what I actually do have some videos, and then we'll also do some news. There was actually a news story I wanted to talk about. I fucked up my my Slack here. There was, let's see here. Let's have a look. There was a story that I wanted to talk about. Oh, by the way, there is a first hurricane of the season in the Atlantic, and it doesn't look like it's going to, if it hits anywhere, it's probably going to be, excuse me, North Carolina. This is the story I wanted to talk about. Kind of, Trump is excuse me, is underwater even on his immigration policies. And this story is just like, it's like, the immigration, he's turned ICE into this kind of like unthinking, non-smart, can't single out specific cases for review. It's like he's turned ICE into like some AI drone thing. This lady, a New Zealand mother and her 6-year-old son, made a brief trip to Canada. They've spent weeks detained by ICE. So, a brief trip to Canada and a small paperwork mistake landed a Washington state mother and her 6-year-old son in U.S. immigration detention for more than 3 weeks, her attorney told CNN. Sarah Shaw, a New Zealand citizen who has lived legally in the United States since she arrived in 2021, was detained at the Blaine, Washington Customs and Border Protection checkpoint when returning home after dropping her 2 oldest children off at the Vancouver airport for a flight to visit their grandparents in New Zealand. Shaw, 33, chose the flight out of Vancouver because it was direct, and she didn't want her children to have to navigate a layover alone. Her attorney, Minda Thorward, told CNN. But Shaw didn't realize that the travel permit that allowed her to exit and re-enter the U.S. had expired. That's when Shaw and her son, whose immigration documents were valid, were taken into custody by CPB, Customs Border Patrol. Shaw tried to get a humanitarian parole, which would have allowed her to enter the U.S. and return home, but she was denied, her attorney said. Shaw then asked if her boyfriend or a friend could pick up her son since documents were up to date, but she was again denied, Thorward said. They were transported to the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley, Texas, roughly 2,000 miles from their home. Shaw's detention is among the latest examples of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, which, despite pledges to focus on violent criminals, has also swept up lawful citizens like Shaw. Shaw arrived in the U.S. as a tourist in 2021 and married a citizen that year. Shortly after the marriage ended, she filed for an I-360. She filed an I-360 petition in April 2022. Her lawyer told CNN. Her application remains under review after multiple delays. Shaw had been living in the U.S. under a combo card, a dual document that serves as both a work permit and a travel document. She secured the permit through her job working for Washington State, her lawyer said. When it came time to renew both parts of the combo card, Shaw paid to have the work permit renewed, but didn't renew the travel permit because she didn't have any plans for travel at that time and it's expensive, Thorward said. In June, she received confirmation of her work permit renewal, but mistakenly believed it also extended travel authorization, the work permit. And a minor administrative paperwork error, according to her lawyer. Well, that's a little dicey. She didn't pay for the travel permit. Canada is another country. So there's the contradiction. But She had completely reestablished herself, had a full-time job, an apartment, adopted a dog, new boyfriend, and the kids were in school and doing great. She made a mistake, but has no previous convictions, none. This is a very clean case. Complication is going to be her not renewing the travel permit. Shaw told Thorwood that the Department of Homeland Security said she may be released on Friday, but Thorwood said she has not received any direct updates from authorities. CNN reached out to Immigration and Customs Enforcement regarding Shaw's case. New Zealand's Foreign Affairs Ministry said it was in contact with Shaw but declined to provide further details for privacy reasons. She set to begin a master's program in psychology this month at Northwest University. Shaw is worried about whether she will be released from detention in time, her lawyer said. Thorwood said border officials had the discretion to grant Shaw humanitarian parole rather than detaining her. It was not necessary, inappropriate, and humane to detain Shaw and her son. She's lawfully in the country. She's been doing everything in good faith. In a statement, CNN, a CPB spokesperson, and the individuals with expired parole trying to re-enter the U.S. would be detained in compliance with immigration laws. If they are accompanied by a minor, CPB will follow all protocols to keep families together or arrange care with a legal guardian. Well, the bottom line is she's got a green card. She's here legally. I'm not sure why she can't come back into the country. And I think I'm trying to look up the status of her kids. I think her kids are citizens. I have to go back and look through this article. But I think that we really are letting this go too far. The Dilley facility is retrofitted for families. I wonder how that works. Do they keep the kids in cages with their parents, or be interesting to know what this facility looks like. So let's see what we got here. Also, she arrived as a tourist visa and then got married. They're not allowing. Okay, she has a green card. You have no idea what you're talking about. She was not truthful in her reasoning. Why she entered? Bullshit. She does not have a green card. Yes, she does. The article literally said that if she had a green card, you would have read this. It literally says she has a work permit. Sorry, I said green card. She has authorization to be in the United States. The woman entered the government as a non-immigrant visa. Bullshit. You never once mentioned green card. Bullshit. And work permit is not a green card. You are correct. I called it a green card. Where did the article say green card? It did not say green card. It said she has a work permit. So you're right about that, AI. Can I start calling you Ponder and consider you an AI? I think we might start doing that. Interesting. So you didn't answer. Maybe I was reading the article and missed it. The child is a citizen. Yeah, Uncle Fatty, I've literally said if you have minors or children that are U.S. citizens, we make exceptions. If your child is a citizen, we make exceptions, period. Hey, Uncle Fatty.
What's up, Stan?
Nothing much. I'm celebrating my freedom.
Yeah, great show
Happy.
today. Great show. Nice to be emancipated from the Galt Plantation.
Well,
I
I
hear.
wouldn't look. I'm not going to badmouth John Galt. He was. Look, I pushed his buttons. I knew what I
Yeah,
was doing,
you guys do it to each
and
other, but I mean, there's some couth that we have to maintain on these good platforms.
well, hey, and I'm also willing to pay half the StreamYard. He's literally never asked me, so
But
I would
you
be
know how the
happy to.
authoritarian works, that mindset. You volunteer to do it, and then you get to brag about it later, right?
Well, the bottom line is Porsche's is my darling, and you know, I've got buddies of mine that I've known for quite some time. Lupin, for instance, and Fred, who I've known longer than anybody, because I know him from a political Discord. They've been going, dude, why are you still here? And so
Like you said
now
earlier,
I
though,
can.
man, because you enjoy it.
Oh yeah, dude.
You
You
know
know
that.
what? I probably should have been a newscaster. I like doing this.
Yeah, and you've got a certain, I guess, perspective. You talked about perspective today, and that's
Mhm.
huge in life. That's how you prevent yourself from becoming a narcissist,
Right.
right? Because we all have narcissistic tendencies and narcissistic traits. Not everyone is going to be a full-blown narcissist. It takes a team
Right.
to create that. It takes a group of enablers, co-conspirators, yes men to really create a true narcissist. I think
You
that
know what?
thing with perspective is it gives us the outside look of how other people are looking at us rather than how are we projecting ourselves. Did you see Ozzy made it into heaven?
Wait, say that. Say that again.
Ozzy Osbourne. They just had his induction ceremony into heaven this weekend.
Is that right?
Yeah, dude.
I
Check out that.
I read something like that where they're gonna have one hell of a band.
Man. He's up there partying with all the dead 29-year-old musicians.
Hey, this is interesting. So, questions to ponder says Stanley, learn your lesson and try and gain a relationship with CT. What lesson should I learn? You do realize that this is not my livelihood. Why would I go from one anti-black black to another anti-black black? I like John and CT, but you know what? I'm not going to join up with anti. I'm not going to join up with racists. John Galt. I knew who John Galt was, but you know what? I like dealing with quote black conservatives there because if I join up with a lot of people who agree with me, it's kind of boring. I like
Damn
the
right.
back and forth.
Damn right.
And you don't sharpen your own arguments. If you look, you have to understand what the other side of the aisle, you have to read their books, you have to hear their arguments, and sometimes you'll agree with them. So
I can appreciate that CT is not a cult member.
you know what? CT obviously can think for himself. Now, I still think he's an anti-black racist. However,
he's trolling you guys.
you know what? I can never tell. I can never tell when he's trolling or for real.
I mean, he's a teacher. Teachers aren't usually very super conservatives, right?
Well, he was a teacher.
Sure, was and was a probation officer as well. And that's, I don't know, man. I get the sense that he's 100% trolling this community for a job, for money.
Could be.
It's just me, but
You know, I can appreciate the fact that he'll take his red hat off, even only for a day, and call out the other side.
Yeah.
Because when we get so focused into our own side-isms, right, that even the mention of Joe Biden, even the mention of Trump becomes a trigger where we instantly start defending that person, you know you're in a cult.
Right.
When you can
Well-
never admit that your cult leader has done anything wrong ever in his life, you're in a cult.
Or you make excuses.
Rationalizations and justifications, right?
Right. About a month ago, maybe it's a little bit more than a month now, CT wanted like liberals to come up and talk politics or something. And I can't remember the exact circumstances, but it wound up me and him on the panel just talking politics. And it was civil. I found it pleasant. I actually enjoyed when you engage him one-on-one, and he was tired. But if you engage him one-on-one, he's actually very thoughtful. And it was refreshing. I enjoyed it. And I find CT, and you're right. I actually find CT, of all the people I talk to, other than you, of course, or say a dirty dude, or people who are kind of into politics and culture, he is probably the most knowledgeable. If you actually get him off the bullshit and you actually like engage him one-on-one, he's almost charming in a way. He has quite the personality. So
Very charismatic.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A dirty dude, you saw that conversation. Yeah, dude. I
That was a
and
great
you know,
conversation. I was about ready to hop on that panel, and you guys started getting
Really?
into a really good flow, and I
Mhm.
didn't figure I need to come up and just start spurging out because there's no red hats on panel anymore. So
yeah, dude, I really wish he would do more like that small theater. You know how who Mark Maron is?
sounds familiar.
He's a comedian. He was actually like the left version of Joe Rogan.
Okay, yeah.
Before Joe Rogan blew up.
Yep, that sounds familiar now. Yep.
What was it? I forget the name of it, and he's actually ending it this year. It's called damn it. I'll think of the name of it. Mark Maron is the best comedian you've never heard of. He's kind of a big guy. He's like, I mean, he is big, but he is also a left winger. And the dude is flat out brilliant at times. And he did a short like parody. He's got a new special out, which I need to watch. I don't even know if it's on Netflix or where it is. But he's the kind of guy who will get a Netflix special. He's that big, but he's not like a, well known. Smart people tend to not be well known.
On tour right now, coming to a town.
Oh
near
yeah,
you.
that's right. Yeah. Is he coming to Atlanta?
It's well, I don't know. I'll find the list, but yeah. No, I remember this guy now too. He's
Yeah.
he's a hard hitter, and that's the thing.
Oh
with this
shit, yeah.
thing is that
What is it? It's called whatever. He was actually
What the Fuck
the
Podcast.
biggest podcaster for quite some time.
Yeah, the What the
And-
Fuck podcast, the WTF.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. And he has a really good imitation of right-wing podcasters. These young people like Andrew Schultz, Joe Rogan. He had an imitation. He does, the voice is spot on. And I was just like, I'm gonna have to figure out, I'm gonna have to run it through the YouTube algorithm to see if I can show it. It was spot on, and it was so funny. And these funny older guys like you, Mark Maron, me, just like a sneaky sense of humor. You actually have to know shit to get the joke.
Right.
I love that
George
kind of
Carlin
humor.
style, intuitive comedy, intellectual
Yeah.
comedy.
Yes.
You're calling out the trope and the point, and not the person, right?
Exactly. That's exactly what he did. He called out the style, the fucking intellect. And you know what? He used the voice, and he's a young guy that I've watched every now and again. I'm having senior moments with names right now, but he literally didn't like the comedian himself, who happens to be a podcaster, would watch Mark Maron and wouldn't be offended.
Right.
Hey, yeah, you got me. You got me there. That's the sort of humor I love.
We've lost that. We've totally
Yes.
lost that attribute of self-reflection, of constructive criticism.
Oh my God.
inward looking,
Self-reflection.
right? Is all projection, right? We have to
Yes.
project strength and never show weakness, and never back down from an argument, and we always have to be right and defend our side. Bullshit. Especially when it comes to
Yeah.
politics. Bullshit when it comes to politics.
Right.
They are elected officials. They are public servants.
Yep.
They are not our masters, our rulers. No. They work for us. They need to be reminded of that at all times. And especially with a dictator, a wannabe dictator, a wannabe authoritarian who's been led down a path by those behind him, allowing him to become that narcissist that cannot take any criticism at all, period. None. Because they're not used to it. They've never had it. They've been surrounded by yes men for so long.
Oh, wow. Apparently, Trump is going to be meeting with Zelensky.
Yeah,
is
they
it
announced
Monday?
that within the past couple hours. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Trump. He looked really dejected.
Play that quick video right there. Play that quick video.
Play what?
Play that quick
Oh, okay.
that video that's up on the screen.
the dejection.
Good God.
Oh my God.
Tell me there's
That's weird.
Yeah, he's cognitively all there, right? He knows exactly what's going. Yeah, he was just inspecting the carpet for wrinkles, right? That was his excuse.
Well, I mean, maybe he was looking at something and drifted over there. Sometimes people do that.
Yeah, when Joe Biden
Why
did
is
that,
he on why is he on a red carpet, by the way?
well, we had
That's
to bring up the red
bullshit.
carpet for Putin,
Oh my
the
God.
international war criminal, who should have been arrested as soon as he got on American soil.
Hey,
Absolutely
CK, what's
hit
up,
in the
man?
face of every ally that we've ever had ever since World War II.
Yeah.
War criminal.
I actually thought I was being really funny when I said that, Trump might sell or cede Alaska.
I thought there was I had a bet going, Stan, 51%. I bet against. Okay, I've got crazies up here in the backwoods of North Idaho, bro. They're, telling me things around the election, 5 years ago, around that election, right? That
Mhm.
it's a plant, right? He's a Russian plant, and that there's Russian and Chinese troops in Canada just waiting for him to take office so that they can come and help him take over the nation, right?
Right.
This last election, it got even worse, and now that this was going on, they were straight up betting, hedging their farms, bro, hedging their entire lives.
Oh,
on that,
wow.
that he was going to give Alaska back, and we would be in a civil war right now.
Well, see, I kind of like the thought of 12th Man being being in Russia. I would love. I was hoping, man.
I can see Russia from my living room.
I'm in Russia. What's up, CK?
What's going on, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much. By the way, in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna run and get some beer, and I have to figure out how. I might just play a video and leave it running, or you guys can take over for a while, if you're available.
You just got to run down to the corner store and get yourself some animal beer.
I'm gonna show Shamika Michelle next. She is my darling right now. So I know you have some thoughts, CK, about last night. I did act a fool, but I was having fun.
Yeah, I have learned over the years. You have to let people hang themselves.
Right.
You can't battle with everyone. You know.
But you
Just
But
can
see,
call them
I
out.
kind of like to build the scaffolding and escort them up to the top of the of the gallows.
yeah, yeah. But I came up there. I
But
came up there because I see John put my name in the title. So, I don't run
yeah,
from
yeah,
nothing.
he did.
I don't run from nothing. So I'm not letting John get one up on me. So that's why I hopped up there. To talk to him. So didn't want to argue with him. Not trying to go back and forth. But John is real good at not answering questions. He's real good at it.
Well, he answers questions with questions.
Yeah, yeah, and it doesn't get by me.
Yeah,
This
that's a
morning
deflected
on
replay.
Nightish, I
Yep.
have never seen John get so excoriated. That's the only word I can think of. Dude, he came up there wanting
That
to
was
talk his
that was
shit.
this morning. They were
Yeah.
talking.
Oh yeah,
I didn't.
actually it was maybe 2-3 hours ago.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't see it at all.
Yeah, I played a little bit of it, but I'll drop the link in the chat. And yeah, I was like, Nightish isn't my biggest fan, but you know what? John came up talking shit about me, and Nightish was like, what does this really have to do with Stan? I'm like, when Nightish is up there defending me, John is fucked up. So I actually think I got some subscribers out of it, believe it or not. But like I said, John, I will always like John, but it's just kind of weird. He has so many good qualities. So, it is what it is. What's up there? Questions to ponder?
Stanley, John has to be around a certain individual in order for him to um feel like he's above someone. I noticed that about him.
Right.
Like if you have a little smarts or you can outwit him, like he doesn't like that at all. That's why he gets into these modes where he want to overtalk you and the black people, they just don't understand. It's just stupid. It's real stupid.
Yeah, well, it takes all kinds.
Well, the problem there again is perspective, right? Because when we use only our personal experience and we use what we're seeking, right, to create that personal experience, and we base everything else off of that, there's no perspective there. It's narcissism.
Yeah, I agree. I try to be objective.
Yeah, yeah.
Like yesterday, when he was talking about I guess his tenant, and then he brought up because I didn't see the show where he was interviewing, I guess some guy. He didn't have like no shoes on and no shirt, but I guess he came from a wealthy background. And I think, what did he ask me yesterday, Stan? Um, he asked me some type of question, and I'm like, John,
I don't
he's
recall.
walking up, yeah, he's walking around with no shoes on and no shirt, and you giving the guy respect.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be about 15 minutes.
Do it.
Okay.
You know what? Hey, Stan.
Yes,
Stanley,
sir.
before you go, share that screen. that I got back there.
Oh, okay.
So we're not watching Trump walk in circles for.
You know
15
what?
minutes.
Why is this not adding? Oh, I see what it is. There we go. Be right back.
Anyhow, yeah, I've been kind of doing a half-assed deep dive on narcissism in general because it plays into so much with what's going on these days with people in general. You know, when we don't take the time to be cognitively aware and understand how our actions affect everything around us, how those actions affect us, how reactionary and instantaneously triggered we all are. I'm not saying I'm not triggerable. But when we play into those triggers and we, you know, in general, when we lose our perspective, shit's just not right.
CKJ3.
What's going on?
Who
Last
is that down there? I don't got my screen on.
last night. About
What's good?
last night. It's a movie from the 80s. I don't
You
think
said
it's
what? What was the movie?
I said there's a movie called About Last Night.
Mm.
So about last night.
So about
So about last night.
only
Is
stuff
it-
I saw was what Stan was playing here this morning.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Fatima?
Only thing I saw about what happened was kind of what Stan's been playing on his program here this morning. But man, Nightish is, you know, he'll usually kind of entertain some of that shit. He wasn't having none of that. I mean, I've seen John lean in on, you know, on the anti-black, but he was on something else last night. Could have been the full moon.
I just don't understand why is he so invested into Be Brave like that? He's really invested into them.
Well,
And
because
I really don't see it.
I think the narratives reinforce each other. That when we're seeking what we want to find, and we find it, then we start to defend those things like Be Brave. You know, he's looking for that information. He's looking for those, you know, snippets of one-liners to use and situational references that can be used. And he found it, you know. And so if anybody's attacking that, then you got to defend it. And fellow cult members have to defend each other. I'll say it that way.
So do you think that he's a cult member? A cult?
I mean, I use that very loosely.
No,
And
I understand,
and
but
with all respect,
Yeah.
but I do, and I think Democrats are big time cult members when it comes to the sycophantic ways of not allowing ourselves to call each other out, and not being able to inwardly reflect on things like constructive criticism. You know, it's one thing to call each other out online, you know, because that's always going to be seen as an attack. We always have to defend ourselves. But that transfers over into real life where now when somebody's really trying to give you constructive criticism as a friend, we just drop that friend and continue to rationalize and justify our ways. Because like my perspective, my overall perspective is from the addiction sector, I would say, right? I got busted when I was a freaking freshman in high school, smoking a joint on the way to school. Got ordered to court-ordered rehab, like full-on, like outpatient rehab, right? For weed. So I've always had the mindset of looking for how we rationalize and how we justify, how we make excuses, how we deflect and redirect, how we use this grandiose, thoughts of ourselves and delusions of grandeur to project onto others how strong and capable and bullshit. We're all just a bunch of weak people that don't know what we're doing because we're not taught. We're not taught how to recognize our feelings. Boys are taught not to cry. Girls are taught to be strong or a slut. And then we demonically like dehumanize each other for being what we have been programmed to be. And that's the system that I see working against us from all sides, from both sides. We have to be able to and especially as a reverend, as a pastor, as a minister, we have to be able to get past all this judgmental line in the sand bullshit. If we're really going to be, let's just say, like a Christian nation, even though we're not formerly, known as a Christian nation, but for the most part, we're founded on these principles of helping each other and always wanting to be there for each other and the good, positive sides of things of life. But that's not how politics works. That's not how real life works. Right? That's the struggle that we have to maintain to always be cognitively aware enough to fight for what's good and not get caught up in the rhetorics, the one-liners, the fear, the demonization, the dehumanization of each other. Love takes work. Hate doesn't take any work. It's the same brain chemical. It's the same cocktail of brain chemicals. It's real easy to trigger each other. It's real easy to jump into that instant dopamine hit. But when we pump a little oxytocin in there, the love drug, right? That takes work. That takes empathy. That really takes an emotional involvement, a bond, an empathy, right? That's when we get that little hit of the love drug, and that takes work. That's why relationships always fail. That's why people can't stay together. That's why friendships fall apart. That's, because the dopamine, the oxytocin comes in and gives us that floaty feeling and that lovey tingly feeling, right? Serotonin does the same thing. It's almost the identical chemical, but it's within ourselves to be able to control those things, right? And to be aware of those things. That's why this whole thing with Trump saying, "I love the poorly educated," it is such a. I mean, that's such a thing that smart people can understand that. Most folks look at that and just go, "Oh, he's just riffing," or whatever else. No, man. This guy is smart. Yes, he is. He's been an actor his whole life. He's been in front of a camera his entire life. He knows how to project himself, to project strength, to never admit fault, to never show weakness, to never admit that you lost. Ever in his whole life. We all know an addict. We all know somebody that's addicted to drugs, alcohol, whatever it may be, anger, rage, porn, that cannot get past that line in the sand that they've drawn for themselves. They can't get past the blinders of their own worldview. When we tell ourselves, I'm going to be this, I'm going to be like this, and I'm going to be this way forever. This is how I think. This is the way I'm always going to think. We're holding ourselves back. We got to be able to look forward. We got to be able to move forward. We can't do that alone. Anybody that's telling you that I'm the only one that's here for you, I'm the only one that has the truth, listen to only me, and everything else is fake, right? I'm the only one fighting for you. If they come for me, they'll come for you.
Well, I think you see that on both sides.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, me personally, I don't get into like, Republican or Democrats. I think they both the same.
I think they're both crooked as fuck. I'll say that.
Yeah,
I will.
yeah. That's just
but we
my
can't
opinion.
equalize that. We can't normalize that. We can't say that just because they're both bad, they're like this. Because what we have going on right now is really outweighed. Right?
I think it's too late.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not.
I really think it's too late. Yeah, it's too late.
But that's the whole point of the fash, right? Of the authoritarian is to flood the zone and to get the will of the people down to that point where there's just no point anymore. There's no point in voting.
Do you think like both sides are like working together?
I think the people that buy both sides, I think the corporations, the overall, the oligarchs, the controllers of the money are the ones that are controlling the money that gets pumped into politics. That's why we saw such a big shift this past election cycle with Elon coming in as a personal individual, right? And not dumping money through the normal channels in the back doors of all the back pockets of all the politicians. NRA pays off both sides of the aisle. Health companies, big pharma, big food, big ag, big meat, big production, big industry, big pharma. Like, I think the worst thing that ever happened to America, honestly, in our recent history, is Citizens United. Allowing corporations to act as individual people.
Yeah.
Saying that corporations are people. Yes, corporations are built of people. That's why we used to have unions, right? And the unions, yeah, sure, crooked or not, totally different subject, but they at least allowed the collective mind to look within themselves and decide as a group until it got to the point where they were being told by their masters with the money what to do and how to think and how to vote. Voting's the only thing we got, guys. When
Do
we
you
have
think that it always been that way? It's just like now we have like you said, big pharma. We got Silicon Valley. You got these tech companies, and it's just at a different level now.
a totally different level and a way uneven level, right? And as a Libra, I'm always looking for balance, right? I'm always looking for the yin and the yang, right? Straight up, I'm looking for balance. I always have, and it's not a level playing field. It's just not. Both sides are crooked. One side right now is crooked as all get out, and they're using tropes that I used to grow up with around here. Right? They're using these talking points of the Great Replacement Theory and everything that goes around into that whole concept of white supremacy and white power. Straight up, it's the old guys that I used to listen to at the church up here throughout the 90s in the back smoky rooms, talking about how to take over the world. Using the anarchist cookbook as their as their guidelines, using the Mein Kampf and the history of Mussolini and the other mustache man. Because we forget, without Mussolini, the other mustache man wouldn't exist, right? He was following Mussolini's lead. He was also a washed-up, retired actor who'd been an actor his whole life and knew how to portray strength to the crowd. He was also a narcissist who had enablers behind him telling him, yes, sir, because they wanted to suck at that power teat.
Do you think in order to get in, like, to play that role, you have to be somewhat of a narcissist?
For sure.
Like, I mean,
It
if you
takes
look,
yeah.
I think all of them have that narcissist trait to them, you know, and I think it just comes with the territory. In order to get to that level, I think you have to have it.
The art of self-promotion is never without some narcissistic traits. We all have them. We have to have them. A lot of them are defense mechanisms that are ingrained within us, right? But the difference, like narcissistic traits, that's such a good way to phrase that, because we all have those. Not all of us are going to end up with narcissistic personality disorder, and not but maybe 1 to 3% of us will ever end up a full-blown narcissist. But we all have the traits, and as long as we can recognize those in the moment, and especially with the cognitive awareness of, you know, first of all, knowing how we affect our surroundings, not just how it affects us, but really, you know, to an intimate point of every minuscule point of how we are affecting everything around us, good and bad, being able to reflect and introspect on things and opine on our own faults and what we can do better, instead of just making the excuses that nothing was ever wrong and we just harden our ways. Perfect practice makes perfect, but perfection's unattainable. Practice makes perfect doesn't work, especially when you're practicing shitty practices and principles. As a business owner, I'm always hyper-focused on this shit with my crews and my guys and people that are on the job sites. Here's the deal. The first guy on the job site that says, "Fuck, man! Hey, fucking fuck, man!" You're bringing donuts for everybody on the crew, everybody on the whole job site for the rest of the week, every day. Because just that one sentiment, that one, no, man, own your shit. I love it when people call me out. I love laughing at myself. I find it to be one of the pleasures in life. I also like to be spanked and whipped once in a while, but you know, self-degradation is always kind of that way. But self-reflection's tough, you know, and I see so many of us in this hardened sense of self-righteousness. We literally have Christians running around the country bashing on other human beings, using Old Testament verses against each other as weapons. That's not what Homeboy was all about. Oh, man. We meet people where they're at, right? We help them up, right? When we're in a secure spot, we push the weak up in front of us. Strong men don't punch down. Strong men don't attack the weak and the meek and the unhoused and the unclothed and the unfed. We don't use them as scapegoats. Weak men do that. religious or not. We all know this. We all know this as a human trait. We get caught up in our sections and our sectors and our factions and our groups and our teams because we're hive-minded. We are tribal. We are animals. We are ruled by our brain chemicals. We don't even know that our brain chemicals are ruling us. Those that know how to manipulate those brain chemicals through talking points, through trigger words like woke, far left extremist,
Hey, folks,
communist,
I'm back.
Marxist. No, dude. Those are the people we got to watch out for.
Yeah, I try not to play into like all these talking points. I just focus on what I can focus on in my world, and take care of my family. Just do what
That's
I
it,
need to
man.
do. And not to try to be. I don't know. I just like I said before, man. I try to be objective. I try to see it from both sides. I try to see, at least try to see like how did this person get to this point? Like it's something that triggered this person to even think this way. So let me step back, and let me look at okay, now I see why you feel this way. I think a lot of people, they don't look at it that way. I mean, you were
No,
just saying earlier,
because
like they just want to judge.
well, yeah,
Well,
and
let me just judge this person. No, it's
it's
a
so
reason
much
why this
easier to just
person
point the
is.
finger.
Yeah. It's a reason why this person got to here. Like last night when John was talking about his tenant, and then he brought in the guy with no shirt and no shoes. I guess he comes from a wealthy family. And I'm like, I was asking him yesterday. I said, well, I don't feel sorry for a guy who didn't have obstacles in front of him. He's choosing to walk around, with no shirt, no shoes, to go against whatever his parents
The
worked
richest
for
dudes I
to put
know
him in
drive broken
position.
down trucks and dress like slobs.
Yeah, like he's choosing to do that.
Yeah.
And the other guy, well, he's 60 or whatever. Like I told him, I say, well, he wasted a lot of time, So, but why is he in this situation? Maybe he had obstacles that got him to this point. The other guy, clearly, you said he could call his father tomorrow and call his mother tomorrow, and he can have a penthouse and be a millionaire in a year. So clearly, he doesn't have nothing in front of him that's stopping him. He's stopping himself.
And we never take the time to put ourselves in somebody else's shoes and say, well, maybe he grew up rich and despises those people and is choosing not to be that way. Maybe he's got some addiction and mental health issues and just is too ashamed to call his mom for help. Who fucking knows, right? But it's so much easier to just attack a person and say, well, I know what's best for that person because I know what's best for everybody because me and my team think this way. No.
A lot of times I think people are not in position to talk. That's the way I just like, you're not in position to talk. You personally are not in position to talk. You're just not.
Good point.
Yeah, I was actually pondering that yesterday. Just people talking about black people, and yet you are literally acting like what you described.
Right. You're not in position to talk. You're
Right.
just not. You're not in a position to talk.
Oh
And
man, tough one.
And even like, so Be Brave is the same age as my father, right?
Really?
Yeah. My father would be 71 in 2 months. And so they grew up in the same time,
Mhm.
My father, my
Talked
grandfather
about
moved
it.
from down south up here to Cleveland to work in the steel mill. sent my father to school. My father went to school to be a chemical engineer.
Damn.
And so
Really?
the way that I look at, you know, say they brave, I'm comparing him to somebody that's his age, which is my father. You know, my father's black, be brave is white, and my father said I never seen him make an excuse. Never seen this guy make an excuse.
Right.
Never seen. So I'm coming from a guy that's 70 years old, about to be 71, never made an excuse, which trickled down to me. I never make excuses. I don't make them. I didn't see my father make excuses.
And he's been working his whole life, right? He's been working
His whole
towards
life.
something. He's always been working
Exactly.
for a goal.
My
And
grandfather, never seen him make excuses. Like, I'm gonna tell you something, Stanley. My grandfather, when he was 13 years old, his mother took him to the barbershop. And you know he never seen his mother after that? She left him.
What?
yeah.
Yes, left him. At 13. Left him,
Holy
Stanley.
cow.
Left him.
She
Like,
knew
what
that
you gonna
barber was a
do?
good man, right? She knew those people at that
He don't
barbershop.
know. Never knew his father. She just took him to the barbershop one day and left him.
Fucking
And
A.
you have to think about, I never seen this man complain. He worked every day, took care of my grandmother and 6 kids. Never complained. Never. But to go through something like that at 13, and you raise yourself, you take care of yourself, you move your wife up to Cleveland, you work 35 to 40 years in the steel mill, you take care of your kids. They didn't have to want for nothing. That is what I come from. So I don't go into the world, I don't make excuses. I just go and I provide and I do what I need to do. So to sit up here and to say, well, all black people are the same, that's a lie. It's a lie.
Well, I think they know that. They just literally want to paint with a broad brush. But your father, you telling me about your father studying to be a chemical engineer? Look, your father at 70 overcame a lot to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And glorifying Be Brave, who literally admits that he obviously never wanted to amount to anything. So this white guy, and I'm just, well, you know what? This Be Brave, because Be Brave does not represent white people.
He doesn't, Stanley. And you know what, Stanley? You know what's crazy, Stanley? Coming from where we come from, the military, we see everybody.
Oh
There's
yeah.
there's no black, white, or we all have to work together to get the mission done. So we come from a perspective of, we're not looking at skin tone, because once you start thinking that way, it can end the mission. We all can die.
Well, what I was
We all
going to
put on that.
say,
We all put on
your
that uniform.
father, I'm going to just come right out and say, your father's twice the man that Be Brave is, because back in the day, even getting a job as a chemical engineer was hard.
Yes.
So a person like Be Brave to claim he participates or contributes to the glory of, quote, white culture is ridiculous. Okay, he doesn't even understand the culture he glorifies. So, salute to your father.
Sure.
Yeah.
He probably did continue an education through his life too, right? This wasn't like he became a chemical engineer because he got a good ride into a good college and did his college studies, up until his mid-20s, and then worked as right. He continued his studies and probably more than likely didn't even get his degree until later in life, right?
Who you talking, my father?
Yeah.
No. He so my grandfather paid for him to go to school.
Nice. Badass.
So like I said, my grandfather worked at the steel mill, making good money, in those times.
Yeah.
And sent my father to school. My father went to school. He paid for it.
Nice.
So my grandfather worked in the steel mill and sent his son to go be a chemical engineer. You know what I'm saying? And I don't get some of these people.
That's badass.
And you know what, Stanley? My father he'll be 71, and I have never heard him wake up or talk about a white person. Never, Stanley, never. He doesn't wake up and say, "Well, the white man did." I never heard him say it, Stanley. Never. And I'm 38. I'll be 39 in October. I never heard him say it. Never heard him make an excuse. Anything, Stanley. Never heard it. You know.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know how my father even tolerated me. I think
I
he
hear you there.
tolerated me because my personality, and people are gonna roast me for saying this, but my personality is probably more my mother's. You know, she was a reader and she had a sharp tongue. Dude, you did not mess with Hurricane Dolores.
Hurricane Dolores. That's right.
Once she started spinning up, oh
Hey, Stanley,
boy.
I'm still here. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm still here.
Lawns got mowed, hedges got clipped. You just wanted to be doing outside work. But she was funny as hell. She was one with the one-liners. So
yeah, my granddad was all about can't never did nothing. If you ever said I can't do that, or you ever said that, you know, that ain't gonna happen, ain't never did nothing. Can't never did nothing. Get your ass up and work, you know. You can't let somebody else tell you what they're gonna give you and what they took away from you. No. You gotta get up and get it.
Yeah, there's nothing like a good-hearted, sarcastic person. I know my son. My son just shakes his head. But
Yeah,
funny enough, supposedly, according to my sister, my son has inherited that sense of humor.
Yep. Yep. And
That
he's
sarcasm.
already realizing it, I'm sure. My son's the same way. He's God, no, fucking, I said something to my girlfriend the other night, and I'm like, God, I sound just like my fucking asshole dad.
Oh, that's funny. Well, I'll check it out, Lawrence. I'm not against it. You know, I often say that I love CT and I love Bob. It's their panels I hate.
Certain days, you know, I can actually stand to listen to it.
Yeah.
Actually pretty lucky to be able to hop on as early as I did in the show here last couple days ago and write it out as long as I could. But you know, that's the thing with the whole cult mentality stuff too over there, is that, you know, I like the fact that we can buy each other off the panels. I think that's a super cool,
I hate that
interactive way. I think it's a good way to get the anticipation up, to you know, create little things that might get you kicked off or maybe not, and create drama where it might not be before. And it gives the person on panel maybe that concept, if they really want to be there and hardline a situation, more than likely you're going to get booted.
Put your money where your mouth is.
Right. But at the same time, there's definitely, you know, you mentioned something earlier about the 500 subs.
Yeah.
For monetization purposes, probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if we had a way around that?
Oh, well, yeah.
This?
I mean,
I'm creating a way around that.
I'm just kind of like, you know what? This is, I mean, dude, I am a closet academic. If I really had it to do all over, if I had my perfect life, I literally would have been a classics professor. I have always liked history, maybe not to the degree that I do now. I almost find history is a tool for political analysis. But dude, I took college Latin. That's how much I liked it.
Legitimate,
you know,
referendum, huh?
Yeah, it was, you know, first class of my first day of high school was Father Anthony's Latin class. And I've just loved it ever since. And I had a facility for languages. But you know, I was kind of cursed with being good at a lot of things. I was also I was governor's honors in chemistry. I just, things that I like, I put a lot of
See the
effort
pattern,
into.
right? You could see
Yeah.
the interactive way that the things work together, and not just the
Oh,
information.
dude, I that's why I love cooking, dude. It's chemistry.
Straight up. Yeah.
So, does anybody have any idea what this whole Sha'Carri Richardson thing? Apparently there was some domestic violence
Can you
issue.
can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. So her and her boyfriend was in the airport, and something happened to where like she must have got mad at him or something. So she got caught on camera, being real aggressive and pushing him, and he was trying to like walk away. She kept grabbing him, pushing him
Really?
into the wall. Yeah, yeah. She was super aggressive, like. But he was calm, like didn't react to it. He was trying to walk away. So I guess the security must have seen her doing it on the camera, and they ended up stopping him and was talking to him, and basically like she was lying and was saying like he was doing something to her, but they ended up saying like, well, lady, we got you on camera, like we got you
Right.
dead to rights, like we gotta arrest you, and she was like, calling the guy a coward, you a coward, you a coward, but it wasn't really him. It was like, no, they caught you on camera.
Well, you know what?
They just doing their job.
The black manosphere is gonna have a ball with that.
Oh yeah, yeah. But it's just like, man, you come on, you got all this money, all this endorsement deal. You already messed up once. You messed
Yeah.
up once. You pop smoking weed. You got a second chance. You did good, and now you ruin it again. You have a problem.
Yeah.
It's not the guy fault. You have a problem. You have a problem. And for you to be that aggressive, to be swinging at it, to be swinging at him, because if he would have swung back at you, it would have been his fault.
Exactly. Well,
Like
this is
she was super aggressive, Stanley. Super aggressive.
damn. This is Arami Yosef Frimpong, my favorite philosopher. And he had some thoughts on Sha'Carri and bidirectional violence in parenting. So we'll see what he has to say.
America, my name is Arami Yosef Frimpong. Now today I'm going to talk to
Oh,
you
by
about
the way, what happened with what's her name? With Ponder. There's
I
a
think she said
note.
she made a mistake and kicked herself off or something.
Yeah, I
She
don't.
probably was waiting. She probably was waiting for you to come back.
Oh, well, hey, you know what? I took an Uber to the beer store because I'd already had a couple. So, oh well. She'll be back.
Sha'Carri Richardson.
Hey, I was gonna say, Be Brave must have started another stream, or maybe John did. I think John had a stream scheduled.
And her situation with Christian Coleman shoving and bullying him in the airport, and how it's possible that we would not have believed Christian Coleman had there not been so much video evidence of Sha'Carri Richardson doing her thing. And I'm not saying this to demean Sha'Carri Richardson. I'm a fan. I think she's very fast. She's fast. I didn't think she would be able to run as fast as she is. Anyway, so I think it's unfortunate that she has some habits that she needs to get rid of, and I think it's important, not just for Christian Coleman, but I think if you're beating up your boyfriend like that, she's gonna smack the crap out of her kids, and you just have to understand. And I'm gonna look right into the camera when I say this. The key to parenting is figuring out how to get your kids to do hard things without beating the snot out of them. And I'll say this again. The key to parenting is to figure out how to get your kids to do hard things without beating the snot out of them. Now,
Actually, that's kind of a good point that he makes. I'm lucky, and my son, even when he was little, you could actually reason with him. Like, this is why you should do this. But you had to actually tell him about downstream consequences. Literally the last time I put my hand on my son in anger, I swatted him on his diaper to get his attention. I've literally never spanked him. And it's so funny because my wife would spank my son. And I literally told her, don't you ever do that. The kid is smart. And it was kind of weird, a black man telling a white woman, I don't want my son spanked. It's like, you won't do it. And thank God now I was away from home because I commuted for work. But who knows what she did, but it really was I was kind of surprised that she would spank him. She was pretty laid back. But this is my one manosphere moment. I'm like, you will not spank my son. If you can't reason with him, come to me. I'll figure it out. But we're not going to raise my son, with spankings, because I used to get them and I did not like them. Figure it out. We are not doing that.
Oh, my dad broke the breadboard over my ass numerous times. I'd always move and it hit me on the hip,
Oh, what? Oh shit! He hit you on the head?
No, on the hip.
Oh fuck! That must have hurt too.
I'd move to the side, so it hit my hip bone, and yeah.
Oh my god!
But I mean, we're not talking like.
Wait, Kelvin, is this a compliment or an insult? I used to get spankings, and look how you turned out, Stan. I don't even know how to respond to that.
I'd say that he's saying he turned out pretty good because of those spankings.
I don't know. I think maybe you just need to know your child. My son is like 6'1", probably 200 pounds. I had to look him in his eye the other day and told him, motherfucker, you better calm down. I don't like the tone of your voice. And I've told him, dude, I'm old. I can't fight fair. You better watch out, because if I put you on the ground, I'm just going to have to take the consequences.
Yeah,
but bottom line is I've always been able to just go, look, this is how it is. If you want to do something else, we can negotiate, but it's going to be, if you can't negotiate, then it's going to be my way. You just don't have a choice. And even now, he's 19. If you're in my house, you don't have a choice. We can negotiate, but if barring that, it's going to be my way. Period.
Well, what's life really all about? What are the three core tenets of what kids need to learn and what they need to know, right?
Well, I think they need to be able to think, number one. I was talking to my sister the other day. My son still sometimes looks to me like he literally looked at me like, what do I do?
Yeah.
And I need to let him know that, time's out for that. I'm parent emeritus, and I understand the urge, but they need to think for themselves. They need to have a sense of responsibility. Like, hey, life has consequences, decisions have consequences, and if you make a bad decision, you made a bad decision, own it. And number three,
responsibility to teach them how to recognize boundaries.
Yeah.
And we don't do
and
that.
I think they need to be able to read.
Track of that. We always know what the consequences are. We always know that there's going to be a consequence. What we are really poor at, and what other countries really excel at with raising their kids in different psychological ways, is recognizing the boundaries, managing the expectations.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to have a teenager go to a party and notice when something is off. And make the right choice, right? To make the good choice. That's the key, is to get that critical thinking in their brains, in their minds, that's a boundary. and to recognize and to be able to verbally say to themselves, that's a boundary, right? And to use that word, that's what I found like just kind of key to the process of creating that synergetic growth of the free thinking mind of the critical thinker,
Right. Yeah, dude, people, oh my God. I was fussing at someone yesterday in the chat. I'm like, dude, well, it was a woman, female, as a matter of fact. I'm like, literally, that's how you're that's what you're thinking? It's like, what are they teaching these kids in school? I'm like, really?
We're so sterile with wanting our teachers to be just teaching machines, right? That don't teach kids how to interact with each other, how to deal with their feelings when they're raging, when they're sad. They're supposed to just be sterile creatures, and you got your counselor that you can go see to if you need any emotional shit done, right? No, man. Life is about emotions, right? We need to be able to have our coaches and our teachers pull kids aside and talk to them individually as a mentor, as a counselor, as a role model.
Right.
They don't get paid enough to be that anymore. They don't get paid enough to care. They do care. I'm not saying they don't, but there's no drive there to try to help a child who may just go home and say, yeah, well, fucking teacher said it's a different way, and you're wrong, mom, or you're wrong, dad, and then have that mom or dad go in there and fucking cause a fuss. And fuck, man, it takes a village, man. It takes a village, right? But we're not willing to ever be that villager. We're not.
Well, I think, there's a breakdown in parenting, which is what Irony is alluding to.
I can see that, but what's the ultimate? What's the root cause of that? What's the underlying?
That is literally, I'm not sure I know the answer. I honest, dude, I'm going to sound so weird.
That's the one right there, because
I think moving the basic education away from liberal arts.
Yeah.
I honestly think, look, I went to Catholic schools, so I might not have a good perspective on this.
But you had good music classes, and you had good art classes. And
Well, shit, I took Latin.
Yeah. Right.
You were constantly exposed, even if you didn't realize it, to ethics, morals.
Yes. Right.
Even in Latin, you were reading about Caesar. That literature is full of moral dilemmas.
Yeah. And the history,
even reading the Odyssey, you are exposed to moral dilemmas.
Yeah.
And
encouraged to opine on those, to think about why these characters were doing these things,
right?
And not just the fact that they did them, right? And once our grade scores went down, and we started pumping more just basic facts and pass the test at the end of the year so you can move on, all of that social awareness was lost in the teaching and in the curriculum. And even the wording and the way that the information is presented to the teacher to present to the students was all that nuance was taken out of it. We just want to make sure that you pass the thing at the end of the year so you can move on, so that we don't have to teach you for free next year.
Right. All right. Well, let's get back to see what Irony says.
Now, a lot of you are saying that, like, oh no, gentle parenting is the way. Well, your kids don't do hard things. Your kids don't do hard things. So, like, don't listen to liberals about parenting. Like, they don't have the idea. Their kids don't do hard things. They let their kids quit everything. Their kids don't do hard things. So, if you have, don't listen to.
I don't ever want to have to tell my son no. I don't ever want to have to say no to my children. That's pretty dumb. that's not a good move.
Well, no, as in like, I mean,
Ever.
interesting.
Yeah. And sure, like I said, I was kind of a hippie and hung out with some hippie types, but you know,
Well,
it
I
didn't
mean,
take
when
till
you say
24
no, I
years
mean, there's
to
certain
realize.
times when no is useful. Like, don't touch that hot stove.
Smack him on the hand, get a little pat on the ass, like it, those are the spankings are one thing. A swat on the ass, a swat on the hand. It's kind of a different realm there of the psychological effect you're trying to install, the programming you're trying to install in your child that's bad. It's just like rubbing a dog's nose in its shit when it shits in the house. You know what you have to do to a narcissist? You got to rub their nose in their own shit until they stop acting like a narcissist. And that's what Gavin Newsom's doing so great right now with this whole trope thing of using the tweets and everything and the wording of, from the official and the, by using the initials and the caps and that situational awareness, right? That is classic. It's how we call each other out that creates that desire to even want to change.
Well, it's kind of like a relaunch of you remember last summer it was Republicans are weird, that sort of
Oh yeah.
people are just
Well,
weird.
up the weird thing, yeah, for sure. I still use weird. That's a great word. And not normal, just the normalization of all of this, the normalization of the dehumanization.
Right.
The trickle, the drip that keeps hitting you in the face. And then next thing you never know, now it's a full-fledged spigot running full bore and you're still just, can I have some more? The normalizations of all this dehumanization, the beatings on the streets, the people being, literally abducted off the streets because they spoke out against the government. 8-year-old American citizens being held in detention, being handcuffed. That creates
they
generation
lose me with that. I don't care what kind of now if the mother or father are criminals, that kind of changes things. But like that story I read earlier, if the kids are American citizens, you make an exception for that mother or the parents, period. Especially if they have no criminal record, you figure it out, but you don't deport American citizens under any circumstances. That is so much bullshit. Deporting American citizens? Really? The fuck?
No, we'll just detain them down here in Alligator Alcatraz, right? Detention camps. Right? Concentration camps.
DeSantis is actually thinking about building another one.
Yeah, they're building a big one in Tennessee or something right now too. I mean,
well, I heard the one in Tennessee is like a shut down prison that they're refurbishing, or maybe there's a second one they're building from scratch. But
yeah, it's that one. That's who's behind that. Where's the money coming from?
Dude, Marsha Blackburn is running for Tennessee governor.
Yeah, right.
Can you believe that? What a woman. What a woman.
Kids themselves don't do hard things because it's easy to parent if you let your kid become a marshmallow. If you let your kid become a marshmallow, if you let your kid like just grow up without real hard like skills and talents and haven't to develop anything because their parent let them quit every hard thing. So don't listen to any parent whose kids can't do hard things.
Yeah,
whose kids can't do hard things, right? Because the secret is figuring out how to arrange the environment, and this is. It can't be an individual relationship. It's about how to arrange the environment in the context so that your kids can actually do hard things and will work through the process of doing hard things without you beating the snot out of them. And if you think that that is an easy thing to do, you have fooled yourself. You have fooled yourself. And I bet you just your kids don't understand. Like the people who know, even the people who don't beat the snot out of their kids, but whose kids do.
I'm sorry, what?
I agree with the principle there. Maybe not necessarily the ultimatum of beating the snot out of them. But he's right. I mean, it's about that cognitive awareness and the situational awareness, the recognition of boundaries and consequences, the critical thinking skills, you know, but it's not a matter of like, you're going to learn or I'm going to beat you. Because kids don't learn that way. That, you know, you tell them that and they're just going to defy you anyways. So.
Well, eventually they will. At first, they're just going to basically, you know, be automatons.
You can be a helicopter parent, you know, and be there to pick up all their sticks and to feed them, and you know, and then what? They turn 18, they get out into the real world for the first time, and they find a different culture. They find different things that they've never been exposed to, and they flip out. They lose it. They don't know how to deal. They can't cope.
Right.
Hard things rather consistently. Know that it's a science. Know that they've had to curate an entire environment to make sure that that's the case. Because it is possible, but it is not easy or natural. Because the natural thing is to quit doing hard things. Right. By the way, if you appreciate what I'm talking, because not a lot of people talk to you about this, go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month. And I keep doing what I'm doing, because nobody's going to tell you that one, Sha'Carri Richardson isn't that big of a problem. And I'm not a huge fan of her putting her hands on Christian Coleman, but we need to be honest about the problem. We need to be honest because we can find a solution for that. And the solution isn't like, never touch your man, or you should just take deep breaths. That's fine. But we don't want her to give up. We don't want her to give up on working with other people. Right? Because, like, once again, if she's going to do that to Christian, you know she's going to do that to her kids. She knows she's going to do that to her kids. And we need her to be able to teach her kids well without giving up on them. Because the knee-jerk reaction of the weak pacifists is to just pretty much give up on teaching them their kids to do hard things. But we need to actually understand like what kind of society we need, what kind of system we need, what kind of family structures we need in order so that our kids can do hard things without us beating the crap out of them like Daddy King did to Martin Luther King, who was taught how to do hard things by his daddy beating the crap out of him. So don't listen to the people who knee-jerk say that this is a simple solution. That there's a simple solution, just like hands off. There is not a simple solution. A solution is hands off, but it's not simple unless you want to raise a marshmallow. Unless you want to raise a kid who can't do hard things. Right? And honestly, black people, we haven't figured this out, and white people haven't figured it out either. But you know, a lot of recent new immigrants and Asians have figured it out, and you know, Orthodox Jews and people like who take that you need to game the entire environment around the person so that they can do hard things and handle disagreement and submit their will to your wisdom without having to beat the tar out of them, without relying on power and without necessarily relying on their good judgment because they don't understand why they should do what you should have to do. So like that's really hard. And I'm telling you this, mothers aren't better at this than fathers. From what I've seen, having 3 pretty high functioning kids, mothers are not better than this at fathers. In some way, actually, fathers have an advantage because they know that like it's going to be like a struggle to figure out how to do this, whereas mothers are quicker to give up.
It's called Pat never did nothing.
Give up the project of like.
Say that again.
Ant never did nothing. The easiest thing to do is quit.
Right.
I completely agree with what he's saying here, but what he's getting at is that we need to curate situations in their life to be able to point out things that are going to be hard.
Right.
Rather than just, allowing what comes at them naturally to put them in whatever situation it does naturally. And then to be there for them and say, look, let's break this down. Why is it that you're feeling this way? Why is it that you're running into a little bit of a roadblock here? Is that a boundary, or is that something that is maybe an obstacle? Or, how do we work these situational awareness, cognitive ways of moving forward during difficult times when all we want to do is lay down and say, I can't, so I'm not going to try, and just quitting. No, like, we don't learn shit from the couch. You don't learn how to deal with people by watching Maury Povich. You got to get out there. You got to do the work, and that's.
Yeah, problems aren't
here.
Problems don't solve themselves generally, and they don't go away ever. You gotta. I had a captain who used to say, Stanley, you gotta drive the problem.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? You either drive the problem or it drives you.
Exactly.
Straight up.
Oh, Captain Right.
Like having a kid do hard things and then find reasons, especially liberals. But I've said before, and you've heard me say this many times on my podcast.
And he's got the especially liberals thing behind him
liberals
too.
are the worst parents in the United States.
Yeah. See, you know what though? That's bullshit. Okay, so he's already got the skewed, liberal bad point of view.
Oh,
So
look,
that
he's an odd mixture. He's kind of a Bernie Sanders type progressive.
I was thinking neo-progressive on that side of things.
Except he, DSA types generally want to be, in my opinion, class essentialists.
Sure.
The DSA folks were anti 1619 Project, for instance. Irony is kind of a little bit to the right of DSA in that he recognizes race is a big problem in America, to the extent that he literally has said we need better white people, which made me laugh the first time I heard it. However,
I think we need better people in general.
Well, yeah, he probably should have said that, but it was fire for effect.
Right.
However, he's to the right of DSA in that he doesn't have a problem with capitalism.
Sure.
He's much more people have problems, not so much the system has problems. And if the system has problems, it's because of human imperfections, which is obvious. Supposedly he's writing a doctoral thesis, thesis on it's a doctoral dissertation on freedom, like what freedom is.
Wow.
So a lot of his thinking, a lot of these shows are freedom related.
Sure.
And to be honest, I don't think you can be free if you don't have a good education. You literally don't know what it is.
I love the poorly educated.
What day is it? It's already a show title. And I have attributed the quote to you.
Shit. That's one of my favorite new quotes because it's just so in the face, it's that irony of I'm literally controlling you because you're stupid, and I'm telling you that I love you because you're stupid and I can control you.
Yeah, like a child. Children
Straight
don't
up.
have freedom. Like in a normal circumstance, they're not free to do what the hell they want.
No. I mean, really, is anyone?
Within limits. There are certain things you can't do, especially if it harms other people. But I think, dude, no one tells me when to wake up.
Yeah.
You know, they're
Accountability
free,
is where I'm going there.
even freedom. See, freedom is kind of weird in that it doesn't mean you are omnipotent. You know, I think people sometimes confuse the two. You can't do anything you want to do, even if you're free.
I think we confuse liberty with freedom.
That could be, yeah.
You know, because
that's a better way of framing it.
It's not, you know, your right to shit on other people is not liberty. You know, so we've lost that, and we've lost the whole liberty and libertarian kind of word with the whole growing of the two party system. And we have libertarians out there, sure, but really this guy is more of a libertarian than anything else. It sounds like he's
so?
personal, you know, personal freedoms and personal responsibility. You know, because we lose that aspect of it too, of accountability, self-accountability, because we're supposed to hold each other accountable. But when we stop doing that, right, then we create narcissistic personality disorders within each other. When we justify and rationalize for each other because we're on the same team. When in reality, like, what's the right thing to do? What would Jesus do?
Yeah.
Well, so we get that 180-degree spin of rationalizing and justifying shitty behavior because that's the way our team does it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what humanity is all about. At least it's not, in my worldview, what it should be about.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to read it, but I ran across a Substack by somebody asking whether Abraham Lincoln would be a Republican today.
You know, there's a bunch of that out there. There's all kinds of stuff like that out there because of the 540 that we've done. The other guy you played earlier was talking about the whole system of creating, you know, they really, the Dems created the laws that were manipulated in a way that they could use them, that are now being used against themselves after they've been flipped and flopped 3 times now. Because when we're so factioned and we're only fighting to hurt the other team, we're not fighting for what we want our team to do, to win. That's why I say, man, we don't vote for what we want. We haven't voted in America for what we want probably since the mid 1800s. We vote against what scares us the most. We vote against who we're scared of. That's politics, is to get your side scared enough to vote against the people that we don't like. That's the game. That's the game. That's end all be all. When Newt Gingrich stood on the House floor and said, they are the enemy, we must stop them at all cost. Okay, that's the day that this whole thing became an argumentative fallacy. There's no good faith in an argument like that. There's no good faith being played in politics when the whole point of everything right now is to own the libs.
Wow.
I'm going to call myself a Christian, and I'm going to demonize other people. I'm going to dehumanize other people. I'm going to take away their benefits. I'm going to say things like, not with my tax money, and call myself a Christian person, a good person who is living a Christ-like life. Bullshit. 100% bullshit. You know, and that's honestly what I like calling out in life anymore, is the hypocrisy of this game that we're playing with each other. Telling each other what we're supposed to be doing. If I'm offended by what you're doing, it's not my responsibility to tell the world what a piece of shit you are and how much you need to change because my feelings are hurt. But it's those people that are saying, you need to change because you're all up in your feelings. The irony is over. It's so palpable you could hit it with a fork. You know, I mean, it's thick. and we just
Right.
don't see it because we don't see the fog when we're in our own addiction.
Well, you know what? Talk more about that. What do people do as a curative?
Call each other out. Seriously, accountability is the only thing that works. Calling each other out in public, publicly admonishing and humiliating each other.
Mm-hmm.
Not sycophanting for each other, not licking each other's boots.
So basically, but I think we've kind of lost our sense of shame, right?
Fucking hey. I was just thinking about that word because, there is no shame anymore.
Right.
And if we see somebody doing a shameful thing and they're on our side, more than likely,
Yeah,
we're gonna
yeah,
step
yeah,
up
yeah.
their defense.
Yeah. Yep.
We're going to step up for them and say, no, the other side's worse.
Yeah.
But it's not
Yeah.
even. Okay, there's no even keel anymore. I look for that even keel. I get called a fence sitter a lot.
Mhm.
I consider myself to be a fence sitter. I'm a people watcher. I like to watch the dynamics and the way things interact and the magnetivity. We're either drawn to each other or we oppose each other. And just like knowing that we're all space dust. We're all held together by the same molecules, right? We look at each other's skin and we're programmed to think that's a different colored person, therefore they are this way, because we classify and label things in our humanistic way that our brains work. We're not responsible for the programming that we receive as children. As adults, it's 100% our responsibility to recognize it, to understand it, and to change what we think must be. It's kind of a recovery type sentiment when it comes to recovering life and addiction. But it plays into the managing of expectations that is life. We never define what the expectation is. We just expect for it to happen a certain way. We never say to each other, this is what I expect. And we sure as fuck don't say that to ourselves. What do we expect of ourselves? We know what we want to be and what we're aspiring to show others that we are. But when it comes to working for it and creating that and manifesting it, we blame, we dodge accountability, we deflect and redirect, we don't absorb, right? We harden our shell. We maintain that path through the briar patch, right?
Right.
Into the tar fields, despite our own good, right? To prove how righteous we are. And that's what Jesus was all about calling out. Is those self-righteous ways that we get into these situations where now we think and we know what we want, but we're working for the exact opposite of it. The money's not the root of all evil. The love of money is. The love of fame, the love of being the one that gets to steal everybody else's 15 minutes of fame.
Well, look at this. Solid Snake. Hit the link, motherfucker.
It must be early. He's probably sober.
Oh man.
He's probably up there celebrating. Vlad was in his backyard last night. So,
That's what I'm thinking. He came by to gloat.
Did you see old Vlad laying the flowers up there on the fallen soldiers' graves?
No, I didn't.
Oh, good God! Yeah, he met with some of the Orthodox bishops and laid
in Alaska.
Oh yeah.
Holy cow! You got that video?
I think yeah. There's a couple of them here. I'll find it for you.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that. I want to finish watching this. It's a little longish. And
that's
irony
cool.
will start repeating himself. So once he starts that, we'll switch over. But
Sure.
no, I want to see that. Look, I think MAGA ought to be embarrassed. I'm like, oh man, Putin literally has Trump on a leash. So between Epstein and Putin, they basically emasculated Trump. They have me feeling sorry for Trump.
So Sha'Carri Richardson beat up Christian Coleman. You know, as a mother, if she ever got frustrated, she would either give up on the kid or beat up on the kid too. And this is a problem, and we don't talk about it. And I'm worried about more of the child abuse. I'm more worried about the child abuse angle, and I'm worried about the alternative of liberal parenting where childs are marshmallows and they can't do anything or be anything
Now
because you didn't know how to get on them without
I'm
beating
gonna
them. And you couldn't
say
beat
this. You know, I kind of unfortunately consider myself kind of a child of the Enlightenment. You have to pretty much pick your way through. There are a ton of bad things, but look, I majored in chemistry in college. However, I took junior level, at least English courses. I've always had a healthy appreciation for liberal arts. It kind of disturbs me when he wants to. Maybe I'm a black classicist. I'm not. Maybe I'm not an Enlightenment type of liberal. But look, there are a lot of good things about being a liberal. I am literally center left by temperament. I don't like extremes, right or left. You got to think your way through problems. You got to, dude, the first thing you do is think about it. And
I'm much
sometimes
more
you
of
have to
just
make snap
conservative than I am a
decisions.
liberal by any means. Like the labeling system is broken.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
being used
Yeah,
as
yeah,
a
yeah.
punching bag talking point when we're labeling each other like this. That now we have to label ourselves, and all that does is drive us further into our own downward wedge.
I agree.
This whole worldview thing.
Mhm.
I keep asking people this worldview thing, right? The worldview is used as a divide and conquer tactic to get
Mhm.
people to get into their lane and stay there.
Right. Well, when you do that, though, I mean, you're essentially saying we don't want you to grow.
Yeah. And we don't want you to intercommune with each other. And no, divide and conquer is all about creating an individual, right?
Mhm.
And getting those groups of individuals down into little smaller groups of individuals. It's the log, it's the firewood log. You take a log, you break it in quarters.
Right. Yeah.
Right? You break the next one, and now you got kindling, tiny slivers of kindling out of this one quarter. You're never putting that log back together.
Mm-hmm.
Now you work on the next quarter and the next quarter and the next quarter.
Oh, wow.
Worldview has been used throughout time as a dividing wedge, is getting people to classify themselves, right? To put on the blinders. It's like a horse putting on its own blinders.
beat them.
And no
So you didn't
shame
get on them
whatsoever.
about anything.
Oh, I just said no shame at all.
Right.
No
Let's
self-awareness.
see. Oh, okay.
Here you go.
Oh, well, he meant Vladimir Putin. You see, Solid Snake thought you meant the vampire.
So now they just spend all day scrolling TikTok. Like, I don't
Yeah,
want my
well,
kids around
Vlad's
your
a
kids.
bloodsucker
The
too.
Right? So
impaler.
we need to actually talk about how life is like a little bit of a contact sport, but we need to, not hit in anger and like be just very strategic about any sort of hands being put on our child. And know that you need it's not just a relationship between the person, the abuser, and the abused. In order to undermine this abuse, you need an ecological approach to create conditions so that the kid doesn't have the right entitlements, or like nobody has the entitlements that will lead to abuse. But so I'm looking at Carl Karsnack's comment right now. Kids want structure, sports, music, school, search, whatever. When they spaz, it's because they're crying out for an adult to be an adult and give them some direction. Well, it's not they're crying out for a context, a secure context, a world that makes sense, and a direction within that world that makes sense, right? So it's not just one adult. They need an entire, they need an ecosystem, and then like a guiding light within that ecosystem, so that puts them in a direction. So yeah, that's what I think about kids and structure. Like I don't let my kids quit anything, and the best parents I know also don't let their kids quit things. A lot of the crappier parents I do know let their kids quit, and then are surprised when they have obnoxious kids who are bratty, right? Yeah, well, it's funny because it's fun. Tay Honorable says these children are also completely over monitored and surveilled. That's true. You could both over monitor and over surveil your kid while being a bad parent, because you're just over monitoring and over surveilling them without giving them and staying on them about concrete content, right? So the content matters. You can't just over monitoring them, right? So hey, thanks CM for setting up a $5 recurring payment. By the way, CM just set up a $5 recurring payment. You people who get any sort of wisdom out of what I'm saying and like the links I'm making, because remember, I'm telling you something that you're not hearing anywhere else. I'm saying Sha'Carri Richardson's relationship with Christian Coleman as bidirectional violence. One, we need to talk about bidirectional violence, because it understands that women as perpetrators of violence, which is a thing, especially in the Black communities, but also we miss a lot of child abuse and child neglect because we don't understand women as being violent and not particularly imaginative with respect to alternative ways to get their way outside of violence, right? Especially if you're grown up thinking that the world should cater to you. You grow up the world thinking that if you grow up thinking that like a princess, thinking that the world should cater to you, and then either you have a child or you have a man that doesn't cater to you, you're going to freak out. And maybe you haven't built up the culture to understand how to freak out without laying hands, right? And that's a whole thing with, like I said, mothers are not better at this than fathers. All right, so girlfriends are not better than this than boyfriends. So it's like just thinking about our entitlements with respect to other people. And mind you, I'm not preaching non-violence, and I'm not preaching that we should cancel Sha'Carri Richardson. I'm like, I don't think that we should cancel Sha'Carri Richardson. I think that we should just think of it as like a pretty public display of a common problem of women not knowing how to deal with their emotions in stressful situations. Then that often leads to child abuse, and then not believing men when they're abused. We might believe children, but we don't believe men when they're abused by people like
This is
Sha'Carri Richardson.
very
So like,
interesting.
and I
you
think
know
she's a whole
why?
person. But yeah,
You can see Tommy Curry has had a lot of influence on Irony. You familiar with Tommy Curry?
Yeah, a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think there's something to be said about female on male domestic violence.
Yeah,
and there being a justified thing there that women, some, not all, obviously situational, can and have used to their advantage, especially in this situation. We saw it with that one. Here was it last spring. There was a big one where the gal was beating on her man out in the street after some late night party or whatever else, and he turned around and whapped her, and she was beating on him for 20 minutes before that happened. You know, so under certain circumstances, it's never right.
Right.
You know, and it's happened. My fucking ex, raised by fucking poor white trash bikers. That's all she knew. She didn't know any other way. You know, the night I got custody of my kids, Stan, was on Christmas Eve, bro. The judge went into his chambers on Christmas Day and signed over custody after years of me dealing with her, attacking me, and then calling the cops for battery against me.
Wow.
Not showing up to pick up the kids from daycare. Right? I'd get the call from daycare 2-3 hours later and go pick them up. And then, you know, knock at the door at 10 o'clock at night, you know, I want my babies, you kidnapped them. Calling the cops for kidnapping. You know? Numerous times. I was on a first name basis.
Oh my
with
God.
cops, like literally for years, right? Until I got full custody. And this whole same, you know, situational, again, individual, I'm not going to say everything's this way. You know, my personal experience is this. I'm not going to define the whole world by that. But it happens a lot. It happens very often. And I think there's a conversation that could be had for sure in society about how this you know, this faction system of man woman is now being even a bigger wedge driven in between that. And gals just, you know instinctively that guys shouldn't hit women. It doesn't mean that you can go about doing whatever you want and expect no retaliation or expect no accountability. But either way, man, I never fucking laid a hand on her.
Right. You know what though? It still amazes me sometimes how you know, the last time I punched somebody, and I've had a couple fights, and believe it or not, I tended to get along with everyone. I know that's hard to believe, as sarcastic as I am. But I've probably been in 3 fights from 1st to 12th grade.
Yeah.
And one of them, you know, most of the fight in all boys Catholic military school, it was a watered down version of fucking Lord of the Flies sometimes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So sometimes you got to throw a punch just to show you're not a sissy.
Right.
But it does truly amaze me that people can be adults with kids and just that belligerent. It amazes me. And the reason I'm thinking about this, I just flashed back to a video I showed yesterday of this like brawl. They call it a riot that happened in Florida. A bunch of white kids, girls and boys, and there is a sucker punch from behind that it was just amazing that anyone could do that. And I'll drop that video. I might even show it again today because I've been flaunting it as something that you'll never hear on a John Galt or a Be Brave channel.
Yeah.
You know, this thing about, you know, blacks being violent, statistically they are the most violent, but it happens in all demographics. And, you know, that it happens more in one demographic is not a defense or a wild card, you know, to prove
there's more
racist
crime in poor communities, and statistically those communities have been redlined to stay poor. You know, we don't want to address the underlying cause, right? We always focus on the effects. Oh, shit, hang on.
Okay. Well, I'm going to start the video.
Defects, and we need to create a society where not just the abuse doesn't happen because people refrain from using their hands, but because that the stress doesn't happen, where this becomes an appropriate response, right? So the way that you do this with children is that you just don't give them the entitlements to sass, right? If they don't have the entitlements, if they don't, and they have so much content in their activity, they don't have the entitlements, and they have so much other things to do, they're actually not that, they're not, you don't have to beat them. What you're fighting when you have to beat your kid is their entitlements, and you have to ask yourself, how did you get their entitlements? Were you letting them watch TV, and so they've watched a bratty character? Or like, how did they get their entitlements? Because their entitlements didn't come from anywhere; it came from you, or like you being a little bit derelict in your influence with respect to them. So your bratty kid is bratty because of her entitlements or his entitlements, and from the beginning, you need to police their entitlements and understand that this is just how we do things. The kid understands that this is how we do things. Doesn't matter how everyone else do it. This is how we do things. And so if they don't have bratty entitlements, you're not going to have fights with them. Yeah, if your people don't have bratty entitlements, you're not going to have fights with them. And if you don't have bratty entitlements, you're not going to lose it and push Kristen Coleman. So like a lot of this is just a matter of managing entitlement. Right. All right. Specifically, what are hard things? Why allude to MLK getting spanked yet becoming a paragon of virtue because of it? Could it be that not sparing the rod and child is evolutionary behavior? All right, so I'm a little confused by Jabe Shopshoe's question, but I'm going to say, I mentioned MLK getting beaten. Like he was just, that guy was whipped from 0 to 15 till he went to Morehouse by Daddy King as preparing him for Morehouse. And I think that that's not a necessary preparation, but you need an alternative strategy. You can't just say like, keep Martin Luther King, except take away the violence and you still get a Martin Luther King. No, that doesn't work like that. You need an entire ecosystem that will still produce a tough kid in the absence of that kind of parental violence. So how did white parents miss the kids shouldn't swear, especially at the parent rule? How did white kids miss? Well, liberal whites are just the worst parents like ever. They're just awful. Someone says, if anything, Sha'Carri masculine side was what caused her to lose control. That's GTA X London. No, that's some sort of story you've told yourself about womanhood. No, like it's her feminine entitlement that caused her to lose control. It's the feminine entitlement. Because I imagine there are many guys who get at least as frustrated as Sha'Carri Richardson at whatever Sha'Carri Richardson was frustrated at, but don't have that kind of entitlement because one, they've had to learn how to control their body, or they're not used to people catering themselves. This is one thing about both men and fathers that a lot of women, and especially feminists, don't understand. We're not used to people being nice.
Yeah, Ryan, it's going pretty well. I'm just sitting here chatting with Uncle Fatty and watching videos. No serious agenda. So hit the link if you want. It's pinned at the top.
To us. So when people aren't nice to us, we don't flip ourselves. We don't flip our lids. A lot of women are used to people being nice to you, and so when they're not nice to you, you lose your stuff. And that's a problem, and this is especially a problem with children because children don't cater to adults, right? So and that is a gendered problem. So this idea that it was Sha'Carri Richardson's masculine side that brought it out. No, it was her feminine entitlement. Or it was just the fact that like she's in a culture where she doesn't have the cultural resources to deal with her frustration. And that is, I think, the likely and the ecological approach. All right, so we need to think about where her entitlements come from, where her frustrations come from, and then see, are they justified frustrations or unjustified frustrations? Are they induced by trauma, or are they just induced by just poor parenting or market-driven behavior? Because she seems to be a little bit of a market-driven lass. And if you just let your kids be raised by the market, they're going to come up with all these untoward entitlements that will lead to a quality of frustration that you don't need in your life, right? So yeah, so I mean, so I think it's I'm comfortable saying that Scarlett Richardson herself was poorly parented, but there are huge reasons why that's the case. Like, America targeted Black families, right? And we're living that. But there also, like, we have a culture that doesn't understand how to make kids do hard things without beating the crap out of them, and then understand that that's the whole problem.
Here's where he's
And
starting to
we've
repeat
hidden that
himself.
culture under the guise of not making our kids do hard things, or try to farm out of making the kids do hard things to other people, and then surprise when those other people, who, since they're also market driven, also don't make the kids do hard things, right? So, like, a GTA X London says I'm just wrong and that women have it hard. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. But what I've seen is that in terms of both making your partner do hard things and making your kid do hard things, fathers are better at it than mothers because of entitlements, which is why, and I'll say this as a kid who, as a parent who can actually, like, say that, like, I've raised champions. Like, my 8-year-old broke the state record in the cross country. He's gonna break it again. I had 3 record breakers, 3 winners, and I noticed that at the podium, at the top, daughters and sons raised by fathers, trained by fathers, and then all of the also rans, all of the middling people are mothers, kids raised primarily by mothers who signed them up. So, because the mothers don't want to, like, police the training, right? And the fathers are willing to police the training. So it's fathers policing training, creating champions. Mothers signing kids up and driving to practice creates, the also rans and the losers who exist so that my kids can be, so that the kids trained by their fathers win, right? So, like, that's just what I see. And it's because the mothers don't want to make their kids do hard things.
I wonder how many times he threatened to beat his kid if he didn't go running.
And
you know what? Honestly, 2 of his kids have, like, state track records in, like, the 200 meters or whatever it is.
You're either going to go run or I'm going to beat you.
No, he runs. But no, you know what? This is one of the things. I don't see him beating his kids. He's pretty
right. But under his logic that he's using right now,
right?
That's what he would be doing, right? That's what made those champions. Is that you're either going to be the best or I'm going to beat you? Is what he's saying. That is so that it's a talking point, and I thought he was going to dive more into they don't like me.
Oh, no. His kids, dude, his kids appear on his show.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. I'm pointing out the flaw in his logic of the argument that he's trying to make, that, it's not the ultimatum, right? The ultimatum of you're either going to succeed or I'm going to beat you, or you're going to figure it out or I'm going to beat you. This whole, the point of view that he's coming from.
I don't know. Let me, my son got into Georgia Tech. It was his first choice, and he got in the first pick session in the fall or winter. He got in before the general admission. He got in outright. Now, the deal is I basically told him, look, I'm poor. You know, what you need to do is use your God-given talents and get a full ride. And you know what? He did.
Yep.
And it wasn't a threat, or I didn't beat him if he got a
Right.
bad grade. I've always been able to reason with him. Now, I could be accused of psychological warfare.
Sure. All parents could be.
I am
Justifiable.
not a parent who believes that all questions are good questions. There are no bad questions. I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
I think they're stupid questions.
Definitely.
And you know what? I don't mind you asking me a question, but don't motherfucking ask me stupid questions. And
Yeah.
that was kind of my psychological warfare. Now, it depends on his age. You know, you're not going to, you know, call a 5-year-old a retard. Okay, you don't do that.
Right.
However, once he got to high school, because see, he's in that age range. When I was in the Navy, I led 17, 18, 19 and up. Okay, I know how to deal with teenagers. So once he got like junior, senior year of high school, I treated him like one of my sailors, except he was my son. So, you know, but no, I know what a 17-year-old can do. I know what a 17-year-old, 18-year-old, 19-year-old is capable of. You need to, like I told him a few days ago, and he's down in the dorms now. Dude, stop acting like you're fucking 5. Okay, and I said fucking 5. You're a goddamn 19-year-old. Dude, you're not 5. You are 19. I'm parent emeritus.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. I will advise you, but I'm not going to parent you. Those days are over.
Yep.
If you need me, you know I'm going to be here. However, I'm parent emeritus.
Yep.
You don't want me parenting you, son.
A lot of folks
I will micromanage you.
Yep. I can't even define my own expectations. How can I define yours for you?
Look at Lawrence here. Stanley, would someone asking if you really exist, is it a stupid question? Kinda. Read your read your what's his name? Damn it. Look, it's obvious we exist. You know, that I'm not one to actually think we live in a computer simulation. We actually exist. It's that Catholic training. You know, I'm pretty much a hard agnostic, but we exist. And we die.
Yeah.
So make the best of it. I'm a Camus Catholic.
Yep. Hey, there's not one God out of the 4,200 gods that was worshipped on earth today that tells us we're supposed to know all this shit.
Exactly.
It's for us to be in wonderment, right? And to be in awe and to be in respect.
Have you ever read Camus?
A little bit. I was more on the existential type of.
Well, he was an existentialist, but he called himself a Christian existentialist.
Yeah. I just couldn't get into him.
Oh, dude, when I was in high school and college, Camus was one of my heroes.
Yeah. You got a like a tone or like a bedside manner, just a unique way that just never vibed with me, you know. I can understand the concepts and the stuff, but like more of like Alan Watts type shit, you know.
Well, let me tell you something, and this is going to be an ode to my mother. When we were kids, she was a voracious reader.
Yeah.
There was like a couple we would make the rounds in the summertime. She was a teacher. So she had summers off with us. We would make the rounds once a week or twice a week. We would go to a couple used bookstores in the library. And I remember Globe Books. It was actually a pretty great used bookstore right there in Savannah on Duran Avenue.
Nice.
Dude, we would go in with my mother, and dude, we'd walk out of there with like 40 books. I mean, they were used like paperback books. They weren't super expensive. Dude, I had an adult library card at 7.
Nice.
Dude,
you're checking out all those gay books, were you?
You know what? My mother fussed at me once about checking out James Bond, Ian Fleming novels.
Nice.
And she was like, well, these books are, they're adult books. And, she was thinking they were kind of racy. And you know what I told her? You want me to read, right? This is what I'm interested in. Oh, I was a sarcastic little motherfucker. You know what? After that, dude, I checked out what the hell I wanted from the library. The Savannah Public Library isn't going to have like, you weren't going to be checking out heavy porn.
No.
But my point is that I think reading is everything. There is so much stuff you learn. It's like, dude, motherfucker, you can learn about ethics and morality. Dude, the more you read, the more you know. You never know when some arcane bit of something you read in a book is actually going to be useful at a dinner party or in the middle of a fucking storm in the middle of the Atlantic. Dude, I pulled arcane knowledge out of nowhere.
Yeah. That's when it usually hits you.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is that, dude, read a goddamn book. And irony is actually kind of funny because there are those who read books and there are those who don't.
I love the poorly educated.
Yep. That's gonna come. That quote is gonna come up a lot. I can tell.
It's one of those quotes that is kind of like ammunition that we can use against each other for, like, wake the fuck up, man.
No, Kelvin. I didn't mean buying. You don't check out porn. You check out porn. You don't buy it from the library. If someone asked if a kitchen appliance are sentient beings, a stupid question. Well, my toaster doesn't ask me how toasty I want my toast. So yes, it would be a stupid question. Now, if you're 5 years old, it depends. If you're 5, no, it's not a stupid question. If you're 25, yes, it is a stupid question. Even the innocent looking ones. All right, well, let's move on from irony because he is starting to repeat himself. This is my new lust. She is my new wannabe. I lust after this woman.
So I have now recorded and
Not
deleted this
this woman.
TikTok like 5 times this
Though
morning
she's
because
pretty
I'm
awesome.
having a very hard time communicating as succinctly as possible just how fucking batshit religious lunatic our country has become. In Tennessee, a woman was refused basic health care because she was not married to her partner of 15 years. A pregnant woman who wanted to keep the fucking kid was denied basic access to health care because the doctor thought it violated their religious beliefs that she was not married.
You've heard about Kim, what is her name? Kim something or another from Kentucky. Basically, she's taking a lawsuit to the Supreme Court, obviously with help. And in addition to reversing the libel suit that she was found guilty of, by the way, can you overturn Obergefell?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what? I know the Supreme Court's not going to touch it. And you know what? if they hear the case at all, the best she's going to get is overturning. And they shouldn't even do that. Okay. If you have a government job and you can't do your job because of religion or whatever, you find a new job.
Yeah.
It's bullshit.
It's the sentiment
that
of, you know,
even
what
how
you're
it made
doing
it to the
hurts my
Supreme
feelings.
Court.
Your actions are hurting my feelings.
Well, her religion, apparently.
That's it's bullshit.
Yeah, how it even made it to the Supreme Court. Now, it hasn't made it to the Supreme Court. They applied what is it, a certiorari or whatever it's called, a writ of certiorari. I'm thinking the Supreme Court's not going to hear this, but if they do, oh god damn it, I'm going to be pissed off.
I think they're going to be ordered to.
You think so?
I mean, we have governors and elected officials being ordered to redraw lines. We already had the Supreme Court ordered to overturn what they just overturned a year and a half ago, 2.5 years ago. Ordered to.
Well, you know what though? I think Trump, the Trump balloon, the MAGA balloon is starting to lose some air. Okay, this Epstein case and Putin, not only did he say "niet," he fucking laid a wreath. This motherfucker was laying wreaths in Alaska. It was so unserious to Putin. He had time to go in honor. This dude dissed Trump like I have never seen before. You know, Trump can order the Supreme Court to do something, but he can't order Vladimir Putin to do something. Oh, this is so funny. No, she doesn't have a hard face. This woman she is cute as hell. The fuck, Ryan? What the hell? I think she is actually pretty awesome.
And a Tennessee law upholds that.
Now, she might be like Tennessee trailer trash, but hey, trailer trash girls need love too.
We have gotten to the point where it is just accepted wholesale that the Bible is a government document. Religious freedom is not meant to be the freedom to exert your religion on other people. It is freedom from.
And she's smart.
It was freedom from, not freedom to. At some point, the Bible became as real to us as the Declaration of Independence, arguably more real than the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution.
If you're not absolutely terrified by what Christian nationalists want to do to America, then you're just not paying attention to them. And when I say
straight up, you know,
I'm sorry, this
were primarily Christians. They were a lot of Episcopalians there, a couple of Catholics as well. Out of all the signers of the Declaration, right?
Oh yeah.
98% of them.
Well, you know what? Actually, a lot of them were deists.
They chose to be deists, though. They chose to be non-secular, right? Because when you have 8 different types of Jesus at the table, whose Jesus do you get to choose? Whose Jesus gets to run the country? That's why they chose to be deists, right? Primarily, they were Presbyterians and Episcopalians. A couple of Catholics, right? And a couple of straight agnostics. They were Christian men fleeing persecution from Christians, from the Pope, from the King, that wanted to persecute their type of Christianity. That is the point of America. Every God gets to exist. Congress shall pass no law regarding the establishment of a religion for a reason.
Well, this woman is actually fairly interesting. She is this woman is a former Mormon.
Mormons wouldn't exist in America if we were declared as a Christian nation.
Well, it doesn't exist for her anymore. This woman is like 51, believe it or not. She is fucking awesome. And oddly enough, she kind of reminds me of my wife.
She's a cutie.
Yeah, she is. My wife wasn't this good looking, God rest her soul, but
Them, I don't
close.
just mean them in the abstract. I mean me. This is really personal. My name is Jenny. I am a former Christian nationalist, white supremacist, Mormon, trad wife, girly, alt-right, prepper, and I'm here just to share with you my firsthand insider experience from within this movement. I was one of them. I believed that God's chosen people were at war with everybody else, all of the unchosen. I believed America was and always had been God's country, the promised land, given
is.
to us, his chosen children, to protect from the unclean. The unclean, by the way, is you. I believed 100% that my loyalty was to God over Constitution every time. I was willing to fight to the death to protect the kingdom of God. And if you think that's just
Funny enough, my wife had Mormon relatives. I've been to Utah. And you know what?
I love Utah. It's awesome.
Mormons are fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Now they may have just accepted me and my son.
Hell, I gotta
But
get
dude,
couple
I've
grandkids.
never been treated more politely.
Yeah. There's more of a Crip and blood problem in Salt Lake City than anywhere else
Yeah,
in
I've
America.
heard about that.
Yeah, it's a great town, great community, really outdoorsy.
Dude, my wife and I actually talked about moving to Utah.
It's actually Salt Lake's a real liberal town when it comes down to it. It's real forward
Mm-hmm.
progressive thinking, a lot of kind of hippie outdoor sentiment with the still conservative values that here's the deal. Everybody's allowed to exist, right?
Mhm.
Christians in America used to say, "You do you, boo-boo. Just don't hurt me physically."
Right.
Right? Now they say things like, "My God didn't create such things." Talking about gay people, right? Talking about the others. This is the whole point of the white power movement, the Christian nationalist movement, is they, them, and the others. Xenophobia. They are coming for you. They, them, the others. Always focusing on them, and that's anybody that's not on our team. The factions. The divide and conquer wedges.
Right.
She's so right. This is the entire point of the whole movement is the individual, right? Creating that power within the individual and not the group.
Right. So let's see. I don't know. I shouldn't even be listening to this woman, but I really think she's attractive.
fringe extremists dressed
And
in
she's 51. She's age appropriate.
camo driving their ATVs around in the wilderness of northern Idaho, you are dead wrong. It's in churches every Sunday. It's in political rallies. It's being taught to kids during Bible study at night. It's in the oath I once swore on my life in one of those pretty Disney princess Mormon temples. By the way, the little hand like this, that's a hand being cupped to catch the blood that was going to come out of my stomach when I had to disembowel myself. Should I disobey my prophet? I know you can probably go Google Christian nationalism and get some pretty solid definitions, but you're not going to get the definition that you'll get from an insider like me. Today, I want to tell you what Christian nationalism really means because I've lived it. And I know exactly how dangerous it really is. I'm Jenny Gage, and this is Life Take Two.
Our nation was founded upon Christian principles and founded upon the Word. I mean, you can look at the Bible and you can find.
And by the way, this is going to actually bring up a Substack that I read. I have a second favorite, well, actually maybe a third favorite woman historian who is going to dispel the notion of, I don't think we were founded as a Christian nation. Madison,
we were founded upon those
literally.
values. That's the trope that's being used. We were founded upon those values.
Okay, well, this will be a good debate for us.
Like the values, yes, but not the.
Oh yeah. The values, of course, dude. Camus was all. When I say Christian existentialism, he basically said life is absurd.
Yeah.
However, Jesus, while he was raised Catholic, by the way, while he didn't believe in a deity and Jesus and all that, Jesus was indeed a moral touchstone. The Christian values are excellent. Live the life of Jesus. So
I
yeah,
have some
absolutely.
checks
And
and
we
balances.
don't see, the funny thing is, and I'm going to let you talk here in a minute, but dude, we don't live Christian values.
Yeah.
Dude, look, dude, the golden rule, critical thinking, those are really those are the two tools you need, and you will be okay.
Straight up.
So you go ahead, have your say, dude. We're not living a Christian life. The United States, and I mean at large.
Portray that we
MAGA
do.
is not Christian.
No, not even close. You know what else we were founded upon? Dark psychology and how to manipulate people. These are the things that the founding fathers also studied, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't ingrain those things into our writings of our nation and our founding documents, right? Because again, which one of the gods that are at the table gets to be the ruler? The founding fathers, James Madison spent his whole life trying to figure out how to get God out of politics. He was a Christian man. He was a God-fearing Christian man. His whole point of politics was not to use that as the manipulatory ways of controlling each other that the Pope and the King were doing at the time. We've lost the complete everything, the core of America. Christian men being persecuted by other Christians. That's why we're here. That's the whole reason why America exists, is because we had Christians in Europe saying that you're not a good enough Christian. That's not Christianity. And now we're getting back into that sentiment of my Jesus trumps your Jesus. No. I say fuck both of those Jesuses. Because that's what Jesus would say to anybody that used that. As a man who supposedly walks the earth that said, do not follow me. Do not create shrines and worship me. These are sentiments that he's bringing forth. These a check on the balance that he's bringing forth. That in his day, historically, was a new type of check being put into society. Whether he did walk the earth or not, these ideas, the sentiments, the core underlying ethical values and morals that are being instilled and programmed into us, was a good thing. We needed that. In a time where stoning each other to death with no, just grab a person and accuse them and unalive them. No due process, no judges, because the Pope said so or the King said so. And we're so sycophantal to that person that now we'll adopt that person's point of view and just run wild with it. No, that's not humanity. Standing up for the little guy, man. Strong men don't punch down. Strong men pick up the weak. Strong men don't demonize the lesser than, the fallen, the broken, especially when those are veterans who fought for our right to exist. Most of the homeless problem in America is ex-veterans that have some very intense mental health issues.
Mm-hmm.
So rather than funding mental health, right, we fund patient centers and get well better centers where they have to abide by these new norms and these weekly UAs. If you want to stay here, you got to take a UA. Good sentiment, probably, that's a good thought. That's a good principle to have on paper in theory. But theory and practice are two different things. And we get them conflated with each other. We say what should be ought to be. Well, you know what? You can take your ought to be and shove it up your ass because that's your ought. That's not somebody else's ought. And when we start telling each other, you ought to by my standard, no. What we ought to do is conform to each other's oughts of what I want, of what we collectively need, right? And drive a we narrative and not an I and a me narrative. We don't say we enough. We don't even think about the word we enough.
Well, I don't know though. Trump says we a lot.
When he's talking about his side though, but not as a whole.
Exactly.
We can weaponize the word we and the factioning of the teams and shit, but the overall collective we, one for all for one. It's not times of prosperity that drive our innovation. It's not times of prosperity that we invest in becoming bigger and better things. I mean, hell, we only made it to the moon because of Sputnik. Because we were scared. Because we were scared that somebody else would get there first and kill us. Like I said, man, we don't vote for what we want. We vote against what scares us the most. We are reactionary beings. Everything we do is a coping mechanism in a way that we're not taught how these mechanisms work and why we cope in certain ways, and we build barriers and boundaries and build up walls, and we're just expected to just go along with life and figure it out as we go, when those that do know, that can fund things into public school and can fund counseling and different mental health topics into colleges, just end up getting called woke by those that don't want people to be smart. Why are big cities always blue? How come the bigger the population, the more liberal it becomes? This isn't just America. Worldwide. How come big cities are always more liberal? When there's more people.
Well, they tend to be centers of learning. People in isolation don't grow.
That's exactly it. And they stay conserved. Right? They try to conserve what they had. They don't try to progress and become progressive. You're either growing or you're dying.
That is very true.
That's all it comes down to. And
you know what? I didn't realize that the video I thought was playing wasn't. This is my girl. Not the first woman, who's pretty damn decent.
So I have now recorded.
Or this video wasn't playing before, right?
Yeah, it was this one.
Okay, you know what? Then I must have switched it accidentally. Let's go.
There's the other girl. Yeah.
Okay, my bad, dude. I've had about 4 beers.
90% of the gals up here in North Idaho are this woman right here.
You know what? I'm not unhappy. I hope they're this woman specifically.
I don't mind.
You know what? It is so embarrassing to be 60 years old and lusting, but honestly, my wife's hair was shorter, but this is reminiscent.
Here's how I saw the world as a Christian nationalist.
Except my wife had brown eyes. She didn't have blue eyes. She was a natural blonde, brown-eyed girl.
The Bible taught that there were the tribes of Israel and then everyone else. So right there in the Old Testament, like the chosen people, like Abraham and Isaac and Moses and all those guys, they killed everybody else, or God killed everybody in their behalf. The Egyptians, the Canaanites, everyone in Sodom and Gomorrah. The tribe of Israel hated the Samaritans, they hated the Romans.
Now, I'm interested in her message, but God damn it. You know what? I'm a lech. But I'm gonna watch this a little bit more.
They hated literally everybody else who wasn't them. And let me tell you, as an atheist, they hate me. So I get it all the time. Now I'm on the other end as an apostate. God has this chosen people. He loves them more than absolutely anybody else for a multitude of different reasons. And God then gives the 10 commandments to this one dude, his most chosen dude, the prophet Moses, and this very small group of people. And the rest of the world, who was supposedly his children too, he didn't give one rat's ass about. So he didn't give them any commandments, and he didn't give them any protections, or the tabernacle, or the pillar by night and the shadow by day. He didn't give them any of that. Only the people that followed Moses out of Egypt. They were chosen. They were better. They were his people. Through these people, eventually, God was going to send his own son, Jesus Christ. He was going to be descended through these tribes of Israel. Like God up in heaven took his own beautiful, only begotten son and let him be born to a mommy down there on earth in this chosen tribe. Like everybody else, they're just going to hell in a handbasket, but these chosen people right here. As a Mormon, then, I believed that after Jesus was crucified for 2,000 years, there was this apostasy on the face of the earth. And then God called another prophet. His name was Joseph Smith. And he restored new scriptures for our new dispensation. And that is the Book of Mormon. And so now God has opened up the channels of communication again between heaven and earth to the new chosen people who are no longer the tribes of Israel, but the Mormons, who God has adopted into the 12 tribes. I was specifically blessed and told that I was of the tribe of Ephraim. So even though I'm not Jewish and I was not in any way descended from anyone in Israel that I know of, God, through his holy magical power, adopted me into the tribe of Ephraim. It says so right here in my patriarchal blessing. You are of the tribe of Ephraim through Abraham. I have the receipts right here that I am of the new Latter-day Saints, tribe of Ephraim. Boom, there we go. So I then was part of the chosen tribe as a Mormon. And my belief was that this group.
I'm sorry. I have to, dude. Lupin. I have noted this so many fucking times. It's like, how can you be more just, dude? Ayn Rand, and I read The Fountainhead, I guess in high school or college. I read The Fountainhead, Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead. These two like 1,000-page novels. It is almost cartoonish. Those could be superhero novels.
Those were just the movies of their day, bro. Those were just the epic workings, right, of the day.
Yeah. But what Lupin is getting at is the John Galt, the Black John Galt. That's what he should have called himself. just total delusion. Howard Rourke would not be a landlord.
No. Neither would Socrates.
Excuse me. So let's see. A lot of it is just delusion. Look, he keeps saying he was a software developer. I'm sure he was, but I don't know. I've known one self-taught quote software developer, and he was an engineer. He did more scripting. You don't self-teach yourself how to become like an actual software engineer. There probably are some, but there's some things that
I'm doing it right now. I literally, the only reason I'm on here right now is because on my other screen I have an app running, and it's running in a sequence of testing itself. Yeah.
Well, apparently there are self-taught software engineers.
Now's the time. AI is not going to take our jobs.
Oh, yeah. You know, as a matter of fact, Georgia Tech offers an AI minor.
Yeah.
There's not an AI major yet.
Well, no, because the minor gets you to the generalist. So you get your generalist, and from there you can move on to your specialists. And as of now, we've really only created systems for people to be generalists. Unless you're, years and years deep, like some of the Indian colleges and maybe kind of the Chinese and Taiwan, but for the most part, India has got the specialists. We are years and years behind.
You are absolutely right about that. And getting rid or curbing H-1B visas would literally be cutting ourselves in our own throat.
It's almost like Stephen Miller used ChatGPT on the very first day that it came out and asked, how can I take over America using Nazi tactics? It's almost like that. I mean, really. And when you put things like last week, you ran a guy, an ad that was like from the AP or something. It was a credible source, right? And whatever it was, I turned on the recorder and just let it listen to the guy talk. And it came back with probability that this was written by AI.
Wow.
This shit's being used against us. It has been since the day it came out. And there's a small kind of little group of us here. And I work with like the Lincoln Project and Task Force Butler and stuff too. So I basically created a living document that is the core of a truth checking in real time app, bot, agent. It's an agentic app is what it is. It uses real time live agents to update and fact check and create, like this one I'm doing right now is for the size of the national debt. But the overall underlying core of it is a truth checking app. $37 trillion.
Hey, Kelvin, I'm surprised you haven't read Ayn Rand. You're a PhD in economics and you haven't read Ayn Rand? Maybe you read the other one, The Fountainhead. But yeah, you definitely need to be reading that, if only to be a better economist.
Of people, again, just like Moses getting the 10 Commandments, the finger of God came down. I believed that the Mormons now had a direct, dedicated phone line to the Lord God Almighty, the creator of heaven and earth, and that everyone else who doesn't have that is just plain evil. I believed this. In the Bible, it talks about Gentiles. For me, as a Mormon girly, I would have used the verbiage non-members. So there were the chosen people, and then there were the non-members, everybody else who's not Mormon. And I hated non-members. I cannot express in a video on YouTube how much I hated everyone who rejected God and didn't become a Mormon. I know what you're thinking. I was supposed to love one another and all that. Why would I be friends with dirty non-members when they could compromise my testimony. They may tempt me to sin. They were influenced by Satan. They were very likely possessed by demons, and they were sinners. So I really kept my pure little self away from non-members for almost all of my life. So I have a quote for you from the Mormon prophet, Russell M. Nelson, from his October 2023 General Conference talk titled Think Celestial. In that address, he said to the whole entire world of Mormons, there is no end to the adversary's deception. So he's talking about Satan here, like Satan's going to lie and try to deceive you. Please be prepared. Never take counsel from those who do not believe. And what does he mean by do not believe? Those who specifically do not believe in the Mormon church. So if you're not part of the in-group, if you're not Mormon, the Mormons are being advised not to take counsel from anybody. Seek guidance from voices you can trust, from prophets, seers, revelators, from the whisperings of the Holy Ghost. And in this little segment of his talk, he's literally directing the members, like, don't take the advice of anybody who's not a Mormon.
Yep.
They're evil, dirty non-members. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. I didn't go to a non-member dentist. My OBGYN was Mormon. Every year I would check and see which of the school teachers coming up were the Mormons. I'd request for my kids to be put in those classes. Sometimes there were multiple Mormons, so that was nice. But there were a couple of years where there were no Mormon teachers in like the 4th grade or the 6th grade. And then I just had to pray to God that those non-Mormon school teachers were not going to pollute my beautiful, pure little Mormon children.
Right.
I mostly didn't date non-Mormons. I made exceptions for a couple of really hot guys in high school, but I felt like they were just temptations who were trying to pull me off the straight and narrow path. I remember one day when I first moved to Utah. I am not a Utah girly. I grew up most of my life in Arizona. But I moved.
Hey, Lupin, what does he do for the state? Is he a lawyer or what? I can't, I know who Sonny Perdue is, but I really didn't know. I think he went to University of Georgia. Is he a lawyer? What the fuck is he doing for $500,000? I must ask.
Moved to Utah. And I was sitting down at the home of a new Mormon friend and just asking her about all of the neighbors. So she told me about all the neighbors. She's like, Susie across the street here, she's married, she has 2 kids, their names are blah, blah, blah. And then Jane over there, her husband, 2 kids, Kenley down the way. And she was skipping over some of the houses as she told me everybody on the street. So I asked her, I was like, what about the Brown house? And what about the new build that they just moved in? And she's like, oh, well, the Brown house, that guy's a non-member. He rides a motorcycle. He has tattoos. And I've heard that the new people in that new build are non-members too. And you guys, just like the look on her face, her body language, I don't think that her facial expression would have been any different if like the actual mafia owned the house across the street and they were eating babies for breakfast. She also told me about her son, who was an apostate. And her facial expression and body language with that were just like deep grief. Like, in my son, he's left the church. Anyway, he was definitely going to outer darkness. All I can say on this topic is we hated you. If you were not Mormon, we would act nice on the outside with our big smiles in hopes that you would come explore the gospel, have the missionaries come over, join us for church one Sunday, and get baptized so that then we could full-heartedly love you. But no, underneath that, we deeply hated you. Here's some words that we used for everyone outside the group. Unclean, heathen, black sheep, uncircumcised of heart. I love that one. Apostate, heretic, evildoer, followers of Satan, telestial people. In high school, I never wanted to date somebody telestial. That's like the lowest degree of glory in the Mormon kingdom. Prodigal sons, of course. Sinners is obvious. Sons and daughters of perdition. This one is really creepy to me because the son of perdition is Satan, Lucifer, who was cast down from heaven. So by calling people the sons and daughters of perdition, we were literally saying that, like, you're not even a son or daughter of God because you're not Mormon. Satan is now your father. And there's tons of scriptures around that. Like, my sheep hear my voice and follow me. So if my neighbor in the brown house across the street with tattoos and the motorcycle, If he wasn't following Jesus, then obviously he was no longer a son of God. He was a son of perdition. He was a sinner and an evildoer, and he was going to hell. Like, that sentence came out of my mouth in my life. They are children of the devil. He's a son of perdition. Like, Satan is his master. I'll dive more into this topic. This coming Wednesday, I'm going live with the amazing Megan Connor, who is Lori Vallow Daybell's niece. She's been at the trial here for the past little bit. And we're going to talk about demonic possession and this whole battle of good and evil thing on a live stream for you guys. On the flip side of that, here's some of the phrases and words that we, as God's chosen people, used about ourselves. I was a saint, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Just by being born into the religion, I automatically became a saint. I was a member, like a Costco membership, chosen, elect. That was my favorite. I loved some of the scriptures around you are an elect daughter of God, daughter of the King, saved, celestial, that's the highest degree of Mormon glory, future goddess, endowed with power from on high, child of God. That one was my primary identity. There's a song that goes with it. I am a child of God, and he has sent me here. Pure, holy, righteous, God in embryo. That's an actual phrase from Mormonism. We're baby gods waiting to get our own planets and universes. That's a phrase that I would say, God in embryo. Mother in Zion, consecrated. I was the light on the hill shining for the whole world to see. I would wake up every morning, get on my knees, say a prayer, that I would be an example to all of the evildoers around me. And then I'd hop in the shower and I would sing, while I shaved my legs and rinsed out my hair mask, I'd sing, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. And I meant that, like, that deeply, deeply hit me. And I would sing that with tears streaming down my face, knowing that I was better than everybody else. God was with me. Holy, holy, holy is his name, and he is in me and through me. Holy people, chosen people. Number 2 component of Christian nationalism is the chosen land, God's country. Obviously, God has to have a land for his chosen children to protect them from the unclean. In the olden days, that was Israel. You know, like, he led them out of Egypt into Israel according to the Jewish mythology. And it still sort of is. But today, it's also America. My pilgrim ancestors were religious freaks who couldn't fit in the old world, so they came to America to be freaky in isolation. They spent part of their early days in America burning women at the stake, crushing them under boulders, sending people to jail for not going to church or passing tests about how much they believed in God, and generally raising the same type of mayhem that they had done in the old world. Salem was a freak show, and early America was too. Hello, you all understand what we did to the First Nations people and slavery and all this stuff, right? Like, I don't need to get into that here. Mormons took it next level, and here's how. As a Mormon, I believed that the Garden of Eden had been in America, that God and Jesus made the earth with their bare hands, and because they knew that they were going to send their chosen son Adam down here to the world, they took some really special dirt and they plopped it right there, and that was America. And they built the Garden of Eden in Jackson County, Missouri, but the name that God would have spoken out of his own mouth was Adam on Diamond. That was the pure Adamic language's name for the spot where
John, you stop it. I'm not going to let you besmirch her honor.
Adam and Eve were. So, also in Mormon mythology, right here in the Book of Mormon, Jesus came to America. That's the whole point. It says the Book of Mormon, another testament of Jesus Christ And that is because as a Mormon, I was taught that after Jesus was crucified and then resurrected, and then he spent like a little time up there in heaven and the spirit world, but then he floated down to America so that he could call 12 apostles over here and give them all of the Mormon gospel here in the Americans. And that's why everybody knows that the Indians were Mormons
That
2,000
is
years
funny.
ago, of course. I was taught from the time I was a little
See, I
girl
got-
that this
I
land of
got
America
the-
here was so special that
I
God.
got the best one-liner artists in the chat today.
Dum 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 da dum 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 da dum.
Well, unless you want to watch more of this, I'm ready to move on. I just needed my former Mormon beauty fix.
Got to get your white girl fixed, don't you? Stanley, get your white girl.
You know what? You know what? I have a beautiful young black woman that we're going to see at some point who is some sort of martial artist and stunt woman.
Oh shit.
She gets me. She gets these old juices flowing too.
Nice.
Dude, I don't give a fuck. As long as you're good looking, smart, and have a sense of humor, I'm good.
Smile, isn't it? It's all about the smile.
It's dude, it is all about the smile. And look me in the eye.
Yeah.
I honestly think that the windows to the soul are the eyes.
Fucking
And a woman that can hold your gaze, that's, to me, that's like captivating.
You know, there's something to that, you know, that that guys aren't really good at looking each other in the eye, or women in the eye for that matter, that are animalistic. You know, women were around the fire, right?
Fuck you, John.
And they were interactive with each other in the cooking and the childbearing, and we're always like this with each other. Men, I've got guys, I've used this example, that I've worked with for years, Stan, and we've barely ever looked each other in the eye, but we know everything about each other. We can trigger each other. We know, but we're hunters. We're like this, right? We can communicate from
right.
miles away from each other. And not once in our life do we ever look each other in the eye.
Yeah, I knew a guy who was really shy, and I worked with him years ago, and he was actually really smart, but he just had this thing, didn't look people in the eye. Unless if he knew you well, like he looked his wife in the eye. And God damn it, how he married that woman, I don't know. She was gorgeous.
No. Because she held his gaze, because
probably,
you know, it's yeah.
Well, let us see Vlad the Trump conqueror.
Продемонстрирует вам уважение, с которым мы относимся к ветеранам вашей войны.
Так и есть. Спасибо вам большое.
Absolutely, thank you.
У нас очень хороший диалог состоялся с президентом Трампом сегодня.
We've just had a very good conversation with President Trump today.
Спасибо вам за то, что вы создаете здесь такую обстановку.
And thank you very much for creating this kind of environment here.
Yes, thank you, President.
Спасибо, господин президент.
All the best. Thank you.
That's a war criminal with an international arrest record walking on American soil.
Yeah.
It's basically like
at the invitation of our president. A future war criminal, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Have you you know who Bella the Ranch is? You remember Bo? What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Bo of the something.
12th column, 5th column.
Yeah. Bo was awesome.
Well, howdy there, Internet people. It's Belle again. So today, we're going to talk about Trump as a role model. Like it or not, Trump is president of the United States.
Yeah.
The man wields what is, at least currently, the world's most powerful economy. He is commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in all of human history. He has the world's media on call. It is the most powerful position in the world. This is a position that by all rights probably shouldn't exist. Nobody should have that much power. And I know you might think that's weird to say, but who should actually have the power to destroy all of humanity in minutes? The fact that we view it as normal is weird, but the position does exist. You would think the person who wound up in this position would be the best America has to offer. I know a whole
he's the best, all right. Yeah.
for some major takedown about how Trump, of all people, isn't fit for the job. That's not where this is going. Before elevating someone to the most powerful position in the world, we should say, hey, this is a great person. This is a person we should all strive to be.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We have today. Do a majority of people think Trump is a good role model? No, not even close. A Pew Research survey that was conducted from August 4th to 10th and had more than 3,500 respondents. 10% thought good role model described Trump very well. 19 thought it described him fairly well. A total of 29% of people thought he was in some way a good role model. 50% said it described him not at all well, and 20% said not too well. A total of 70% of Americans don't think Trump is a good role model, but he's president. That's quite a statement on the state of the American voter. It's worth noting, the same poll said only 36% of people thought him to be honest. 68% believe he stands up for what he believes in, but only 37% feel he cares about the needs of ordinary people. That's a pretty big block of people who voted for someone they believed would stand up for what he believed, but that he didn't believe in working for the needs of ordinary people. Talk about voting against your own interests. I mean, really think about that. That's how powerful partisan polarization is. It can convince you to vote for someone who you know isn't going to represent your interests. Sure seems like a number of people voted for someone they thought was a billionaire celebrity, who I think is fundamentally disconnected from the interests and the problems of most Americans. Anyway, it's just a thought. Y'all have a good day.
I like Belle. She's not quite Bo, but what the hell? By the way, everyone, please make sure you are hitting the like button. Please, please, please. Please support the show. One day we might be monetized, so stay tuned for that.
Rub it down.
That's right. Help me get monetized in 7 years versus 8 or 9.
You know,
also
there's a way around all that.
How?
I'll let you know here in a couple days.
Okay. All right.
You know, and with that, you know, YouTube keeps half that money. So
you know what? Actually, I just want the option.
Either way,
you know, it's not like people are coming up in droves.
what I like about
but
it
you know
is
what?
the interactiveness, right? The ability to spend a couple bucks to have your sentiment read on screen, or have, you know, a disruptor come in, or whatever it would be. I think that's an awesome thing for community engagement, and there's ways that this can happen without it having to be through the designated super chat thing.
Okay. Well, I honestly, and I know I'm a pussy, I just don't like the idea of buying people off of a panel.
That's up to the platform, and that's up to the person running the show that day. And that's,
I mean, you know, let the host just be disgusted. But
yeah,
Now
the
I'm not.
expectation.
I can't say. I can't say that I've never done it because way back in the day, this is almost a year ago. Solid Snake just pissed me the fuck off. So I booted him off and said, "Hey, if you want him back, give me $50."
Yeah.
And they did it.
That's up to the panel. I'm completely fine with that. I think that's an expectation that's being
I
made.
was thinking no one would, and someone did. Someone contributed $50. I was so pissed.
I think that's probably the best thing about this whole experience of this live panel thing. That's, this is a new way of communicating for humanity. This is a new thing that we're basically establishing for future generations, or maybe just for our own degeneration. I don't really know, but I think it's a very cool thing.
I think the younger generation is going to have to figure out how to do a better job. Now, here's the deal. Like, my son actually gets out with people, has a girlfriend, all that bullshit. So he's actually having human contact.
Yeah.
But I'm like a phone call or a text. I'll text him and it'll be 2 days before he even checks the text.
Yep.
Like, what the fuck are you doing with, dude? He's got the latest iPhone, and I didn't pay for it. Grandpa did.
Nice.
I was like, fuck you, Grandpa. It's like, stop doing that shit.
Yeah, my folks are the same way.
Well, you know what? I do have to say, the motherfucker doesn't give any trouble other than he can't clean up. He's literally, every now and again I'll hear a teacher saying, well, your son needs to audition for Saturday Night Live. I literally had a teacher tell me that once.
Nice.
But other than that, he's been a good child. But I don't know. You and I do need to talk, because you know what? You're an experienced YouTube person. I probably need some advice. I don't really care. I do want to monetize it, but dude, I have 10 people in the chat or on the channel right now. But those are 10 people who kind of get me and I want to talk to. I don't need 500 people fucking sniping. If you have an objection, make it a thoughtful objection. Come up to the panel and tell me why you object. We may go back and forth. It might get hot and heavy, but dude, I'm the John Galt. Look, there were people in this John Galt thing who literally did not want an objection to some of this racist bullshit. Like, Stanley is ruining the channel because he doesn't agree with us.
Echo chambers, bro. Echo chambers.
Yeah, and I was there because I don't exist. Dude, what good is an echo chamber?
It makes us feel real good about ourselves and our team.
Right. And that's not how you grow.
That's not life, dude. That is not life.
Right.
Life is not fucking easy. We don't just get to coddle each other. If there's no accountability, if there's no self-accountability, how do we hold each other accountable?
Exactly.
Or do we just become sycophants and justify and rationalize each other's shitty actions against each other? Well, supposedly calling ourselves Christians, of course. Bullshit. I call bullshit on it all, on both sides. Echo chambers are bad. I think the 500 sub rule and all these criterias that must be met for the inclusion into the whatever program,
right?
It's a bunch of bullshit. It's an absolute.
I don't know. I mean, there has to be some threshold.
There does, but at the same time, like, we can. There's ways around this. Even just the simplest thing of like, hey, there's my Cash App link right there.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's a very, very simple solution to that. Where it still drives
I
the
should
involvement.
probably put it in the show notes.
And that's, it's the art of self-promotion though, right? It's the narcissistic trait of always being in that promotion, always be selling yourself, always be selling your brand, always be selling your rep and your faction and your team. Well, some of that, sure, but as far as the interactive stuff goes with these live streams, I'm all for everybody being monetized. I think everybody should have the super sticker option and then the super chat option. And if you get to that 500 point and you get all those hours of watch time, sure, you can buy into the ad system and you can buy into all this other shit and be a part of that. But like to try to keep that interactiveness exclusive, first of all, Google's losing out on a fuck ton of money that could be had. A fuck ton, right? If every platform could have that super chat sticker, I don't know why they haven't done it yet. I mean, it's just stupid not to. It's bad business policy not to. It's absolute retarded policy from the red line, black line point of view. It's an exclusive club, right? You got to have that exclusivity that you're a big time content creator. Fucking whatever. Everybody's a content creator.
like everybody has a podcast, right?
I mean, we're all playing a role. We all play a role in life. With it, we never define what role we're in because we don't look at it that way. Our perspective is flawed. Our perspective is skewed. And when we think about parasocial relationships and the dynamics of that whole process and system, like I can tell you for the most part that everybody's trying to be genuine to themselves. I think everybody's trying to be who they think they are and who they want to represent themselves as. But do we ever define that? Do we ever define that to ourselves? Do we ever say to ourselves, like, maybe I'm not playing this role the correct way, or think of it in that perspective mindset that I don't give a fuck who thinks what about me. I'm just going to fucking be me. Okay, well, that's cool. But who are you?
Hold on now. You sound like that sounds like something I say.
Define who you are.
To do what the fuck I want.
How often do we ask
Ooh,
ourselves?
Look at her.
Who am I portraying? Like, what role am I portraying? What am I? That's the hard part of life is having the mindset to look at ourselves from a different perspective.
Oh my Lord. Here, let's watch this before we go to some academic bullshit. This woman is hot as fuck.
God damn.
I'm like, who the fuck is she?
I don't know. She looks like she wants to wrestle though.
Know this because I was getting attacked.
Oh, she's
on a post
probably
about how
a
you guys are doing 30
weightlifter or
minutes,
something.
45 minutes, an hour of cardio, and then jumping straight into strength training as a warm
That
up. I'm going to
tattoo,
explain
I
to you
just
why
can't
that
deal
is
with.
no bueno. So first of all, what is cardio good for? Well, if you're cycling, running, jumping jacks, jumping on a treadmill, whatever it is that you want to do, what's going to happen is you're going to elevate your heart rate and you're going to help blood flow, which is excellent. However, this is still not priming your muscles. So if you are going to do deadlifts or you are going to squat, doing anything on the treadmill or doing jumping jacks is actually not getting your muscles prepared for the load or the lift that you are about to perform. Think about it this way. When you are about to
Look
do a
at
heavy
that
squat,
ass.
deadlift, or bench press, your body is going to need more than just general circulation. You need to engage your muscles, your tendons, and your joints to prepare for the load that you're about to place on them. Simply simply raising your heart rate with cardio just doesn't do that. You are missing out on joint mobility and muscle activation, which is key for performance and injury prevention. So proper warm-up should consist of some dynamic stretching and some movement-specific exercises to prime your body for the workout that you are about to do. Loosen up any key area and then focus on the muscle and activate it. So you can do glute bridges. You can do banded leg
You're a piece of carpet right now, don't
squats or really light squats. Just make sure you're
I'm sorry, what?
I'll bet you're wishing you were a piece of carpet right now looking up.
You know what? I'm okay. Look, when you get my age, shit, the women. I have been told specifically, you're too old.
Hey, you know,
the young vixens of YouTube have spoken. You're like my grandpa. Now, I'm not going out asking. You know, it's so funny. People will go, well, you know, would you ever date Stanley? I've literally had people, and it's mostly on T's channel.
Sure.
You know, they will go, well, Stanley, would you ever date Stanley? Well, he's too old. I'm like, fuck that, too old.
When they say, well, that means that they're actually want to say yes, but they don't want to be judged by their peers.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You know, I just assume it means, hey, if he were younger, you know, he'd make me laugh a couple times. Who knows?
No, I would say yes, but I'll be judged for that. So, no. Yeah, that's what
look at you. Do you know how weird that sounds, Kelvin? I wish I was booty shorts. Oh my God.
I mean, I wish I was a fucking girl's, bicycle seat.
Well, by the way, she has on a wedding ring. I assume it's a wedding ring. So lucky husband somewhere. But no, she is a specimen, and she's got to be close to 50. Damn, there is a lucky man somewhere. Good for her. And she is a cutie too. So back to serious business.
You know, this whole thing about Chicago and then this whole crime in Chicago thing, right?
Yeah.
Who told us to be afraid of Chicago? Who told us to be focusing on Chicago and all this crime in Chicago?
It was a bunch of Be Braves.
Who told them to be focusing on Chicago? Where did this whole Chicago?
You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it was John Galt who confirmed it, or John Galt types.
Wasn't it like 5 years ago during his run for presidency that a certain someone was hyper focused on all the crime in Chicago? They're not even in the top 10, dude. They're not even in the top 10.
Well, yeah, I think they were at some point. And for some reason, and it actually goes back, in my opinion, before Trump. It probably goes back into the 20, the aughts.
Yeah, really from Prohibition.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You're right. Thinking of Capone and but black crime. Now, this book is called Black Metropolis, and this guy's name, at least his screen name, is Brooklyn St. Michael or something like that. He's literally reading parts of it. And what this book, and I haven't read the book. I guess I'm going to have to go and read it. But the book was published in 1945. And it talks about single motherhood. The people like Thomas Sowell who insist that these problems in the black community didn't exist after, they basically, everything was fine during Jim Crow and all that stuff. It was the welfare state. They're so wrong. They literally are lying.
Well, see, they haven't studied history, so they're just repeating it, right?
Well, I would buy the argument that it was exacerbated. The
Yeah.
problem ballooned, but the single motherhood problem, some of these quote vices uh, that they say the welfare state initiated, the marriage rate, no, it was never high. They say it was higher, but it wasn't. They literally changed the way they measured marriage rates in 1950. I don't trust the numbers before then because, dude, there was no incentive to keep track, like close track of what was happening in the black community during Jim Crow. No one cared.
No, exactly. Exactly. All of these things that are being argued today, our great-great-grandparents.
Yes.
Their great-great-grandparents also argued and debated these same things.
That's right. History rhymes.
We think we're all in this nuanced,
Yes.
neo-thinking, new age bullshit. These are all the exact same tropes that our grandparents figured out.
Well, I'm gonna let's listen to this guy, and quite frankly, he is kind of strange, but hey, it's a good book, and I am gonna buy it and read it.
Nice.
Now it's time to take a step further into the world of lower class Black Chicago. Way back in the 1930s and 40s. It's about to get wild. Studying from the 1945 book Black Metropolis by Dr. St. Clair Drake and Horace Caton. Unity. The physical world of Bronzeville's lower class is the world of storefront churches, secondhand clothing stores, taverns, cheap movies, commercial dance halls, dilapidated houses, and overcrowded kitchenettes. That's the scenery. The streets and the stage of the lower class. Its people are the large masses of the poorly schooled and the economically insecure who cluster in the worst areas or nestle in the interstices of middle-class communities. The lower-class world is complex, very complex, which you'll see as we continue. Basic to it is a large group of disorganized and broken families whose style of life differs from that of the other social classes, but who are by no means criminal, except so far as the children swell the ranks of the delinquents, or the elders occasionally run afoul of the law for minor misdemeanors. So a large group containing broken families who were not criminals, with the exception of the delinquent kids and the older folks who committed minor offenses. Existing side by side with these people is a smaller, more stable group made up of church folks and those families, church and non-church, who are trying to advance themselves. They were trying to climb out the economic pit. Okay, so far we have disorganized families and people trying to climb. Now, was there any other type of people living in this neighborhood? Let's see. In close contact with both these groups are the denizens of the underworld. Here we go. The underworld Negroes also had a footprint in the area. Now, what's the underworld? It's the world that operates beneath the surface of society. It begins where the legal world ends. And let's be clear, it's not just Negroes who lived and functioned here. You had Italians, Irish, Jews, and white Americans who also dabbled in this world. But right now we're focused on the Negro. Now, what type of underworld Negroes existed? Let's find out. The pimps and prostitutes, the thieves and pickpockets, the dope addicts and reefer smokers, the professional gamblers, cutthroats, and murderers, all part of the underworld. These would be the people that a strategically thinking culture would use much of its time and effort to make sure that they did not multiply. Because even in relatively small numbers, these people have large impact. So what we're seeing here are human archetypes. They carry a pattern of behavior that produces dysfunction, terror, and mistrust within the community. And if allowed to multiply, they can easily erode the community from the core. That's why it was important that they kept this energy contained. Now, how could that have been done? Not by relying on outsiders, but through their community's own pressure points, by changing standards, changing norms, and using peer pressure to keep people in alignment. But then again, that would mean a major change in mentality and culture. Who would have guessed? The lines separating these three basic groups are fluid and shifting, and a given household may incorporate individuals of all three types, since, restricted by low incomes and inadequate housing, the so-called respectable lowers find it impossible to seal themselves off from shady neighbors among whom they find themselves. Back to the importance of separation. Unity is important within a given context. When I say unity, I'm not talking about uniting with murderers, thieves, gang members, and abusers. I'm talking about selective unity. Unity with the type of people who share similar values and mission. When you take unity to its extreme, you end up with underworld energies in your circle. You see? Sometimes there's a need and a time for strategic division. The respectable lower class Negroes would have exercised that right if they could. But due to the housing restrictions and poverty, they were forced to live next door with the very people that they needed to distance themselves from. The church folks, despite their verbal protests, must live in close contact with the world of sin, nowhere to run or hide. Although the world of the lower class is not rigidly localized in space, its center lies close to the downtown business area, the Loop, and flanks the stockyards. It lies next to the place where the well-to-do Negroes spent their money instead of in the black community. The Loop. The social scientist reveals the anatomy of the lower class world by statistics. He can plot on the map those aspects of behavior which the upper and middle classes designate as characteristically lower class, meaning patterns that kept repeating, so consistent that anyone could spot them. To upper and middle class Negroes, these patterns became markers of lower class behavior. So they tagged it as a reminder of how they should not behave. Such a view indicates that, while lower class traits are concentrated in the northern and western fringes of Bronzeville, they are by no means confined to them or to the areas immediately contiguous. Rather, they are scattered from one end of the community to the other. There are no restrictive covenants compelling the lower class to inhabit specified slum areas, and the restrictions of the white world and of poverty do not allow the Negro middle class to sort itself out as can the white middle class. In other words, middle class Negroes were stuck. They couldn't get away from the behavior of the lower class because through the restrictive covenants, whites made sure they stayed in the box too. Now, would many of them have left if they were given the opportunity? Yes. So keep that in mind when we get to the 1960s and beyond, because it'll explain exactly why once the walls fell down, many left without hesitation. There are more lower class people in some areas than in others, but specific buildings, especially kitchenettes, and entire blocks may be found throughout Bronzeville occupied by lower class household groups. Here and there too, throughout Bronzeville, one finds taverns and other specific spots of congregation which have a lower class reputation. This world of the lower class, which the uppers and the middles sometimes visualize as a problem and always as an embarrassment, is, to lower class people, the normal and familiar context of daily life. It's just normal life to the lower class. It's just regular stuff. Dysfunction, broken families, their particular church functions. All of this is just regular everyday stuff. And what else would you expect from them? That's the world that they knew. So it made sense to be that way. Now, the middle and upper class Negroes saw their way of life as embarrassing. Why was that? Because they were worried about what whites thought of them. And since whites made no distinction between Negroes, the lower class culture was a reflection of them as well, which they really didn't like. They didn't like that at all. Bronzeville is small, 8 square miles that Negroes call their own, an island in a big white sea. Outside of it, in the white man's world, are definite focal points of attention that loom large in the everyday conversation of lower class people, but which are less important to persons of higher status. Among these areas are the places where they work, the steel mills and car shops, the factories and foundries, and the vast sprawling stockyards, and the white homes up north and over by the lake in which they clean and cook, fire furnaces and take care of children, and which they leave when darkness falls. Toward the western edge of the city are 2 institutions where unlucky lowers sometimes find a temporary resting place: the Chicago Jail, the Bridewell, and the Cook County Hospital, like second homes for some Negroes. Miles away on the outer rim of the metropolitan region are Joliet, the state prison, St. Charles, the male reform school, and Geneva, the girls' reform school. To the lower class, the white world is the world of the law and the boss, a potentially hostile world, though an admittedly necessary one. Potentially hostile because they were discriminatory and unwelcoming by nature. Admittedly necessary because those institutions also provided assistance against violent offenders and sustained part of the lower class economy. The world of the lower class is a public world. Contacts are casual and direct with a minimum of formality. It is also a neat and compact world. Mobility is quick and easy with dime jitneys always at hand, and most places of congregation within walking distance. Conversation and rumor flow continuously about policy, politics, sports, and sex. What were the topics? Policy, meaning gambling, politics, sports, and sex. Those were the center of lower class conversations, the main thoughts living day to day within their mind. Arguments, often on the race problem, while chronically short on fact, are animated and interesting, meaning mostly personal opinion. Nobody researched anything, went and discovered any facts, delved deeper into the topic, but they could swear up and down that they knew the truth. Emotional satisfactions in such situations are immediate. One person could outperform another on a topic, the energy could spike, and the dopamine hit right away. Physical gratifications are direct, meaning rewards take place quickly instead of in the long term. Everything is in the here and now instead of the long game. So no waiting for a bigger payoff or anything else down the road. This is the lower class way. There are status bearers within this realm, but they are not the civic leaders and intellectuals. Then who are they? They are, rather, the policy kings, sportsmen, black and white, the clever preachers and politicians, legendary tough guys, and the good fighters and roisterers. They didn't want to listen to an intellectual or a civic leader. Those people didn't vibe with them on the same frequency. But guess who did? The clever preachers, the tough guys, the good fighters, and the loudmouth, unruly roisterers. Think about that. So we're going to stop here, and we're going to pick up with some more and get a little bit further into this world in the next commentary. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
I need to work on my signature sign off. Ooh, look. We might. Should we watch this? You know, the volume sucks. So, no, we won't. So, this is rather interesting. Any comments on that, though, Uncle Fatty?
And it plays into kind of what I was talking about when you're grabbing your beer there, that there's always somebody there to tell us how bad somebody else is, and we're always easily focused because of those dopamine hits on the negative. It's so easy to focus on that because love takes work.
That's
Hate
a
doesn't
good point.
Hate doesn't take work. You can trigger hate. You can't trigger love. You got to work for love. And it's the same brain chemicals, but when you have the powers that be, my first thought was like Kenny Copeland and the mega churches.
Mm-hmm.
These are educated men who know how to use dark psychology to manipulate other people because they know how the brain works. They know how our tendencies are. They've elevated their education status above those who they want to control and troll from and grift off of. It's our duty as citizens to be informed citizens, to be well-informed voters.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the duty of the people that we elect to make sure that we're educated.
Right. Oh boy. Oh, right.
We vote
See,
for what's
dude,
good.
oh my God, that is such a good point.
We vote against what scares us the most. We do not vote for what we want. We vote against what scares us. And the guy that has the better fear game right now is the guy in office.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a sentiment of that with the hope and fear, or the hope campaign, the Obama campaign. But a lot of that was still just fear mongering of the other side. Do we want to stay at war? Do we want to have the Bush trilogy and have Jeb come into office later? Or do we want to, move in a different direction? Well, the fear of the same direction, right, was the hope that we gained in that movement. And to me, it's up to every person to look at both sides and not get stuck in the factions that he was talking about here with, the uneducated have a tendency to focus on things like the local sports and the relationship to race issues because they're not educated enough to know that anything else is going on in life or to know how to even philosophize in the first place through thinking experiments and taking yourself out of the situation. Situational awareness is not everything. Just because I experience it this way doesn't mean the whole world is this way. Doesn't mean that I know how the system works because this is what I experienced. And more these days, what we hear people actually saying out loud in their arguments is, well, this is the way this is my, and this is in my. Well, fuck you and fuck yours.
Well, here's the other rather interesting thing. And I get this a lot because, sometimes when you make arguments, when you say we or you mean plural. Well, we is obviously plural, but plural you.
Right.
People will put themselves in the middle. Like, well, I guess they're thinking you're talking about me. Fuck, I literally am not talking about you. Why are you so narcissistic that you put yourself in the middle of my critique and I'm not even thinking about you?
Because
Stop
we're
that.
We're all center form based. The whole world revolves around me, Stanley. You didn't know? Nobody told you? You didn't know?
Then we're all newborns to 8 months then. That's when babies after 8 months, babies start realizing.
Yep. And there's nothing better for a panel that's full of an echo chamber than for somebody else to come in and be like, hey, You want some different perspective?
Oh,
and,
my
and watch
Lord.
people just freak the fuck out.
God forbid. I'm
You
going to pay
know?
$20 to get this
You
motherfucker
came
off
up
the
here all
panel.
in your feelings, and you touched my feelings. Get out of your feelings, because you're touching my feelings. Fucking get a clue. The situational awareness these days is just, there is none. You know, with the lack of shame,
Right.
the lack of any forward thinking, cognitive aware, situational aware, critical aware. Everybody's yelling at each other. We need to be good critical thinkers. You need to be a better critical thinker. Yeah, well, fuck, really. You know, it's all projection. When we break it down into a psychological way of looking at each other, you know, from a counselor's point of view, from a psychologist, it's all projection. Everything we do, we blame each other of what we're guilty of because we're so caught up in our own situational bullshit. We don't realize what we're doing. But when our feelings get touched just because of some other reason, it's like this. You ever been on a boat with two motors?
Oh, yeah.
You fire the first one up, right? And you fire the second one up, and the whole boat just fucking shaking, just fucking rattling. and then vroom, it synchronizes. Most of the people you ever fought with in your life, you're probably friends with now, right?
You know what? I would literally say there are 3 people. I honestly don't remember the first fight, who I was fighting, but yeah, the other 2 were in high school, and it was so funny. It was so funny. Yes, we wound up being like college friends.
It's 2 motors. It's 2 of the same
fight in
same-
high school, become college friends.
Yeah. And even when we argue as adults now too, it's usually with somebody that inherently really is just arguing the same point in a different way.
Mhm.
And we're not vibing with it, right? The vibration's not there. We're not syncing the vibrations. As soon as it syncs up, it tends to be a very good moving forward point. You know, it's almost like we have to have that, you know, that breakup, that divorce, that harsh thing that gets us to realize after we sleep on it for a night and then reflect on it for another night to now be able to listen to the other point of view. And by the time you know it, you're actually pretty much synced up with the person who you were formerly like despised. It's just
You know,
it's vibrational
this
energy.
is really interesting. People keep telling me I hate Be Brave and I hate John
Right.
Galt. No, and I don't.
No,
How can you hate someone you literally have never physically met?
And actually do respect.
Yeah.
You know, there's a common
Dude,
respect there.
you can disagree without hating. It's the fucking weirdest thing, dude. I disagree with you, but I do not hate you. Seems to be a new concept.
Well, I think that comes out of the nationalist, and not just the Christian nationalist, but just even the religious fanatical side of things, that if you're not in my group, you're evil. And if you don't if you disagree, if we disagree at all, and if we don't vibe at all, you're evil. And you're not part of my group, so I have to fight against you. And sure, I'll pretend to pray for you and I'll pretend to love you because that's what I'm supposed to do. It's control, man. It's all money. It's control. It's power, lust for power that keeps each other in these situations where we can't even argue with each other and come out of an argument and not have like 75% of the people that witnessed it think that we hate each other. Like, there's no
Dude, you know what? This is so I have always been this little boy who, you know, I would, back in the olden days, I would have been, you know, the little little boy who dipped Becky's fucking pigtails in an inkwell. I teach the people I respect most because I know they can take it.
Yep.
Dude, I will fuck with people. My sister and I get along great because she can push back. She's as smart as I am, and she might be more evil.
Hey, women always are.
I don't fuck with my parents because they can be more evil.
Yeah.
And I don't fuck with my sister because I
Can
know
I
she understands. Dude, my sister is my best friend.
Yeah.
She understands me. She knows how I think. And, you know, and I don't fuck with people that I don't think can take it. Dude, if I don't like you, I don't talk to you.
Straight
I don't
up.
interact with you
Yeah.
because I don't think you're going to be able to take it.
There's a lot of society that's raised on that. That's raised in those situations where it's all confrontational and it's always negative forward looking. And you know the thing about labeling each other evil is it creates a false narrative. It creates a bad faith situation, and the entire thing becomes a logical fallacy.
Yep.
When we can't even sit down at a table and have a conversation without implicitly having to try to change the other person or not accept their points of view at all because they're a certain way because we label them that way, we lose. Okay. When you label somebody else evil, you already automatically lost the argument. This online debatosphere of whose God is better, the ortho bros going after everybody else, and the Christians going after the orthos, and they're all ortho Christian, pagan, whatever. You fucking all lose before you even get to the table to start arguing. This whole thing is just, it's fodder for the weak-minded, dopamine addicted, and don't get me wrong, I fucking love dopamine. Okay. I really like it a lot. I do. But I can understand it and I know it, right? And I try to at least understand it and in a way of maybe trying to control it when no, I don't try to at all. I just like dopamine. And adrenaline. Definitely a lot of adrenaline too.
Well, I'm gonna do this. I have all of a sudden my your view one and you get served a lot. My third wife, because that Utah girl is gonna be my second wife.
Oh shit.
My third wife is gonna be a Tahitian or a Melanesian.
Boy, don't that.
I am just into this shit. And you know what? The only women I will ever marry with tattoos, because it's cultural. Hey, it is a part of your culture. I will excuse the tattoo. These women are just fucking gorgeous.
It's gotta be done with a needle and a hammer, though, right?
I don't. You know what? I don't know how they get them. I do know that see, I'm 60. I know I have a limited performance life. Dude, just do a Tahitian dance and I am going to be okay. I don't know what it is. These women are just titillating.
That
Is that
cartoon
the
dog
word? Is
with
that
your
a
jaw
word?
on the ground.
Titillating. So I don't know what this video is about, but it seems like something I should know. And let's see, I did skip through it. A black teen changed the world, but they erased his name. Interesting.
In the humming haze of 1960s Detroit, a city roaring with the power of motor engines, Motown soul, and shifting tides of civil rights. An unlikely inventor emerged from a modest black neighborhood. His name was Lonnie George Johnson. Today, his name might not ring out in most textbooks, but the impact of his early innovations is felt across households, laboratories, and battlefields alike. Before he was known for the world-famous Super Soaker, Johnson was a teenager with a gifted mind, a deep
Oh, that's right.
fascination
I
for
heard of this
engineering,
guy.
Oh
and a
shit. Yeah, I've heard of this.
country that often dismissed black brilliance. But this isn't merely a story about one invention. It's about a teenage prodigy whose pioneering work would lay foundational pieces for technology we still depend on. It's a testament to the quiet genius of young African American minds who innovated in the face of exclusion, ridicule, and invisibility in the annals of technological history. Lonnie Johnson was born on October 6, 1949, in Mobile, Alabama, an era and place not known for
Yeah, this
nurturing
is
young black
AI
inventors.
reading it. Mobile.
Segregation was law, and opportunities for black children were tragically limited. But inside Johnson's home, ingenuity bloomed. His father, a World War II veteran and handyman, taught him how to repair appliances and repurpose scrap metal into toys. Young Lonnie's mother, a mother of 6 and skilled seamstress, nurtured his imagination, encouraging him to read and explore. They couldn't afford expensive kits or tools, so Johnson fashioned his own science experiments from the bare essentials. One day, at just 13 years old, Lonnie entered a statewide science fair held at the University of Alabama, a place still resisting desegregation. He was the only black student competing, and the atmosphere was thick with condescension. But Johnson had brought something no one else had, a working robot, powered by compressed air and assembled from junkyard parts. He called it Linex. Despite the thinly veiled prejudice from judges and onlookers, Johnson won first prize. That moment marked the beginning of a lifelong journey in innovation. While other teens were concerned with football or dance halls, Johnson was busy refining his understanding of thermodynamics and fluid mechanics. By the time he graduated high school, his brilliance had already caught the attention of several science and engineering competitions. But he didn't stop there. He enrolled at Tuskegee University, one of the most prestigious historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, studying mechanical engineering. In the 1970s, he earned both his bachelor's and master's degrees and was soon recruited by the U.S. Air Force. He was stationed at the Strategic Air Command, developing high-tech weapons systems. But it was during his time at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory that Johnson began work on the thermodynamic principles that would not only help with interplanetary probes, but would also, in an unexpected twist, lead to one of the most beloved toys in American history. In the 1980s, while trying to develop an environmentally friendly heat pump for spacecraft, Johnson invented a new type of high-pressure water propulsion system. He tested it in his bathroom sink, where a powerful stream of water shot across the room. His first thought was, this would make a great water gun. Years later, that same device evolved into the Super Soaker, a toy that went on to earn over $1 billion in sales, becoming the top-selling toy in America for several years running. But while the world remembers Johnson for the Super Soaker, his contributions run far deeper and more profoundly than any summer fun gadget. As a teenager, his homemade robotic creations and early designs on pneumatic systems would evolve into the very technologies used in modern propulsion systems, heat transfer devices, and pressurized cooling units in both aerospace and domestic sectors. Johnson holds
Wow.
over 100 patents, many of which are used today in fields ranging from clean energy to aerospace propulsion. He has spent decades developing solid-state batteries and advanced fuel cells that are now crucial to electric vehicle designs and renewable energy grids. His Johnson Thermoelectric Energy Converter, JTEC, for instance, is considered a potentially game-changing technology for converting heat into electricity with exceptional efficiency, an idea he began sketching in the margins of notebooks when he was barely out of his teens. Yet despite his monumental contributions, Johnson's name remains absent from many school curricula and mainstream discussions about inventors. The silence surrounding his legacy is part of a broader historical pattern. Black inventors have been omitted or erased from technological timelines, even when their inventions continue to shape the modern world. The
Fucking
legacy
A.
of Lonnie Johnson and the tech he began building as a teen speaks to the resilience of Black genius, its ability to thrive even when dismissed or undervalued. Johnson created new paths not only in engineering, but in representation. He became a role model for thousands of Black children, especially those with dreams of becoming scientists or engineers in a system that has long told them they don't belong. It's important to reflect on the larger implications of his journey. Johnson didn't come from wealth or privilege. His early experiments were cobbled together from recycled radios and plumbing tubes. But what he had, imagination, grit, and access to just enough knowledge, was more than enough to disrupt both the toy industry and the field of propulsion science. His journey is not merely inspirational. It's an urgent call to recognize, fund, and celebrate Black youth innovation, not just when it turns into billion-dollar industries, but from the very first spark. We still use Lonnie Johnson's tech today, often without realizing it. Whether it's the cooling systems in our homes, the lithium battery prototypes in electric cars, or NASA's spacecraft power technology, traces of his teenage experiments live on. There are surely thousands more Black teens today tinkering in their bedrooms, scribbling strange formulas in notebooks, and sketching inventions on scraps of paper. The next revolutionary technology may already exist, hidden in the quiet curiosity of a young mind too often overlooked. The story of Lonnie Johnson reminds us to pay attention.
Well, I don't know. So we go. I'll never understand this this idea or this notion that Black people have literally been relegated. This is why I think history, someone said today, maybe it was you, Uncle Fatty, history needs to literally be like an important part of, like a major part of a STEM education. Black people didn't do anything for 400 years.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine for 1 second if Bill Clinton or Barack Obama or Hillary or Sleepy Joe told the Smithsonian institutions to rework their programs and displays to represent their ideological way that history happened? You know, there used to be a point in time where if a person did that in a country, the American military would step in to stop that fascist regime. Prove me wrong.
I won't. Now, this is a weird picture. Uncle Fatty, this is a 1973 Super Beetle.
It's a nice bug right there.
My father bought it brand goddamn new.
Nice.
Off the lot. I drove it in high school. My brother, who is 13 years younger, drove it in high school. Now, I wrecked it once. And my brother wrecked it once. And both times it wasn't our fault. However, my father's 81. And he literally, like, you know what? It's been in pieces on a warehouse floor for like 10 or more years. My father's like, you know what? One of my grandsons, one of my grandkids is going to buy it. So this is where it is. It will be drivable because my father says it shall. And you know what?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, that is my father. He dude,
humanity right
this
there,
motherfucker is a genius. Hey, hold on one sec, Ryan. Dude, and I'm about to send out this, but dude, I saw this car maybe 3 weeks ago. My father's
man.
My father is a son of a bitch. Someone's gonna drive my goddamn Volkswagen. Dude, he bought it new. There's never been another owner.
Right.
Dude, when I was in high school, Ferdinand Porsche was
Damn.
the Porsche. Its nickname was Ferdy.
Yeah, nice. Got to adjust the lifters on that thing about every what, 2.5, 3,000 miles.
Dude, I fucking the worst thing you could ever do because it had a carburetor
Oh
is
yeah,
fucking let it run out of gas.
yeah.
Because the trash motherfucker, I blew out. My father still jokes about this. There was a plastic breather that was more or less the air filter on top of the carburetor. That motherfucker, I let the goddamn thing run out of gas. And I was driving home from somewhere one day, and goddamn it, it quit. And I go back there, and the fucking breather is melted, and there is a blue flame on top of the carburetor. And you know how I got it out? I blew it out.
Yep.
My father still tells that fucking story. He still calls me a goddamn moron.
Yeah.
It's like I told you not to let the fucking thing run out of gas.
No, they're the worst. And that plastic, I've seen guys melt their Volkswagen buses down.
Yeah, yeah. So Ryan, what's up? Welcome to the show.
Thank you,
we
sir.
can't hear you.
How are you?
What's going on? I'm good. Yeah. Well, Ryan, first time on the panel. You are interested in a debate with me and Be Brave. Why would you want that? Hello? Hello?
There's a delay. I told you there'd be a delay.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize there would be an audio delay. So why a debate? Be Brave and I actually had a kind of debate years ago. Oh, I say years ago, months
It was
ago.
like 6 months ago.
Did you see it?
It was about 3 months.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
you know what? Why do we need to debate more?
For content.
For content. Whose content? Because where I want to host the show would literally be on Here for the Tease channel or Fatty if he'll have us. But
I would love to.
It would be Uncle Fatty.
I think I could moderate a good debate between you guys with some.
Motherfucker, you will be the moderator.
We could make this happen.
Well, I see it this way. Everybody's talking about everybody, and why not talk about everybody at the same time? Because
where are you from in the South? Are you from Georgia? Or I'm here in North Carolina. Oh, that is quite a delay.
Yeah, it's messed up. I told you.
Oh, that's fine. We'll work through it. So tell you what, deal with the laptop. I'm open to a debate. You'll have to talk to Be Brave, but it shall be on Uncle Fatty's channel. And you'll pay whatever. I'm not so concerned with that. But the one thing we won't do is, again, deal, because I barred it from the last encounter with Be Brave. We don't talk about any statistics that do not have actual underlying numbers. The 70% doesn't exist. And if it does, he needs to give empirical evidence. That's my only restriction. And I may think of more, but we don't talk about shit that doesn't exist.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right. So what else you want
Thank
to
you,
talk
sir.
about? Yes, sir. Anything else?
No.
Well, here for the tea. Hold on, Ms. T. We were talking about a future Be Brave
I love the
Stanley
content,
debate.
Stanley.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, don't worry about any of that. T, basically, I was saying if there's going to be another Stanley Be Brave quote debate, because I don't debate, I teach. or with my peers like Uncle Fatty, we just kind of have a conversation. I was saying the two channels I would submit or agree to would be either Uncle Fatty's or your channel. I trust you as a
Yeah,
channel.
bro.
I trust Uncle Fatty as a channel. So we go. I teach you questions to ponder all the time. You'll realize it in about 5 years.
That's not narcissism or arrogance. That's confidence.
Yeah, you know what, dude? I'm actually tried and true. Dude, I couldn't even speak like in a public way, like give a
Yeah.
speech to a bunch of people. Where did I learn it? The US Navy. Motherfucker, you better be able to speak in front of a crowd if you're a naval officer, or you will fail.
Yep.
And dude,
Trial
let
by fire.
me tell you a story. At my mother's funeral, I didn't know I was going to be doing it. I was asked to write her obituary.
Yeah.
Now they literally, because I'm a decent writer, so everyone was like, "Well, Stanley," because I was also, for some reason or another, I told you, my mother and I kind of had the same personality. Dude, my mother died. She had dementia. She had Alzheimer's. So, I remember this was like maybe 3 months before she died. My father had a doctor's appointment, so my sister was going to take my father to the doctor's appointment, and I was going to sit there with my mother for, a couple hours, whatever. It's the first, dude. I was the last in the family to know she was sick.
Yeah.
Because they figured, oh my God, Stanley will be like, my mother and I were kind of close.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was literally, because we know it's just gonna fucking, he will be he'll move back to Savannah. He will move into his old room.
Yeah.
So anyway, it was 7 years. They waited fucking 7 years. It didn't tell me. I was the one to notice because, my mother and I, we didn't talk every week, but when we did talk, it would be for like 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and I noticed, well, goddamn, did I piss her off or what? It would be like 5 minutes and, oh, okay, I got to do something. So I called my sister and I'm like, well, what did I do? And she's like, well, Stanley, we didn't want to tell you because we figured you would be upset. I was like, you did what?
Well, yeah.
My mother was like, no. You need to promise. She told my father, you need to promise. Oh, don't tell him. Oh my Lord. No problem, Ryan. You're always welcome. Thank you for coming up. So anyway, what I'm saying is that shit, I got so deep into it. I'm a sarcastic son of a bitch. I learned it from my mother. She literally was the history buff. I go home. There's a mother. My father built a recessed bookshelf in the den for my mother. Her books are still there. And oh, motherfucker, she was that kind of reader.
Nice.
Her husband, my father, is like, we must have a bookshelf. And that woman is just missed. And anyway, you know what? The purpose of this stream is to just bullshit with people I like. So I even lost the gist. My Volkswagen, I call it my Volkswagen. My brother drove. Dude, I drove it in high school. You know, there were motherfuckers who had like their first car was a BMW and all this shit. I drove this car and I was a cool motherfucker.
Yeah,
Dude.
man. Yeah.
Dude, it will be repainted. My father is just an evil genius. The reason I even talked about this, speaking of, you know, like engineers and shit, we did a summer project. We pulled the fucking engine in the driveway and my father rebuilt it.
Nice.
Literally.
Oh, yeah.
He had one of these portable derrick things to hoist it out.
Cherry picker.
Well,
Yeah.
I say we rebuilt it. He rebuilt it.
Yeah.
Dude, it was a summer project.
A lot of the hand me that 9/16.
Exactly. That's how you learn to motherfucking handle tools.
Yep.
You know what tool to use because your daddy was asking for it. No, not that one.
Shit, my son showed up on his 17th birthday with a fucking Chevy Camaro, an 87 Camaro that he'd found. Aluminum block, short block, small block in it. The motor alone in this thing was worth 10 grand. The lady had no clue what she had. It was her son's car and he'd passed away years ago. And it was just,
wow,
garage find, barn find. I show up from work and he's out there. By the third day of having this thing, yeah, the motor's out, the seats are out, we're building roll cages, totally rebuilding the block down to the short block, put a new cam in it, and he's teaching me shit. Pretty badass.
Yeah, parenting, motherfucker, parenting.
Love it.
gotta have it.
You just mentioned something there too. Like, I think there's something with humanity these days where we do not define the expectations.
I'm listening. Be right back.
The management of expectations, right? Not only do we not define our own expectations of what we expect from ourselves, we sure as hell don't define how we want to expect anything around us to happen. The definition of the expectation. I think the expectation for most of this panel-verse shit is the negative, is the arguments, the debates, right? There's not a lot of conversations happening. There's not a lot of agreement, first of all. And when there is, it's usually just like we agree that we're going to bitch and moan about the same thing.
That is such a good point.
Having actual conversation, right, is so difficult online anymore. YouTube used to be a fun, interactive place.
Mm.
Then this whole debate thing started, and now we're not even. This is not like these debates online. These are not debates. In a debate, you gather information, and you come to the presentation table, and you present information, not how you feel about things, not your personal experience and your own accord of how things happen in your life. you bring a stack of papers like this, right? You give your argument. They give an argument. They give an argument. You
What
give an argument.
research?
I would like to have a
Dude.
platform where we actually maybe like pull up a search engine or like go to an encyclopedia and learn things together rather than just saying, well, this is my experience and that means that all blacks are this way.
God.
And all whites are this way because I know a white guy that's a poor white trash motherfucker. Well, I know them too. But you know what? Not everybody is that way. And our individual experiences do not define the world.
Right.
And we're in this such of a my way is the only way and I know everything and I need to prove everything point of view that motherfuckers are too fucking scared to even Google anything.
Well,
when they're on a debate
here's
panel.
the thing. Look, I hear, and I'm just going to go in. I hear some far right weirdos going, just because I said something and I gave you an anecdote, I have proved my point. I'm like, you did what? Motherfucker, you have proven your anecdote, but
Right.
you haven't proven what the and let me tell you something to build on your point about conversations on YouTube. The reason most of the conversations, and granted, I don't, you know what though, over the past, let's say 4 years, I have been on a lot, been in a lot of chats. I've been up on quite a number of panels. It's always, at least in the black sector, and mostly the black conservative sector, it's always the same fucking topics. It's men versus women. It's red pill versus feminist. It's the same fucking thing. You go to CTs, it's always the same thing.
Hey,
It's always left versus
I love
right, or
Corey.
men versus women, or black versus white. You want to know why? Because people don't fucking read and they don't know shit. They literally don't know that there is life outside of black and white, man, woman, left, right. They don't know.
Yeah.
And it is literally the education system has failed us.
I'd say we failed each other and that we failed putting back together the education system that was broken after and during the Vietnam era, basically, that went from the Industrial Revolution and the 30s and 40s, public schools being built to literally produce factory workers.
Yes.
Right.
And they're trying to do it again. Like,
Yes.
you don't go to college, you go to college for a job. You don't
Yeah.
go to college to get an education.
I mean, really,
You don't go to college to learn how to think. You go
No.
to college because you need a job. That's a trade school.
and you already proved you could make it through high school and be to a job from 7 a.m. until 3:30 in the afternoon. So you've proven that you know how to maintain a routine. Now you just need to be specialized in that routine and have the paperwork to prove it, the diploma, right? It's a bunch of bullshit. It's completely broken. There's nothing to be learned when you're not hands-on. And I was kind of in that first kind of Gen X era of the applied math classes and applied science, where we'd go out and launch rockets and do math out in the field and touch things and interact with them, and not just be a worker drone that learns how to regurgitate information, right? That's still developed a little bit in the public school systems, and really more so in like the charter systems where the people are paying for their kids to go get a good education, where they can have those nuanced thoughts and experiments and not be playing down to the dumbest one in the class. We don't enhance the smartest kids in the class. We normalize them at a baseline
Interesting.
So that we're not leaving the dumbest ones behind. And that's a harsh way of saying it, but in reality,
I was about to say, well, that's a bit brutal.
You know what? It takes a smack in the face to realize that you're fucking wrong. Right? We don't learn anything when we're in our comfort zone.
Well, the other thing that I'm finding, and dude, this might be a function of age. I'm finding some people who think they're educated, literally, motherfucker, my son is really good. That motherfucker can't read. The dude took AP English, got 2 of them. He literally made an A in the one English course he's going to take at Georgia Tech. He literally made an A. And I think he's motherfucking illiterate. How the fuck did you make an A? Well, I didn't ask him this, but I'm like, you did what? They fucking gave you an A? Dude, you can barely spell.
Same way. Yep. And penmanship. Can't write for shit.
He's not a horrible writer at 19, but dude,
right.
They taught him cursive in 2nd grade in Virginia public schools. So I was kind of impressed with that. But dude, but my handwriting's atrocious too. And
most kids I've seen, at least most of the boys I've seen, because I hire a lot of young kids for construction and shit, but man, the boys' penmanship is horrible. Fucking horrible. Looks like chicken scratch. But I think a lot of that goes back to the ADD too, and not having the focus levels kind of warped with the way that we're teaching doesn't allow the focus to focus the way it needs to, I guess, right? The sharpness and the grain don't work with each other, and like the whole system is fucked. And that's coming with a guy that's got 2 daughters for teachers. So we definitely play down to the dumbest of us. We play down to and that's, that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that we lift up those that are lesser than, right? Mm-hmm. In doing so, we've kind of normalized the ones that are really excelling. I think every kid should graduate 12th grade with an associate's or a bachelor's. Straight up. I mean, that's just a base minimum. And from where we've dumbed our levels down to so that we can maintain our passing grades and our criteria, the ultimate criteria for the Department of Education and state education boards and local school boards, that what our 12th graders are graduating with for education is substandard for the rest of the world at best. Because of that normalization, because of that playing to the average and not really allowing those that are excelling to excel.
Yeah.
If we let kids start skipping grades, Stanley, well,
oh no. Well, I don't know. Let me tell you a story I have. You will love this. This is so Catholic school. Dude, I cannot remember, was I in 2nd grade or 3rd grade? And that was the first fight I described. I got into a fight, and my punishment was going up to the 5th grade.
Nice.
So Sister Terrence, I remember her because after I did what I did, she became my biggest advocate. Well, those motherfuckers didn't. So I don't know why she asked. So it was reading class with the fifth graders. And I think I was either a second or a third grader. So she goes, well, Stanley, do you want to read? I read better than the fucking fifth graders. And everybody in the class, including Sister Terrence, was like, motherfucker. So they didn't skip the grade. They just skipped me ahead for reading and English.
Nice.
Yeah, it was just a couple topics, but I wish, and I remember, dude, I had my fucking adult library card at 7. Of course, dude, I eventually wound up like in second or third grade in an 8th grade reading class because I could read. It was so funny. The whole fucking class was like fucking silent, and Sister Terrence was like, "Well, read some more."
Yeah,
motherfucker. Of
Bring it
course,
on.
I could read.
Annotating and using different voices for different characters and
No, I wasn't doing all that, dude. I was only like 8 or 9. But here's the upshot. Don't skip the grade.
Sure.
Skip the class.
Right. Move ahead.
Dude, we had like when I was a senior in high school, we had a freshman taking our calculus class.
Yeah. Yeah.
Skip and the best math person in the school was taking college classes as a sophomore or something. He was taking college calculus.
Badass.
Skip them in the subject, don't skip the class.
You know, what do we and why do we excel at things when we do, right? It's because we're engaged, because we're doing what we want to do.
Right.
Like the kid that
Exactly.
invented the steam-powered robot, right? And takes it, the only black kid at a predominantly white, all white area, obviously, with where he was going to be judged. He was engaged, right? When kids engage with their learning and are hands-on and want to learn, fuck, there's no stopping them. But when we normalize all this bullshit and just be here from this time to this time and go to this class at this time and this class at this time, when they're able to engage with that system and that building of where they want to be because of what works better with them, maybe they're better afternoon kids, maybe they're better in the morning, but when they have that situational awareness of how they even are, let alone how they react in different, when you're pressured in a science class, and 2 weeks of that shit and you're done, you're checked out. You're not going to learn shit in the rest of that class. You're going to do the minimum amount of work. You're going to cheat off of others, and you're, and it's just going to be some normal shit. You're going to get by with your C+ or your B or whatever. If your dad's not going to beat the shit out of you, right? Like that other guy was saying. But there's something about the whole parenting with dignity thing that Drew Bledsoe's dad put together, of just allowing them to be part of that building process and allowing them to make the choice and giving them the empowerment to make that choice at young ages, in modeling and building of things and being hands-on, whatever it is, cooking, especially gardening. Like, that's the shit that stays with kids, is when they're engaged with that learning. How they're going to go about scheduling the process and how it's going to work and what they expect to get out of it at the end.
Mm-hmm. Well, my brother is 13 years younger than I am.
Holy shit.
my mother had him, I think he was 35. But I used to play the first Commodore version of Castle Wolfenstein.
Holy shit. I was thinking about
when
that the
he
other
was
day.
like 3 or 4. I think it was probably more 4 to 5. And
Nice.
he would take the right side of the keyboard, and I would take the left side, and we would play the game.
Nice.
And I literally, back in the day, if you put a new motherboard in the computer, there were jumpers like IRC channels.
Oh yeah.
And I don't even remember what they were for. But if you didn't have, like, if you were building your own computer, your own box, you might just get a motherboard that fit the box, but you wouldn't necessarily have the instructions, like how to do the IRC.
Yeah.
So you know what? You would literally have to play with them. You would literally have to do some weird form of puzzle, repositioning them until you got it to work. And my brother made a comment when I was in my late 20s, like, you're the most patient person I've ever seen. You will play with something for hours until you get it to work.
Oh.
So anyway, my brother's first job in high school, my first job was mowing fucking lawns. And then I went to be a bag boy. You know what this motherfucker's first job was? He fucking was building computers. A friend of my father's had a computer store back in the day when, like, professionals would have to do computer stuff. So my brother showed up. I have no clue how he learned how to build computers, but I know his exposure to computers was with me.
For sure.
This motherfucker was like making, like, this is back in like I don't know, the mid to early 90s. This motherfucker was making like $25,000 in high school. His first fucking, my father used to complain, motherfucker, you ruining my taxes.
Yep. No
So,
shit.
but guess what his next job was? Because they found out he could build websites. This motherfucker was at like 16, 17, was building websites for corporations.
Badass.
No, it's badass, but all I'm saying is that family is so important. Education is so important. He drove that car. He could have fucking bought that car in high school. But all I'm saying is I've seen black excellence. And motherfucker, my brother will say, Stanley, you got me into computers.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I didn't major in computer science. I majored in chemistry.
Yeah, but
all
you're
I'm saying,
tinkering with stuff and being engaged, being focused and hyper focused.
Yes.
At that age,
yes. And you know what? I had no clue. I was teaching a 5-year-old. This motherfucker makes 6 figures. I don't even know what the fuck he does with the computers. It's some super secret bullshit.
Dude, anymore,
however,
man, that's all you got to do. You just tell them what to do, and you demand that they do it, and they do it. It's fucking badass. It's so cool.
Well, Big Brother's doing it, so I demand I'm going to do it just like him. Dude,
I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this moment in time for 30 years, Stan. 30 years, bro. My fucking MS-DOS teacher in the mid-90s told me we'd be flying cars by Y2K.
Mm-hmm. Well, we kind of do.
Past 15 years, the chips that are coming out, like in the past three or 4 months, dude, right now, every day, Stan, every day something is being dropped into the market that is fucking world changing. Completely new dynamics in computing. Every day new shit's dropping. And people are online arguing about fucking who's blacker or who's whiter.
That is bingo.
Mind, dude. It blows my
mind. Bingo. Y'all are fucking arguing with stupid shit.
Shit. Just over and over and over again. Caught in their loop, caught in their fucking trope, telling each other, you're looping. You've been here for 6 years talking about the same shit, motherfucker.
Damn, you landed the plane hard.
We do what we want. We always do what we want. And when we can get kids to engage in shit like that, man, there's nothing better in the world than watching that kid grow into that. And man, life is fucking so awesome, dude. Don't you think so? I know you do. But like,
well, you know what? I think the better thing is my son literally, I bought him an Xbox for Christmas when he was 8. And you always ask your kids, well, what do you want to be? What do you want to study? What should we emphasize? This motherfucker has literally wanted to design video games since he was 7 and gets a full ride to Georgia Tech to be a motherfucking software engineer. I will know it wasn't just a whim that he wants to be a software engineer. The motherfucker's been wanting to do it since he was 7, and look at where he is, dude. He can literally make a berry pie, apple pie from scratch, including the crust.
oh yeah.
But here's the deal. I think cooking is chemistry, which is what I majored in. And I used to fucking make him like, hey, you know what? Here is a tablespoon. Figure out how to put a third of spoon in it. He was doing math, making motherfucking pies. Because all it is fractions.
Yeah,
so he knows what's half of this 5 this 5 number figure.
Right.
He can do it in his head.
Yep.
Just hey, I made him do it when he was 5 or 7 or whatever.
But it's not the making of him to do it though. It's the engagement and the involvement.
Yes.
It's the opportunity that you're giving them to form those critical thinking skills, right? And or implying, but just those interactive ways of creating those dynamics. That poor folks don't really, because they're so consumed.
I didn't grow up rich.
You do, and I mean not poor or rich, but like the uneducated poor. You know what I'm saying? Like,
dude, you gotta want it. You gotta goddamn. You know what? I have no clue how to tell people. Just it does, motherfucker. Just go out. That's all you need to do. Motherfucker, you have to actually want to know stuff. You have to be curious.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that's not encouraged more.
Well,
let's let Mike talk. He's been.
They just be strong, right? Just be strong and don't cry, right? Join a team, work out, get the check, and I mean, there's more to it, and there's whether we like it or not, we influence our kids and youth. Society as a whole raises our kids.
Well, there's a book that I'm reading now. It was written back in like 1959. It's basically the rise of the American anti-intellectual by a historian. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Oh, no, go ahead and finish your story. Go ahead and finish it. My bad. I've been here.
No, I was just saying, one of the things. Oh, no. Just give me one second combination of we celebrate our Bill Gates, but we are anti-intellectual. It's like if you're a billionaire, you're seen as a genius. if you're just some dude, cashiering at a grocery store, you might be as smart. And that, to me, that is America's like biggest problem.
Well, yeah, it's a misconceived perception of
right.
Well, that is true. I have to agree with that.
How you doing, Mike? How are you, brother? Doing good, man. Doing good. What you up to on this fine Saturday?
I'm just chilling, man. It's really my first weekend off, and want to say about 3 months.
I hear you.
So I
hear
been
you.
Yeah, Mike's building a
enjoy
business.
myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been trying to enjoy myself, my wife, and my little kids.
Yeah.
Got a little free time tonight, so I guess I just hopped on the panel.
Nice.
Well, good. You've noticed that I won't be having John Galt
I
on the
was
show
going to
tonight.
mention that, but I was going to tell you just, last night I didn't want to come off as rude or anything. I just felt like
Dude,
I should
you
have had a
spoke
chance.
motherfucker. You spoke your mind. I don't care.
Yeah, I just
Understood.
Yeah.
But
and you know what? Everyone spoke their mind, and
they tipped the barrel. Some people tipped the barrel a little too much.
Well, hey, you know what? I don't care. Sometimes in vino veritas. so
When
we
in
go,
Rome, buddy. When in Rome.
That was a nice choice of words.
Hey, I'm full of good words. Belmonts. But the bottom line is, in a way,
I didn't want you to feel
inevitable.
some type of way. I didn't want you or Mr. Galt to feel. But I was just
is I am sure John will be fine. I will be fine. I am under my own steam on StreamYard. It's like John, he does know that I can't afford a StreamYard account.
I get you. I know you can. But my deal is I don't think it should have came to that at the end of the day.
No. Let me put all the blame on me. I pushed John for like months because I don't work for John Galt. I say what I want to say. That's why it's called Stanley versus the World. It's not like John Galt controls what I say ever.
Yeah.
So you know what? And he and I have gone head to head plenty of times. Last night was probably one too many times, but I'm not sorry for what happened. Motherfucker, I actually know more than John Galt just on the face of it. And sometimes it annoys him to be contradicted.
Hey, Stanley, can I ask you a question real quick?
Please do. But before you ask the question, you were on Night-ish's show this morning, right?
Oh no, I wasn't on this show. I don't even know what that is.
Okay, well, John came up and crashed out in an audience that doesn't particularly like me. Like Night-ish is not.
I was on.
He's a good guy about this morning.
No, this morning I was asleep.
Oh,
I don't even know who the only channels I'm subscribed to.
Okay, Mike.
He must have been playing a replay of somebody else's channel.
No. He went up on a page. Just give you. Let me give you the floor, but let me
that's false. That's false.
Let me emphasize that I don't have any problem with you. Never did.
People are used to, and that's the God's honest truth. You and Mr. Galt Y'all the
Well,
only people I
both
listen
we
to.
both still exist. We're not
And
going
I
anywhere.
know that. So whoever you just named, I don't know who that is. He had to be.
No,
Don't worry about
his
it.
screen name is Mike 23, not Mike 123.
Yeah, Stanley, you have to get it correct, brother.
30 seconds.
Well, I just call you.
Yeah.
I just call you Mike.
Well, I understand, but you can't.
Oh, good. I'm not accusing you of anything.
Well, I get what you're saying. You assumed it was
No,
me.
no, no.
And that's
It is
over.
all good. It is all
Okay.
good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's in the past. But what I was going to say is, it's no bad. I like you and Mr. Go. All these other characters, I don't listen to. That's why I be confused sometimes because I listen to this channel all the time and Go channel all the time. That's the only channels I listen to.
Well,
Not
yeah.
subscribed
Well,
to anybody else or nothing.
well, I'm curious about that. I can explore and do a show about.
Yeah. Well, if I suggest anything, it might be. You might say I'm leaning more towards. Because I told, and just so I'm clear, I told everybody, I lean right. I lean mostly right. I'm not saying everything on the right is perfect.
Motherfucker, I
agree
don't
with
care.
your point.
Lean where you want to
I
lean.
just had to get that out of the way.
Lean back.
So,
dude, John Galt is not a leftist.
well, that I believe that. And everybody know that.
What topic were you thinking about though? What topic in particular, like, were you thinking about?
I think I would like I was saying pretty much last night. Because it just rubbed me the wrong way when I heard a certain. I'm not going to name this person, but it rubbed me the wrong way because, for one.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, here's the deal. My son is biracial.
Stanley, we went through this last night.
Right, and let's go through it again. It is my show. I have,
and nobody, and like
and
I said
that's
last
literally the whole. Are you smart? Would be the question I ask.
But no, the question I would ask is just to be. I'm just being real. The question I would ask: nobody, anybody are who you are. So why is it a race problem?
Because we're programmed to look at it that way.
Well, you are. I'm not.
We all are.
Well,
you
all are.
And Uncle Fatty is right. America is essentially founded on a racist foundation, and we all swim in that water. We swim in the American fish tank. I use myself. No. What you need to do is learn, youngin, while I teach. And I hate to be so officious, but there's no way you can grow up in American culture and not. Okay, dude, don't make me put you in the back. Don't interrupt. There is almost no way you can grow up in American culture and not have a sense of race. Very short. Okay, dude, what do you have to say?
No, I'm gonna let you finish.
Thank you so much. Was my request. Kids don't know race. They literally learn it from their parents. Now, sometimes it's a survival strategy. Sometimes, it was a survival strategy. But let me give you a good example. I've literally had a talk with my son, but motherfucker, I don't give a fuck. He's smart. That's his race. I literally his girlfriend is Asian, and I don't give a fuck. That's how I raised him. I was not raised that way. I was raised by two parents that grew up in Jim Crow Savannah and Jim Crow Adale, Georgia. Motherfucker, they know. They knew Jim Crow. Okay, what I need you to do is hold on. So they raised me different. I was a lot more maybe aware of what could happen. My son less so. However, he understands American culture. America is fundamentally founded upon a racist economy. Slaves were an economic engine. And if you can't fucking figure that out, then you don't know American history. However, it is 2025. Time is out for racists and racism to be anything more than a speed bump you don't go over. My son doesn't give a fuck about racism because he's smart, but I have told him, look, you have to keep your head on the swivel. You're in Georgia. Okay,
you've been talking long enough, but if my son,
oh motherfucker, I will talk forever on my panel. The world, I will speak forever, and you can be silent forever. You are here by the grace of God.
Okay, I respect that.
You
and
should,
I appreciate it.
and I hope you will continue.
What I will say is, you personally and anybody who speak of the biracial has never been biracial.
Motherfucker,
So
I don't
you
give a fuck about any of that. Get over it. Get the fuck over
those
it.
three words. Those three
I grew
words.
up black, Savannah, Georgia. Motherfucker, I went to a Benedictine, all boys Catholic military school, and they test for you to get into it. I tested 10th highest in a field of 500 people. So don't tell me about being special, Mark, in 2025, and you'll be okay. Don't put that biracial chip on your shoulder. It doesn't fit.
Label, man.
Well.
It's just a label. That's all it is. It's a fucking label that we're programmed to look at each other with, right? You got 4 different jugs of water, right? They're all different color. They all got the same water inside of it. When you look at those jugs of water, you automatically think to yourself, there's different shit inside of those because they're color coded. We're all the same shit. We're all made of the same space dust. We're all made of the same blood.
I said. That's what I said last night. Everybody believe it.
And we don't look at things that way. That's the program I'm talking about. It's it's not just the parents and how they and whatever else. It's society as a whole. It's when those kids go to school, each as individual little kids, that each have a different experience at their own house. So you get the bully, whose parents are probably bullies, right? You get the weak kids whose parents have probably been bullied their whole life. Those dynamics grow with us, and we don't even realize they're growing with us, right? It's the dynamics that happen that become the programming that was. And the more we can recognize it and, try to at least be a part of it and interact with the movement and the choice of Mormon gal we were watching earlier, right? That got out of the cult, that is now reflecting upon being in the cult. We never.
Oh, you mean
my
my future second wife?
Hey now. You know,
sorry, I couldn't help it.
It's always the. I look at from the addict point of view, from being in the system and not being able to realize you're in the system until you've gained some clarity later, and that only comes with the wanting to learn, the wanting and the desire to be something better, and focusing on that positive and the positive mantras and the good things we tell ourselves. You know, I got a guy who's worked with me for probably 20 years, probably 25 years. He wakes up every day and the first thing he says to himself is, I fucking hate today. Today's gonna fucking suck. And he has a bad day every day. He says things to himself at work like, you stupid son of a bitch, what the fuck were you thinking? To himself. Okay. I try to come to life with the point of view that today is the most fucking badass day ever. You know why? Because I'm alive. And this shit is a precious gift. And I'm going to fucking milk the teat of everything that I possibly fucking can every day. Because this is the best fucking day ever. But you know what? Fucking tomorrow's going to be too. If I was just going to allow today to be the best day ever and reflect on that, then I'm living in the past. Got to focus on the here and now. That's the only way to stay in the here and now. Right? Is to project and manifest a good future. To not be bound by what the fucking weather lady tells me on what tomorrow's weather is going to be. It's going to be so cold and nasty outside. It's going to be horrible. Tomorrow's going to be horrible. Fuck you, lady. I like the rain. I like the snow. I think every day is fucking a miracle. Whether there's any God involved or not. If any of the 42,000 gods that were worshipped on earth today had anything to do with it or not, we can all recognize the miracle that is life. We choose to focus on the positive, or we choose to focus on the negative because of that programming of what we were surrounded with.
Okay, so the programming, I'm not getting it. I guess the programming.
I mean, that's,
you have to have a weak mind to be programmed.
Well, sure, but it's not like anybody's telling anybody you're being programmed. The
Every
program.
word out of your mouth is programmed.
No. Essentially, what's called programming can also be how you're raised as a kid.
Right. The systems, the processes, the interactive part of life is, that's the programming that we reflect on later.
Let me just play this. Do you mind, Uncle Fatty?
Yeah.
This is your video, and then I want to talk to you about the next video. No. Mike, there was something about programming, right?
It's a good one. It was, but you still didn't let me respond to it.
Okay, well, no. Let me play the video, and then we can continue with the programming.
Do what you do.
Topic. I was almost saying we'll continue with your programming.
Yeah,
but that would be a bit much.
That's crazy.
I think I'm a white man. You think? Yeah. No. Do you believe? How is belief a doubt? Eh? How is belief? Because you cannot believe something and know it. My poor brain, like, no. I cannot believe it and know it. No. And you can only believe in what you don't know. I like that. You can know. Now, do you believe in your mother and father? No, I know my mother and father. Yeah. So, but you might believe in Jesus.
What does this have to do with anything?
You don't know Jesus. Why you can only believe in what you don't know. So know that belief is a doubt. Explain to me how you know this.
Okay. My mother is Portuguese and she's white. My father is Scottish with blonde and blue eyes.
And you reckon they are white?
I reckon.
All right. Listen to this conversation.
Go on,
If I get a black can, a white one, a blue one, and a yellow one, and I fill them with water and seal them.
Yeah, okay.
When you look, would you see
What the
water?
fuck is he saying?
You can't see the water at all.
What would you see?
Nothing, just the white of the black.
You would see the different colors.
The different colors.
What the hell is he saying?
I'm sorry. What? Dude, you better motherfucking calm your ass down.
No, nobody understands that
Okay.
shit. We in America.
What you will do is take a deep breath and calm down. It has everything to do with mixed race. Did you not put one and one together?
I did not.
Okay. Well, you know we're wasting our time here.
No, you're wasting your time. If you let me respond and clarify myself.
Okay, dude. I don't do that.
So you don't want me to clarify myself. You asked me a fucking question.
No, I don't need you to clarify yourself. It's already clear. All I'm saying, of course I'll continue. It's my goddamn show. Of course I'll continue. We might be wasting our time because I think we're talking past. Yeah, I think we are talking past each other. What you need to do is either take a deep breath, sober up, and become smarter, or just go over to John. He'll do a show eventually. Your choice. But there are certain things that I don't tolerate, and John Galt isn't going to help your dumb ass. Settle down, son. Get in the game. Decompress, because I know you've been working hard, but motherfucker, this is not your massage parlor. There won't be a happy ending if you can't calm your dumb ass down.
You let me know when I can respond without you cutting me off.
No, now motherfucker, you can't respond.
That's understood. I'll mute up. But that's
and if you just those eyes of yours, you can taste them. Correct. And what are you
understand this shit. That's what I'm saying. You can ask me a question, but you didn't let me ask you a question.
Are you a motherfucker? I will ask you a question. I don't need your goddamn permission. You need to stand the fuck down, son. At ease, bitch.
Well, you could call these names, but I asked you a question, you didn't respond.
I will, dude. I'm gonna fuck with you until you leave the panel if you keep this up. You want me to fuck with you?
Did I run last night when you threatened the same girl?
You will leave in embarrassment and shame. Motherfucker, dude, don't be the goddamn world. It's Stanley versus the world, and all of a sudden you're the world. Bitch,
you want me to communicate with you asking questions.
Motherfucker,
how the fuck do you expect somebody to respond? You asking questions.
Why do you think? Okay,
you asking questions. How do you?
Motherfucker, don't tell me what I'm doing. I said respond.
You're not giving me a fucking directive.
Respond.
All I'm gonna tell you is.
Yeah, motherfucker. I didn't think you had a response.
I do have a fucking response, but you're not gonna. You're not demanding shit. Is what I'm saying.
Respond.
I know I'm on mute because I ain't got time for the.
Respond with all your might. Lighten the
If you gonna let me, I'm waiting for you to shut up.
Motherfucker, you don't wait for me. Respond. Now, respond. Motherfucker, you seem to think this is your panel. Is it your panel, Mike?
No, it's Stanley Cross.
It is Stanley Cross's panel. You need to remove the John Galt smut from your frontal cortex.
Okay, are you going to let me respond?
Literally, Stanley Cross's panel.
Motherfucker,
John
are you
Galt
going to
has
let me
nothing to
respond?
do with your dumb ass. I do what the fuck I
are you going
wanted
to let me respond?
wait, respond
Okay, without
when I
interruption.
want. Was interruption
And you don't think I
is
can?
optional. You don't have rights here,
Okay.
son. This is not a democracy.
So nobody has rights.
No.
And do you think what you're saying right now?
I am going to respond. Please respond.
Not giving me time.
Do you need time?
I do, because you done said so fucking much.
Yeah. Go ahead. We'll give you time, but you do know the short bus runs out of gas real soon.
And you do know. Well, I'm not even gonna get into that.
I do know. I can fucking reach your ass. I know it's okay. Get to the response. I need to be clear on shit, son. No one gives a shit. That much is clear. You can respond or go. Your choice.
Well, I got my choice.
Or go. Respond or go.
Okay, and you still talking? You're not giving me a chance.
Motherfucker, I will talk.
You say respond, but you don't give a chance.
You don't deserve. This is an Emily Post's panel, bitch.
Well, you could hurl insult.
This is not Emily Post. We don't wipe our mouths after we take a bite of food, bitch. Respond.
Okay, look here, motherfucker. If you let me respond, bitch, I'm gonna tell you. If you let me respond, just like how you're hurling insult,
no, you can't. It's not your panel.
But
it's not your panel, bitch.
Should.
No, we don't understand anything. You understand.
But you're not letting somebody talk.
Motherfucker, this isn't a democracy. I just told you that.
But
Steve Feathered Hen. Fucking get your response out.
A fucking thing. I'm gonna let you continue the show and I'll listen.
Good for you. Finally. Common sense.
Diversity, we call it. Yeah. Now you see all these human beings that you see. Yeah. Who believe that they're Japanese, Chinese, blacks, and whites. Yeah. They say, what color is your mind?
Hey, Uncle Fatty, are you having audio issues? Everybody's telling me. Apparently, I need to restart the stream.
No. Seems it has been lagging a little bit.
Well, everybody in the audience, we'll go ahead and restart the stream. Give me about 5 minutes.
Yeah, do that. Give me 10. I gotta go check. I got the neighbor kid out front working on some shit, so I'll come back.
Okay. Mike, questions to ponder. You will get your time in the hot seat.
If you restart the stream, I'll join, but you have to let a motherfucker.
I don't have to motherfucking do anything, son. This is not John Galt.
There's
This is not John Galt's channel.
Each creator gets to have their own expectations of what they do on their own show, right? And if Stan wants to be dictator, well, goddamn, God,
that's how you feel. Everybody has an opinion, and I don't think yours is correct.
Yeah, okay. Let me just go ahead and shut this down. Be right back. And Richard, thank you for the good moderation, sir. Oops. You know what? I did not do that right. We should end the stream. Sorry, I haven't loaded music or anything yet.